They aren't. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Genuinely, I don't know. I've encountered some weirdness with that too. Like, it doesn't seem to spread as quickly. Like, I've had it take a couple of years to spread. Whereas previously it was like cavern moss everywhere. No ray tracing. No ray tracing. Bad. DLSS win. I don't think we need super sampling for Dwarf Fortress, but you know we do need, chat. I need you guys to say hi to YouTube. It's time to start up Heatstone again. Also, I've noticed certain friend of mine, RNG, saying hi YouTube as well. YouTube, you're at home. They probably already are at home because they have YouTube at home. All right, well, let's just we're doing a lot of construction right now. I mean, a lot of construction. But this is the fort currently, and it's running surprisingly well, all things considered. He says that as the frame rate crashes down to 35. We are doing a lot of construction currently. A whole lot of construction. How's the hotkey situation? It hasn't changed. I mean, like, you need to realize keyboard control is not into the game yet and is not a priority, but is being worked on. So, also, it's not something that bothers me at all. I'm completely used to the new control scheme at this point. Work from home Twitch streams are the best? Yeah. All right, so as for this, actually, hold on a second. As for this fortress, the named dwarves in the fort are tame, chained-up goblin who, poor goblin, a devilish potato, Aegis, a shady necromancer, Bakaglass II, Bastet, Big Sparn, blind, casualty, Darius, Dr. Still can't say that name. Elfie Bean, Fight Attack, Gimli, Glass Half Empty, Jerry Gord, Levistek, Merlin Buff, MMO Junkie, Moose Moose, Nerev, and Net Hazard. As well as No Bro Doin', Pandasaurus Rex, Raging Cave, and Ryo Shinkat, Salty Tempest, who's a zombie, and Shark Jumping Walrus, Talon Artho, The Ben, and Trimcoff, True Freak, Tyler, who I probably should change to Analysis, and Lagalista. I will turn on the Dwarf Redemptions in a little bit. But we have this goblin, who I'm still not sure how we got them in my fort. I've got a really pissed off surgeon. Aegis is mad, currently stressed, unconscious, probably real upset about something. Panicked after being attacked. Yeah, I would do it. Don't want to get you don't want to get attacked. You're playing with a gold toy axe. All of our toys are made of gold. It's children's weight training. Select a random dwarf. I mean, this one's playing with a golden mini forge. This is nil. Dreams of creating a great work of art. He'll get over it. What, the doctor? Hopefully. I hope Aegis gets over it. Wouldn't want something crappy to happen to him. Speaking of dwarves that have gotten over it, this is Salty Tempest. Salty Tempest was in the military. Oopsies. Salty Tempest was in the military, and Salty Tempest became a zombie because we got attacked by a bunch of necromancers, a small gaggle of necromancers, shall we say, and this dwarf was in the military that fought with them. So because of that, let's just say they killed Zon Vase Treaty, the Old Dwarf Dark Hunter, a couple of times. Same with Deer Coven, the Parched. Akul Deer Coven, the Parched. So this list is all the times that this dwarf killed that that necromancer, and then eventually this dwarf became a dark hunter after dying and resurrecting a billion times. So the beauty of this is I have 2 zombies in my fort now, and I didn't even have to make them myself. After 1 year, they will oh no, Fight Attack snumbling around obliviously. Rest in peace, Fight Attack. After 1 year, this dwarf and the other one, Tyler, will hopefully be able to join the fortress, and then I can put them back in the military. And then I will have expert swords dwarves who are also undead. Yeah, nearly your entire fortress is covered from head to toe with engravings. Does the vast amount of them make it less effective for improving the mood of your dwarves? I have no idea. I don't even know if engravings help. I know the act of them engraving things help dwarves' moods. I don't know if, like, I know being around valuable things and, like, seeing a tastefully arranged statue and stuff can make them happy. I have no idea if engravings actually make them happy. I've never once seen a thought down here about engravings, so what's the benefit of them being undead? They don't feel anything, and they don't sleep, and they don't drink, and they don't get tired. The biggest threat to dwarves in the military is them getting tired, and the reason undead units are so strong. Well, I've never seen any thoughts about them, so I don't know if, like, I've never seen any physical evidence of a dwarf getting a better mood from an engraving, aside from them creating the engraving. So I don't actually know. It's not a what about beauty or anything. It's like I don't know if it does anything because I've never seen any example of it doing anything. We have an artifact being made by a mason. We'll have to keep an eye on that. You get a good mood how bright engraved tunnel tube wood is. Oh, like you as in the person playing the video game? Because I do too. I like the looks of floors with engravings on them, but I don't have any like physical examples of dwarves getting them. It just increases the value of the room, yeah, which can also help with things, but as far as the engravings themselves go, I don't know. Hunter visiting. Oh, also, we have the king, who's me, by the way. I'm the king. Just thought I'd inform you. I sniped the names because it was just sitting there. It was open, and the king arrived, and I was like, I'm gonna name me the king. So I made me the king. So I'm the king. So you can leave all of your pledges of allegiance in the format of Twitch subscriptions or bits in my chat. Thank you very much. And I need to make me a bucket, apparently. So I'm gonna queue up a bucket for me, not for you, for me. King Blind drank too much and needs a bucket. Are you my dead son? Wait, really? Is that true? That's probably true. You wouldn't just be making that up, would you? Yes, you are in fact my dead son. Right, yeah, because you arrived, or the king arrived, and Arkmaster was already dead. And, yeah, nephew Jack Sparrow went missing. Thanks for the $1.69.
All hail the king.
It's true. All hail the king. The only good Avenged Sevenfold song. Hail to the king. Truly. But yeah, no, that's the king. So the next little bit is going to be me making sure that the king is happy.
Can I leave blasphemous heckling instead of kingly praise?
No.
Fucker.
No blasphemous heckling. No blasphemy. This is a Christian Minecraft server. This is a Christian Dwarf Fortress server. I'll have you know. All blasphemous heckling will be responded to with sarcasm and dad jokes. This is a threat that I intend to uphold. There's already multiple mods for it. They're all terrible. You don't want it. Ray Britt, what kind of dwarf would you like? Took you guys a minute to notice. Started with the scarce biome and there's trees everywhere. Yeah, I've noticed that. Like, this is supposed to be like a mountain biome, but like up on the surface, there's like friggin' cacti everywhere. So I'm a little perplexed by that. Just a little bit perplexed by that. Also got some bedrooms back here that need to be filled out. How did I miss the bed for that second one? There you go. Just your 2 cents. Just your 2 cents. I don't even get a 3rd cent. What do we have? Well, we have some miners, we have some carpenters, we have some stoneworkers, we have a strange mood stoneworker currently too. We have a couple hunters, we have some metal crafters and weaponsmiths, we have some clothers, some weavers, some fishers for some reason. We have some farmers, some millers, some brewers, many a doctor. We got some military and a buttload of peasants that I need to sift through and put in actual jobs. Armor, hello, and also some kids. You want to be the one with the strange mood? All right. Shark eating walrus, what up? It's good to see you. How's things, man? And thanks for the nice pennies. Very nice of you. It's the nicest thing anybody's done today so far. Ray Britt is currently hauling hematite very slowly. He is somewhat scatterbrained and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. Positive sentiments. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and he can handle stress. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he is somewhat fearful, and he is quick to form negative views about things. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deep into the abstract, and he isn't particularly ambitious. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he talks to himself whenever he's bored, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Do I know how to use DFHack? Yes. You're trying to figure out what happened to your dwarf that's been missing for a week, and you want to figure out you're accidentally drowning or smashing so you can learn what you're doing wrong. You also just got attacked by goblins. Type in death cause and then the name of the dwarf. Or, because DFHack currently isn't running on this install because this is running in the experimental build, but yeah, death cause is the command you want. If you just type death cause into the command line, it should tell you what extra parameters you need to add to it so that you'll make it work. I'm pretty sure it says death cause and then the name of the dwarf, which will just give you cause of death. He personally values a harmonious existence, but then again, I would also say do not lean on DFHack. If you want to learn to play Dwarf Fortress, it's best to not use DFHack. DFHack is kind of like having a command line open while playing Fallout. Like, yeah, it can be useful, and yeah, you might want it, but you don't really want to learn the game that way because you'll learn a lot of cheats. You could also make a slab and engrave it, and it might tell you the name of it. Personally values a harmonious existence and does not respect the law and doesn't really value merrymaking and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes marcasite and pig iron and red zircon fungi wood and the color dark violet, crossbows and bins and earrings and geese for their formation flying, and the words of the style of lace and the sound of the meandering mother, and when possible prefers to consume giant peregrine falcon, brook lamprey and turnip wine, and purple amaranth flower and horned melons, and absolutely hates oysters. And visual description-wise, he is small yet muscular. His very long beard is neatly combed. His sideburns are clean-shaven. His medium-length mustache is arranged in double braids. And his lips are thick, and he has very low cheekbones, and his nose is slightly convex. His hair is ecru, and his skin is brown. His eyes are aquamarine. Sometimes if you engrave a memorial, it'll just say that they went missing. It depends on how they died and whether or not the game wants to hide it. So, like, if they got atom smashed, it'll probably just say that they went missing. Whereas in Legends, it'll say that so-and-so pulled a thing and they got crushed under a drawbridge or whatever. You should download Oblivion again? You should download Oblivion and then like 15 gigs of mods for Oblivion. Stolas, thank you very much for that Prime sub for a 3rd month. Welcome back. Why are you just trying to start fights in my chat for no reason, Bita Boy? Besides, that's factually incorrect. One of them, Oblivion is a like watered down, dull, boring sandbox thing designed for console, whereas Morrowind's an RPG. So, not even like a good comparison. How dare I? I'm just spitting facts, don't mind me. It's just like Fallout 1 and 2 are masterpieces and some of the best games ever made, and Fallout 3 is trash. Never played New Vegas, so I don't actually have any statements on that one, but... But, you know, if action-adventure games for console are your thing, then, you know... More power to you, then. A forest that is dark and vile has arrived. And I'm sure that that dwarf needs skeletons. Right. I forgot about this. I have a couple barons living in my fort. I forgot about this. They all moved here. Baron of City Calm Rimquill. I also have a general living here, listening to music. I mean, you can. It's an idea. It's not a bad idea. It's just a form of organization, right? It's like asking, is it so in your house, right? Is it a good idea for you to A, buy a big container and put all your stuff in it, or B, buy a nice shelving unit and put all your stuff on it? They're both forms of storage and they're both totally fine. Do you prefer the form of storage of quantum stockpiles? If yes, then yes, it's a very good idea. If no, then who the fuck cares? It seems like it's a very small... No, it's exactly the same. Although, if you loose item quantum stockpile, it'll hurt your frame rate. But largely, it is identical in frame rate to normal stockpiling. You know what? Screw it. We'll just cancel that. I will just bring the military over here. If people argue it's cheating, then they really need to touch some grass. Like, genuinely. It's like anybody who thinks that it's possible to cheat in a single player game like Dwarf Fortress, they need to go outside. Because there's one step that's incorrect in my quantum stockpile video. But I probably won't update it for a while. You can just delete all the conditions. You don't have to do the kicking thing. You used to have to. But that has since seems to have changed. Okay, yeah, that's a very small siege. Where are these guys from? Who are they going after? I also just saw a dwarf run by. Well, it's the Baroness of Lancer, Gem. Send the dwarves out here to try and save this Baroness of Lancer gem. Snatch or protect the children. My dwarves come running out and just beat those goblins to death with their hammers. Well done so far. Rolf, aka Ton. Rolf just lost their name. Oh, look at that. Pressing R with that turns that on still. All right, that's a few down. There goes that dwarf who was fighting against us. I should have looked at the visual aesthetics of that dwarf. See if they got anything. Nope. He is crying, though. Is this... Yes, this is my very first time playing this game. I've never seen this game before. You've watched my streams before. You know this. What? Like, I've seen you around this channel a good number of times. But yes, brand new player here. Looking for help. Please send assistance. Ability to stand lost? What happened to you? His neck is torn open. Oh no. Just make sure that this dwarf gets rescued. Okay, you're up and moving. Good enough for me. Anybody coming to rescue the wounded? I mean, I should probably be paying attention to the strange mood, but, you know. Oh, I see the problem. Wait, no. Okay. I was thinking that I'd locked them inside, but no. I don't know. I will follow that strange mood dwarf. We'll see what's up. Andesite and hematite is all they've grabbed. Wants cut gems and rough gems and a query. I think they need skeletons. Is Yeti Cooler / Igloo Cooler both brands? Because I have no idea what either of those are. Okay. I was like, what's... Because I just wanted to know what a Yeti Cooler is. Because I hope that a Yeti Cooler is just a cooler that when you open it, it screams, I got more snow cones! What are you even doing? Igloo is a knockoff of Yeti. Okay. I'm going to start a brand of cooler, chat, and it's going to be called... He's got more snow cones. And Yeti is an overpriced name brand. Well, there's no friggin' winning, okay? Just unlocked a long-lost memory. They're lemon-flavored, man! That's one, for some reason, that's one of those things that's just always perpetually on the tip of my tongue. It's just the, he's got more snow cones. It's just always at the forefront of my brain. Well, we need to slaughter something. I've got a bunch of stray ducks, fortunately, so I'm gonna slaughter 2 of my stray ducks. Don't worry, it's lemon. God, it's so good. Monsters Inc. That was a legit movie. I should rewatch Monsters Inc. I mean, put that thing back where it came from, or so help me. It's true. 700 bits to get the lemon rant on this stream. Wait, really? You've never understood it's the lemon? The I got more snow cones and don't worry, it's lemon? The game's scared me the first time it mentioned a drake. Oh yeah, well, a drake is just an adult duck, a male duck, right? Yeah, no, it's pea, right? Yeah, no, of course, the snow cones are pea flavored. It's lemon, obviously. You were 7 when that movie came out? I mean, I was like, what, 8? I mean, Frank Zappa taught us all that in Fragrance. How long did it take them to slaughter a duck? Oh, a very long time. Because the ducks are locked in there. Well, I mean, I guess that explains why it's taking a while to slaughter a duck. It's because they literally can't get to it. Like, why haven't they slaughtered the duck yet? Nope, never actually played a South Park video game. Not the N64 one, not the one on PC, not the Stick of Truth, not the, I don't know, the Unbelievable Crack or whatever they called the second one. Crack of something. Crack of Destiny? No, that's not. That's a different thing. You're raised in Colorado, you never eat the snow. You just don't eat snow. Fractured Butthole, that was it, yes. Mm-hmm. Hi, stupid, I'm blind. Feels gratitude remembering being rescued. Yes, the fractured butthole. Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, they slaughtered the duck, and the dwarf hasn't moved yet. So let me try something else. Let me check gem windows. Okay, well, you have plenty of cut gems. I'm not immediately seeing... Actually, you know what? Let's just do this way. Jeweler's shop, cut gems. Okay, so we do have gems currently. What else are you waiting on? Cloth, maybe? Cut gems, rough gems. Got both of those. Query. Yep. Got that. Skeletons. Yep. Maybe they just need bigger skeletons. Maybe ducks don't have enough bones. That's a lot of skeletons you need. Okay, well. I'm assuming we need something bigger than a duck. Let's try a water buffalo bull. Let's try that. This fort looks so cool. There's so much to this fort. Like, I mean, look at this guy. This is probably my favorite part of this fort. Just this area. Like, look at that. It's just awesome looking. Everything about this fort is awesome. We killed a second duck. Vita Tech is still going nuts. That's what she said, Paxmac. I'm sure they're fine. They're dwarves. The dwarves' beards give themselves a natural protection from the heat. You had a bug in your last fort where a strange mood dwarf had everything he wanted but wouldn't craft the item. Probably didn't have everything he wanted. Probably needed more items of each ones. You're trying to learn how to plant plump helmets, and this is my fort. I've been playing this game for over a decade. So, I don't know if that's necessarily a fair conversation. Or just go watch my tutorial on how to make, like, plump helmet farms. I do have a tutorial on YouTube on how to do that. Caravan from Bahel Usmok has arrived. Early summer. Humans here to trade. Meaning I can get rid of a bunch of stuff. I need to make more buckets and bucklers. Buckets and bucklers. Buckets and bucklers. Set them both to 3. Just gonna eat that baby horse. With this fort, chat, have we defended off any invasions with this fort? I mean, we kind of put them into a giant oven. It's quite effective. Getting a phone call from Ontario that's probably a scam call. The lava spot. Yeah, we give them a nice big bath. Right. Well, I need to go trade, so I'm going to go queue up trading. I got so much random armor and shit. So much clothing that's gotta go. They left a voicemail. Well, you've been trying to reach me? I mean, it's probably just like the majority of the scam calls we get here are just like in Chinese and I can't even understand them. And I'm told by a few people that they're generally like retirement scams or like investment scams. But usually if I get a 1-800 call from Ontario, it's 9 out of 10 times just someone shouting Chinese in my ear that I can't understand, so. Yeah, because there's a lot of retired Chinese folks here, right? Like they move here and retire, and then they'll just like receive a call that sounds like a government call from some scam number over here that's like, hey, your whatever insurance is about to go. Give us a bunch of money. It's probably about your car's extended warranty or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I talked to my neighbor who's like lives right there once about this because she's Chinese and she says, yeah, it's just kind of sad. People move here unable to speak English and then they can't ask people for help because they don't speak English in the first place. It's basically just people preying on senior citizens, like tale as old as time. No, I'm not from Ontario. If I get phone calls from Ontario, it's probably a scam. I'm in Vancouver. So if I see a phone call from Ontario, unless it's a number I recognize, I just block it. And that should be all of them. Everywhere is expensive. Vancouver's not that expensive. It's all about, like, where you live in Vancouver. The greater Vancouver area isn't expensive. Downtown Vancouver is expensive. It's like, you know, San Francisco's like, what, the most expensive city in the U.S.? Don't live in San Francisco. You live in the greater San Francisco area. It's just like, don't live in downtown Seattle. Live in the greater Seattle area. You never thought about that? People have already done it. Bob Tron, it's going well. Good day. You're here early today. I don't normally see you until later in the day. I don't think I've ever received a phone call from Quebec, actually. Not even from my little sister. I've talked to my little sister on Discord since she's moved to Quebec, but... What city is nice but cheap? That doesn't exist. It's like, if a city is cheap, there's something wrong. Why do I have a random cart in the middle of the hall? Because they're trading? Hi, stupid. I'm blind. Where's IR stupid when we need him? Eastern Europe is nice and cheap? Define nice, right? It's like, but there's your trade-off. It's like, you can either have a nice city with great public transit and lots of stuff to do, or you can live somewhere cheap. So I choose to live somewhere nice with plenty of stuff to do. You know, I can get on a bus and be at a mountain in 30 minutes and go backpacking for free on government property. Legally. Baroness Dastot meets with the human keeper of the seal. They say, greetings, there is much to discuss. They've updated my maps. I'd have to speak Polish, though. And I know that you can be like, oh, you don't have to speak Polish, but yeah, you kind of do. Also, then you have to require moving, like, house and home and all that. Also, we have free healthcare here. So everybody, like, whenever the topic of where I live comes up, everybody's like, but this place is great. It's like, yeah, but I'm a Canadian citizen. So... But then you need to have a European citizenship, right? You need a European citizenship. And free university education is only interesting and helpful if you're interested in going to university, which I'm not. People just always want people love the place that they're from, right? And they always want to, whenever they hear that someone is from somewhere that they're not from, they want to find out why, point at the reasons why that place is bad, and explain why the place they live is better. That's just human nature, is what we do. So, I really like where I live, and I'm probably never going to leave Canada. Sure, Wiz. But everybody always wants to tell me about why I should move to insert place here, which I'm not going to do. What part of Canada, Roko? I'm just curious. You like where I live? Yeah. It's pretty nice here. Yeah, honestly, I'm shocked that the wagon was able to visit that way. Initially, I didn't have this little wall here like this. And then I built this wall after I realized that they were just parking on the corner like that. I was like, oh, well. I don't know if you're stuck in an ad or not, Rawl, but that seems to be a running, consistent statement from people who live in Florida, is don't move to Florida, with the exception of one of my mods who lives in Florida. And he says it's better than where he used to live, because where he used to live, he's a kind of a political refugee, so. Where did that reindeer calf go? There it is. It's got to keep slaughtering livestock or that dwarf's going to die. Because they're too busy sipping on their drink and not busy enough making it a better place to live. I'm running, I don't know. I tried. It looks incredible. Fort's nothing. This fort's like also this part of the fort looks really cool, right? This part of the fort looks really cool. And then everything else is just kind of bleh. There's like nothing going on. Well, I mean, like we have a little bit of a lava reservoir, a little bit of a lava overflow. It's fine. I don't think it's eaten anybody. You know, it's fine. And then this is the king's quarters, which are kind of messy. I mean, there's worse everywhere, right? The value and niceness of the place that you live is relative, right? Lava is infinite in a volcano. It'll keep refilling. Let's do the king's dining room here. Is there use for lava? Smithing and glassmaking and kilns, and it's a source of heat fuel for anything that requires charcoal. Or just dig down deep enough to find lava. You don't need to embark on a volcano. Yeah, you use them to power magma forges so that you don't need charcoal. Saves a lot of resources. You need more than just a 3-wide entrance. They also need to be able to get through the trees and get over all obstacles between you and the edge of the map, right? So if you're on a really tight forest that's really compacted, they might not necessarily be able to get through the trees. So keep that in mind. You need to do some actual magma practice. Settling on a volcano is a good way to do that, yeah. For reference, in this fort, not on the experimental build, with the multi-threading stuff turned off, trading like this ran the game at about 12 frames per second. So, pretty happy about that. You heard multi-threading. I know it's behind chat right now. Chat, stop talking for a minute so that there we go. See, it says multi-threading. Multi-threading. That's what's going on in the experimental branch right now. It's multi-threading for line of sight code. Tynan needs to also stop following transphobic weirdos on Twitter. Item was seen being passed to a thief. Great. Ah, a goblin mercenary. Typical. And one of my spear dwarves. Someone was saying they should do that on the forums. Someone was saying what should do what now? We talking about multi-threading stuff or something else? It's a lot of statues. I have a lot of gold. Just kept making gold statues because I have a lot of gold. Oh, well. I mean, people have been saying that for years, right? But Putnam's actually doing it. The statues of the beautiful, okay, status of the beautiful springs, I read that as the beautiful statues. I was like, what? Because I was, anyway, they want to entertain people. I'm going to say no. I don't need no entertainers. Salutations, Snowcastle. How's things? Eating my food and drink for free, most like, exactly. Without providing any actual benefit to the fortress. Guess that horse finally starved to death. Still sketching pictures of skeletons. No. Okay. I don't know if that dwarf's gonna make it. Ray Brit. It's the blue person with the yellow heart. Lord. There's so many, though. What, is it one of these? Probably a visiting noble. Could be anybody, really. Merman? There are no mermaids. Oh, wait, hold on. This person? This is a zombie. This is a dwarven dark hunter. I think this was one of my citizens at one point. But yeah, no, there's a few of them. There's like this one. There's this one. This guy walks around a little bit. They're all brainless zombies that live here. This one's, I think, still bleeding. Yeah, still bleeding. Yeah, that's fun. No, they'd be saying they want shells, not skeletons. They would specify shells. Can you have a fort full of zombies? Yeah. But yeah, I have a handful of zombies in my fort because we keep getting attacked by necromancers, and then upon killing the necromancers, if there's collateral damage, the necromancers almost always res them, and then there's like a 1 in 5 chance that they're friendly. So I actually have several intelligent undead in my fort too, that I can't wait until they become permanent citizens so I can put them back in my military. Technically, but in my experience, like zombies, if they were a were creature, will still turn into were creatures during the were times. But vampires, I don't, because they lose the like need to eat and drink. I don't think they would do anything as a vampire zombie. Although technically, vampires are already undead, so technically a vampire is a zombie. Didn't know that could be done. If you have necromancers in your fort, there are ways of making them turn like your entire population into brainless, not needing to sleep, thoughtless undead. So. Do I have any captured pets? Yeah, I don't do a ton of animal breeding. I find it to be kind of just a pain in the dick. Sometimes I will. Recently I did a fortress called Waterlungs where we had giant crabs. That was an adventure. Vote crab chat. And we had, giant elephant seals, giant penguins. We had giant something, giant big bird. Was it giant osprey? I can't remember. It was a bird. We had a large bird. Yeah. Have you seen those pinchers? They can cause some serious dick pain. /r, don't put your dick in that sentence, regards. Alright, well, if that ain't enough, then I don't know what is. Oh, hey, he left. Sweet. Ray Britt left and is off to go grab other things, I think. I slaughtered a bunch of livestock, so artifact grabbers moving on. Found a castle that was occupied by kobolds, and he sent dwarves over to. That's a meme. That's literally a meme that you lifted. Like there's no way that also happened to you. I refuse to believe that. Speaking of kobolds, though, we do have dark kobold pits and dark. Okay, well, there's dark goblin pits there now. We have the dark kobold pits of Junkus right here. Which is pretty great. Also, the Grand Fortress of Toe Thief exists. Of the Reclusive Ghoul. So, no, there was a screenshot like a week after Dwarf Fortress launched on Steam, where there was a person that found a fortress that was occupied by kobolds. They requested a tribute, and the kobolds responded with 1 cabbage. This was at the very beginning of Dwarf Fortress's release, and we all made fun of that and passed that screenshot around a whole bunch. So I kind of refuse to believe that also happened to, like, Ire Stupid, because I've demanded stuff from kobolds dozens of times, and the only thing I've ever gotten in return was nothing. So, unless Irish Stupid took that screenshot, which I doubt, I have a hard time believing that. I'm going to grab this. So grab all the cloth, can grab all the food. Am I just going to buy out this entire thing? I might. Nope, can't. Cheese is too expensive. Leaves and fruit, though, we can take. It's basically a screenshot or it didn't happen. Yeah, because necromancers won't raise the undead unless they're scared. Like Dwarf in a Strange Mood said, they won't resurrect stuff unless they're scared. So you have to put them into you have to force them into combat somehow, and while killing things around them. So if there's dead things around them while they're in combat, they will resurrect them as self-defense. Basically. Saying, zombies help me, which is funny because half the time they resurrect them and they're not on their side, and then they just get attacked by their own zombies, which kind of was hysterical, but... There you go. Mysterious construction's been started. God, needed stray water buffalo bone, stray baby llama bone, one humped camel bone, and blue heat peahen bone. I don't know. I mean, you can be fearless and still be thrown into a combat situation, right? And that's the actual thing, is they just need to be put into a combat situation. So as long as they're put into a combat situation at some point, then they should in fact be able to, you know, do stuff with it. All right, let's get all this crap melted down. Migrants have arrived despite the danger. This fort's not that dangerous. We only lost 100 dwarves once in one spot. It's fine. Despite the danger. Look at this. This is slander. Telling you. I will not stand for such slander about my grand fortress. Yeah, only once. We had a web-spitting Forgotten Beast come up from the basement, and it was fine. We didn't all die. Just, you know, a healthy portion. And since then, it's been like, despite the danger, it's like, guys, that was 6 years ago. We're not still dangerous. Come on. Oh, I don't ever care about baby llamas starving. Also, I came to this funky realization the other day. I uploaded part 1 of Heatstone, right? This fortress to YouTube. And, you know, it was like 9 hours long, right? The next day I put up episode 2 and episode 3, which were all like 5 and 6 hours long. And I was like, man, that first episode got like 4,000 views, and episode 2 hasn't even hit 1,000 yet. What gives? And then something dawned on me, which is people are probably still watching the first episode, because it's like I upload 9 hours of VOD, and then the next day I upload another 6, and I go, man, why aren't people watching episode 2? Duh. Because you uploaded 9 hours yesterday, you doofus. Takes people a while to get through shit. The better question, why are we still hearing this, like, dreary music when we should be fine? Ooh, an andesite armor stand. Raybrit, the mason, has created Nomothadast Ekastoslot and offers it to the armored boots. There's gonna be a lot of bones in this. This is a very expensive andesite armor stand. All craft workmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with square gauchenites and decorated with water buffalo bone, and encircled with bands of one-humped camel bone and round, brilliant cut phrases. On the item this object is adorned with hanging rings of blue peafowl bone and menaces with spikes of andesite and hematite. On the item is an image of smooth pebbles in llama bone. On the item is an image of forgotten beasts in llama wool. Pack smack, what kind of Dwarf do you want? I'm going to give that to me, the king. Sir. I think the king deserves this glorious item for my own personal collection. Naturally. The happiest drinking dwarf pack? Okay. That's Bastet. Raoul the Surgeon. Does this work for you? Ask all the noob questions. Noob questions are okay here. But keep in mind, we don't really pull punches when it comes to spoilers. Investments are open. So you can invest your tickets. So if we're talking about like endgame shit, we will just keep talking. Wait, actually? That's unfortunate. Well, Pack Smack the 54th never becomes angry, is gripped by crippling shyness, is currently more shameless and feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention. She's inattentive to detail in her own work, and she often feels discouraged. She isn't given to flights of fancy, and she tends to avoid crowds. She isn't particularly curious about the world, and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. She is very humble, and she doesn't seek out excitement. She can handle stress, and she generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, unlike me. She laughs loudly when she's excited, unlike me, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, just like me. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally sees those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive, and values sacrifice and sees perseverance in the face of adversity to be bullheaded and foolish, and does not particularly value the truth. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She likes rutile, nickel, red spinel, giant elk leather, shields and dogs for their loyalty, and leopard seals for their fierce nature. And the words of the true teacher in the sight of the gloss of sailing, when possible, prefers to consume horse and sorghum beer and absolutely hates oysters. She carries massive amounts of fat, especially for one so short. She has a very broad chin. Her hair is clean shaven, and her slightly wide-set amethyst eyes are round. Her eyelashes are short, her raw umber skin is wrinkled, and her hair is ecru with a touch of gray. And I'm going to clear out all this. Hey, look, a Goblin Bard's visiting. Sus. Trust. My grandmother got caught up in a scam recently, but it was fortunately not actually that bad. They just kind of locked her computer. But for a minute there, like, my grandma was pretty close to falling for one of those fun scams. But fortunately, it was just a matter of, like, calling family member, and then somebody went over and just, like, fixed her computer. It's hard. Are we talking about the circus? I mean, just in general. There's lots of spoilers in Dwarf Fortress that are not involving the circus. The circus is a spoiler, but there's lots of spoilers in Dwarf Fortress. In fact, at this point, I would say that circus isn't even like the biggest spoiler in Dwarf Fortress. I'd say right now the biggest spoiler is creeks are a trap, and those cool blue walls you found will flood your fort. Seriously, though. Like, that is the biggest newbie trap in the game right now. Well, I used to always say the circus isn't a spoiler because it's in the intro movie to the game. But now the intro movie to the game isn't in the game anymore, so... we might be back down and around to, it's a spoiler again? I don't know. Paul, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Rawl. Enjoy the ad-free viewing, Rawl. What's my favorite of all the forts I've made? That's like asking a parent who their favorite child is. I have certain bits of certain forts that are memorable.
100 bits.
But, what's my favorite of the forts I've made? I don't know. There's always a favorite child? Yeah, but you don't ask. Jerry Gord, thank you very much for the $1. The second 100-bit drop today. But there was several that were like slightly higher and a couple that were slightly lower. That's like the fifth $1 in bits I've made today. Waterlungs was pretty memorable, yeah. Waterlungs was pretty memorable. Probably Stonewater, actually. Stonewater was incredible. Stonewater was a very memorable fortress purely because Stonewater was the last fort I did in version 47. And we ended that fort on the 1st of December, a couple of days before the game came out. We ended it by digging too deeply and too greedily. And the, last half dozen or so surviving children in the fort that got expelled at the very, very last moment formed a gang, and they were a bunch of 12-year-olds, and the only survivors of that fort were that small group of kids and a dozen puppies. They adopted all of the puppies and formed a gang and went out to go act as a mercenary group in the local mountains. So that was kind of glorious to read in Legends after I finished that fort. Also, that fort, we had a pet dragon. I had massive glass towers that would shoot lava on things. That was a great fort. It was a fantastic fort. Long Death was a fun fort, but I wouldn't say it was one of my favorites because largely Long Death was just very long, right? Yeah, we kept that fort alive for 450 years, but it was just very long. I always loved artifact descriptions. I once had a artifact adamantine pipe. And I was like, great. I have an adamantine pipe section. What the fuck? And then the next artifact I got was an artifact adamantine screw. So I made a adamantine pump and put it in my tavern. So I can make a screw pump. Not like a smoking pipe or anything. Those don't exist in Warfort. What happened to it? The game updated and there's no save compatibility and I ain't fucking redoing that and I'm not going back to an older version. I like this version too much. There's certainly some people in the DF community who are like, no, I don't like version 50. I like the changes made to version 50 enough that I don't want to go back to previous versions. And largely that fortress just got really fucking boring 98% of the time because nothing was happening 98% of the time. You see, it's kind of funny because they completely nerfed the values in this version. So it's you saying that your most valuable artifact ever being worth 176,000, my brain goes, why is it so low? Because value of items got nerfed heavily in this version. Obviously not heavily enough because trading is still completely fucking busted. But you used to be able to get those adamantine screws and pipes were worth millions. Like, it was like 5 million or something for the screw, and then the pipe was another like 7 million or something. Yeah, no, there needs to be like some sort of buildable hookah. You can smoke a hookah in Caves of Cud. You should be able to help your dwarves smoke a hookah in Dwarf Fort. No, I could maybe count on one hand the number of forts I've legitimately lost to creatures in the last 2 years. And one of them was to giant chinchillas at the start of this version because I underestimated how much they rebalanced. What are they called? I underestimated how much they rebalanced the Untamed Wilds biomes. But no, I don't. This game's extraordinarily easy. Adaford. And I think that, like, people don't realize that when they're learning it. But I'm starting to see people complaining about it, right? Like, Dwarf Fortress isn't a game about challenge. It's a game about narrative and story building, right? So if you know how to play Dwarf Fortress, it's most threats are trivial. Giant chill. Yeah, I got crushed by adorableness, you know? It's like, well, at least you died happy getting to pet the giant chinchilla. It's like death by snoo snoo. The dwarves die of old age. Yep, they live to be 150 to 170 years old, and on the 1st of spring every year between 150 and 170, they have a percentage chance to die of old age. The oldest dwarf I've ever had was 171. Vast majority of the dwarves in Long Death died of old age. That a perfectly safe fort is a boring fort? Sure. I never said I keep my forts perfectly safe. Only 70-ish humans? That's a small... I did a fort, which I can't remember the name of now, where I uncapped the number of invaders. By uncapped, I mean I set it to 5,000. That could invade at one time. And I had a big lava setup that would just gurgle them to death, basically. But we were getting sieges of like 600-700 goblins. Plus beak dogs, plus ogres, plus trolls, plus like other mounts. And the frame rate was slideshow-esque. Let's just say there was a lot of dramatic slowdown and bullet time when they attacked. In case you're meddling with the dark. Yeah, no. Making it possible for things to break through and get into your fort is half the fun of Dwarf Fort, right? Like, you want to orchestrate failure. Player-driven failure. It's half the fun of the game. No, it was so much fun when, like, when I'd finally get that lever pulled and dump the lava on the goblins, and then the frame rate would just, like, quadruple. Like, instantly. It was wonderful. It's like the greatest fucking thing ever. It's like, pull the lever, whoosh. It was so satisfying. Changing the marble path for obsidian. Yep. You know, I'm making the lava entryway into obsidian. It's got a nice look to it. Hold on. Wait, does this? Well, guess it's not high enough priority. Speaking of camels, apparently we're hunting camels. So the camel in the fort, I think, is a wild camel. Werebeasts can be a little annoying, yeah. No, they're finishing it up. I'm going to need to give the dwarves a break after that. So I've noticed a few more getting a little bit more upset. Fortunately, though, we're pretty hefty on the happy dwarves right now, which is good. It's best to just slow down and relax. I agree there, dwarf. We do okay in the military. Trying to find peasants that I can... Excuse me? Why can't I type? So now I just can't type anything in here? Excuse me? Okay, that works. Then why can't I type things in for this one? Now I can. Okay. I know, understand. I would agree with you on thieves. Vampires are boring as shit right now because you can just see them. Like, they're turquoise. They're blue. Like, random blue dwarf walks into the fort. Just arrest them. It's a vampire. And werebeasts, you don't really do sleuthing. Werebeasts are pretty clear when they show up. Yeah, then you just kill them when they turn into were creatures. Or when they turn back from being a were creature, you just stab them to death. And then there's sometimes like the were creatures that'll be like in the middle of a performance when they turn into a were creature and they just kind of keep performing. Which always amuses me. It's like, oh, yeah, it's a were creature bard. Is in the middle of performing a dance when they become a were creature. They become the were creature and they just finish performing their dance. Yeah, if you have a blue dwarf, they're a vampire. Yeah, they're committed to their act, you know? Like a Beauty and the Beast thing. Just keeps dancing. Busker got a busk, I suppose. Not like the dwarves give good tips or anything. Elfie Bean, why did you leave your pants in my hallway? Zero kill is what it said. Oh, does it say zero kill on them? Because, yeah, those are vampires. They got dirty. Well, they're going into the lava pit, so they better be pretty dirty. Same color as vampires. But they have blue names. Vampires don't have blue names. So, like, these guys, this is a sentient undead, right? Or, like... Where is he? Where's Salty? There's one. Salty Tempest. This is a sentient undead. They're a slightly different shade of blue. I don't think they do as visitors. I don't think visitors will eat your dwarves. It's just if they're your citizens. But if their name is cyan or turquoise or blue or whatever, if their name is this color, then they're an intelligent undead. If they have a normal color name, then they're a vampire. And if it's red, it's also a vampire. If they're a known vampire, then it's red. If they're lying about their identity, then they'll just have the normal color name. Like, this is an example. This would be like a regular color name, right? So if they have a regular color name, then they are hiding their identity, which is also pretty common for vampires. What's up, Art of Stuttering? Teal, sea green, cyan, blue, turquoise. It's all the same color. This dwarf has sunk into depression and dwarves are just dumping alcohol on him. Well, good to know. Yeah, also if they have like titles like Dark Hunter or various other things like that, then they're probably just, you know. At that point, they're probably just undead. Especially if they have a title. All right. I need a tomb. Feeling down, drink up. You thirsty? Chug, chug, chug. I mean, it's probably keeping him alive, actually. We should thank those dwarves. They're doing that dwarf a service. They know that theirs is down, so keep them euphoric. I'm always the thing about Dwarf Fortress that amuses me more than anything though is when new players tune in and they're like, we'll wait for the sequel before they add whatever feature. Like whenever we're talking about features for Dwarf Fort and then somebody's like, oh, we'll just wait for the sequel. It's like, guys, I hate to break it to you, but this is the sequel. The Armok came first. They like the critical information. Well, no, it's like, yes, you are new to this fandom. I see. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress is the sequel to Slaves to Armok. What, the square, 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 square? Yes. LSD. Well, technically, this is Chapter 2. This next thing you're going to be saying in my chat pack smack is whip me Armok daddy. Although more likely you'll just have your skin teleported off your body based on how Armok goes. The funniest thing that's shown up in Legendary Soulmaker is you kind of want to know what happened for him after becoming an undead for them and they can make both the arcane bath bombs. Probably not. Probably not. Like the ultimate free DLC game? Dwarf Fortress? Yeah, pretty much, which is why I give them $10 a month on Patreon still. Even though they're millionaires, they still get my $10 a month. Yeah, the god of blood and lashes. I guess we all need a little Armok in our lives. You need a girl that treats you the way Armok does. Legendary broker died and it took several years. Legendary brokers are worth their weight in adamantine, leaving... legendary brokers are worth their leveling them up to legendary is so difficult and time consuming. No, it's not. Get like 200 socks, put them into the trade caravan, and trade one sock at a time for one item at a time. It's not by amount traded that they level up, it's number of trades that levels them up. I don't know, whatever mass-produced cheap item that you have. Yes. If you want a legendary broker, legit just do that. Yes. It's number of trades that levels up their brokerage skill. Also, dwarves aren't that heavy and gold is pretty heavy, so they probably actually are worth their weight in gold. They probably also weigh less than gold. Brokers are how you trade, so yes, you need a broker. Unless you don't plan on trading. No matter how rough the biome is, you can still trade. Done a no trade fort? I mean, why? There's no challenge there. All you're doing is making disposing of your items more annoying. It's like asking, have you ever like lived in a house without any garbage disposal? Hello, Raz. How's things? Because that's literally all trade caravans are. It's trash disposal. So no, I've never done a no trade fort because that just seems kind of dumb. No garbage disposal? Would you ever do it again? Was it a fun, entertaining experience? Because that doesn't sound like it fun for me here. Things are okay. Good to hear, dude. Good to hear. Quantum refuse stockpiles? No, I would just automate garbage disposal into a lava pit with a minecart or drawbridge. That's all I would do. Uh-oh. Stop it. No bins. Bins are bad. Don't want no bins. Yeah, I accidentally like to help people learn this game way too much because I know too much about it and I forget that other people don't know all the things that I know. And there's just so much to learn in this game, but also I know so much already. It's this really kind of tricky, like, how do I teach people things when I can't remember, one, everything that I've learned, but also I can't remember what other people know? So I don't want to just, like, come off as being, like, patronizing half the time. You'll never know if you don't go. Huh, you'll never shine if you don't glow. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. Hey now. You're a rock star. Get paid. Dum 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 dum. Help. This loading screen's taking too long and I've run out of other things to do. Ugh. They really need to figure out this issue of like the saving adventure data stuff. Because it technically shouldn't do this. Unless you've played adventure mode. Which isn't available in this version. Yeah. Found magma, you're about 150 down from the surface layer, like 40 something. Found a magma flow, whatever those first, so you put it in. Okay, cool. Good. Lava's good. You should find lava. I recommend finding lava. These dwarves are so busy. There's so much going on in this fort. I'm just going to kind of let them clear some of these jobs out. So chat, why were we singing All-Star? Where'd that come from? Who did that? Who do I blame for that? Oy. Was Baby Blue Ford who started it? It's just me? Ah, okay. I get it. I'm just like, ooh, Casualty's making an artifact. An artifact. Casualty is claimed something probably. Stoneworker's shop has grabbed a marble boulder. An artifact, yes. On this artifact is on this artifact is an image of two dwarves submitting to Armok. Screaming Armok Daddy. Oh, far safer than water. Lava's just a little burny if you touch it. Do not retweet this fact because it's probably fake news. Athros, thanks for the 23rd month. Dude, when you resub next time, it will have just been my birthday. That's like a lot of months, man. What do you need? Bones. Always bones. So many bones, too. I'm gonna slaughter the peahen and a duck. I'm still putting out good content even if you're not talking in chat as much anymore. I mean, it means a lot. Helps me pay bills. I mean, my income has certainly dropped. December's. Like basically every month since December, my revenue and views have cut by a third, basically. Views have at the very least stabilized at this point. We're pretty consistent around 200 concurrent, which I'm pretty okay with, but it's been interesting watching the graph, trying to figure out what's going to be normal from here going forward. I still don't actually fully know what is normal and how to budget, but we're getting there. Speaking of still putting out good content, you know what makes me sad? Sum 41 announced that they're splitting up this morning. So peace out, Sum 41, I suppose. Which means I get to see them at probably one of their last shows. They're still together? Yeah, that's the actual question. They were together 27 years, dude. 27 years. They formed it in 96. But, yeah, they are releasing one more album, and they're finishing all of their, like, scheduled shows, and then they're done. Sum 41. You know, the Fat Lip. Motivation. Some of my favorite songs of all time. Oh, absolutely. Considering, like, their vocalist almost died twice during that time. Like, I'm amazed that both, one, none of them have died, and two, they stayed together that long. Yeah, they're retiring the band. The band's splitting up. No, he didn't die, but he did have extreme liver failure and spent like 3 years in rehab or something. He was drinking 2.5 bottles of Jack Daniels a day. So yeah, no, he was a slight alcohol problem in that band, shall we say? Works furiously. There we go. You know, it's wild. I remember seeing like footage of him of the band on MTV, and just every single time, like, you'd see footage of Sum 41 on MTV, there'd be bottles of empty back Jack Daniels just everywhere, all the time, constantly. And like I remember being like a little kid and seeing that shit and just being like, wow, that's a lot of alcohol. Like as a child recognizing that, damn, that's a lot of booze. But yeah, I don't know. I've seen them once before and they put on a good show, and I'm gonna see them one more time at TwitchCon, and that's it. Great band. If you get the opportunity to see them live before they're done, I'd take it. They put on real fun shows. Because they're dwarves. Baby Blooper. They are dwarves. That because they're not human. That's why. That's wrong number of syllables. It doesn't work. Okay. Oh shit! Caravan from the mountain home, maybe? Or although we aren't the mountain home, we are the capital. But I might actually sell all of these breastplates and shit because I'm never gonna get them melted down. A lot of this is just Goblinite too. All my soldiers are wearing steel. Sapwaka Pepe. I don't know what that dwarf's in prison for. Oh, right. Is that one of my military dwarves? Yeah, okay, it is one. Is one of my military dwarves. Rakust tried to steal an artifact and, you know, failed, but is repentant, so this is good. With failing livers. So you know how humans are 70% water? For real? Dwarves are 70% liquor. So, like, instead of having like water content in their bodies, they're all liver. They're all like what's the word? They're all. Is that a lizard man? Yeah, it's a lizard man. This guy. He's a warlord. This is Stung. Saddamwilson has visited several times. They're probably here to try and steal my stuff. I mean, he's a criminal of unknown civilization. He's visited us a few times. We should probably interrogate him, actually. If I get the opportunity. Here come the wagons. I don't even know her, though, Paxmac. I'm either exceptionally funny today or just a problem. And I'm not sure. Music time. Casualty. The stoneworker has created Mezcarul Stetad Anan, a marble amulet, and offers it to the armored boots. Party time. I see Jesse Cox subs in my chat. A man of culture, I see. We're partying because you got here, Meissner. Hua! We can party that. Thor's mostly missed it there. Bringing stuff over, you know? As they do. $249 items left, oh boy. Yeah, that's a lizard person in my tavern. They are a warlord of an unknown civilization that is probably, you know, causing problems here. I mean, they are the warlord of a group called the Clasp of Flaying. Seems friendly, probably, I'm assuming. I mean, he's just hanging out. Frankly, this is practically the Illuminati. I mean, most of these are like lords and barons and baronesses and dukes and duchesses from my faction, so. Yeah, we just need some more lizard people, and it'll definitely be the Illuminati. But yeah, no, I'm trying to interrogate this lizard person right now, who is amused after watching a performance. Definitely can't be trusted. How dare you only be amused by our glorious performances? I got a really good name for this guy though. Although I'm not actually gonna give this person this nickname, but like, what if? Very creative nickname. Game, stop that. There we go. Very creative, unique lizard person name. No, we're just the capital, but we do have the king. Me, naturally. Leisure Suit Larry, the legendary leather worker. Not the legendary Larry worker. It's passing acquaintances. I mean, it makes sense why this person is hanging out here. They are passing acquaintances with literally every single one of the members of royalty of this faction, so. I thought that he was a professional roast beef sandwich taster. Also, I haven't thought about Leisure Suit Larry in a minute. Jeez. God, I would love a roast beef sandwich right now. Like, jokes aside. Could go for roast beef. Roast beef, good. Anvil, thank you very much for the 5th month with Prime. Cheers, welcome back. Trying to catch the follow-up to the Goblin murder ages ago to know if that line ever got ended. No. So that faction, that world is dead. I retired the world because saving was just getting too long in it. So I haven't played in that world in a while. We never did kill the entire line of that king. I killed the king, but I didn't kill his son, who was also a goblin, obviously, and took over the throne. Because he had like 14 kids or something. What kind of dwarf would you like, Paul? We have a good selection of dwarf and dwarfy-like people. No non-dwarves, just dwarves. We've got, you know, farmers, we got fishers, we got bajillions of doctors, we got military, we got peasants, we got children, happy and upset. Pick whoever. Okay, I will give you beard or no beard? Be the question. Yeah, we're in a new world. Sorry about the ads. Also, in regards to ads, there's a Chrome extension that does a very good job blocking Twitch ads right now. didn't hear it from me. What? Beard. Okay. How about this one? 3 years old, but very happy, currently hauling an iron gauntlet. God dang it. They certainly haven't fixed that bug yet. So I have caps lock down right now. And I'm holding down shift to type in lowercase because that deactivates all of the hotkeys, basically. All right. He is often filled with joy, takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance, is sometimes cruel, and can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. Slow to anger, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and he is stubborn, and he can handle stress. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He tries to do things correctly each time, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of raising a family and personally sees freedom and independence as completely worthless. Finds holding back complaints and concealing emotions sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless. Views loyalty unfavorably and dreams of raising a family. He likes cobaltite, bismuth bronze, and rubicile and elephant leather. Anaconda bone and rope reed paper, and crossbows and shields, and angel sharks for their ability to conceal themselves. I want to know what an angel shark is now. And the words of the style of lace. And when possible, prefers to consume. Porcupine, anchovy, and carrot wine, and absolutely hates mussels. He is thin, and he has a long beard, which is arranged in double braids. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. He has a very broad chin, and his somewhat short ears are somewhat narrow. His nose is slightly upturned, and his hair is copper, and his skin is dark tan, and his eyes are brass. All right, made it. Zark Muckerberg has not been interrogated yet, and this upsets me. The heck is my captain of the guard doing? Panda, what are you doing? Oh, currently is like more pissed off than anybody in the fort. Why are you so mad? Major injury? Old clothing and major injury. You're not wearing any old clothing. Well, you'll recover. Now go beat somebody over the head, please. Ooh, they brought platinum. Brought gems, those, glass, clay. They brought all this. They brought a cat. I will buy the cat. Because people keep on asking me to have cats in this fort, and guess I'll cave. You guys can have cats, chat. So buy a piggy. So buy another turkey. Continuing to just skip through all this stuff. Don't really need shields, don't really need bucklers, don't need those, don't need those, don't need those, don't need those. Also don't need those or those or those. I will take the gypsum plaster. No, actually, I'm just gonna buy all of these bags, because bags are kind of annoying to make. I actually have kind of a lot of stuff. I love that cheese is like the thing that will actually like push them over the value edge. I don't know how much I agree on that statement about cats in Dwarf Fortress specifically, but it's not incorrect. They don't actually breed that quickly. They breed at the same rate as most animals. Can unforbid that copper crutch. What's up, Bubble Page? How's things?
I'll try to keep this going as long as I can. The last person I subbed to, I'm on a 128-month streak for.
Who is that? There's only like maybe 24 people who've had sub buttons that long. I was subbed to Man vs. Game for like 90-something months before he became super inconsistent. Oh, fucking Day 9? Yeah, that checks out. Ugh, I used to watch Day 9 a lot back in the day. Never subbed to Day 9, though. I don't know why. Like, I used to watch his stuff on YouTube a whole bunch, and he was always one of those people where I was like, because I have this habit of subscribing to channels that, like, are smaller. It's like, if it's a really big channel, it's very rare that I'll ever, like, subscribe. Because I'm always, like, my brain always tells me, it's like, oh, they're doing fine. They don't need my help. And for some reason, it's like, I'm more likely to sub to smaller channels because, like, I just assume that they need my help. Whereas, like, with Day 9, it's always been like, nah, he's doing fine. Dude's doing all right. Speaking of doing all right, I'm curious to see what kind of video game that studio that he's just started is going to work on. Kind of curious. Just to try to help out. I do that with bands I like too. I saw some black metal a couple weeks ago, and I bought 2 cassettes. One from the main band, and then when I got home, I bought a second one from the opener because they were out of cassettes there. And you had just lost your job at the time, so you wanted to support him in that endeavor as well, so you just kept it going? Wow. Hot damn. Yeah, I don't know. Just remember, chat room, take care of yourselves first. Like, it's nice having, 922 subscribers. It'd be nice to be over 1,000 again, but at the same time, don't do shit you can't afford. The stuff I do is completely, like, it's not gonna go away if you can't afford to support anymore. So take care of yourselves first. Holy shit, that's a lot of store items and bin jobs. I guess what I'm trying to say is take care of yourselves first, chat. Don't worry about me. There's a camel that's fighting with something. What's it fighting with? Oh, it's being hunted. Oh, I see. They're going up there to collect the marble blocks. That's what they're doing. That makes sense. And I might go to another show in a week or two. Why does it look like that floor doesn't exist? Because obsidian is so dark, it looks like there's no texture there, but there's absolutely a texture there. See? It's just hard to see. They're getting their cardio? Yeah, pretty much. Making them run all the way out to here to grab those blocks. Although, it's this lever right here, isn't it? And give them a shortcut. Have to remember to lock this door later. I just had like 2,000 obsidian blocks, so I was like, well, I might as well use them for something. I'm not even using an obsidian generator. This is just obsidian that I'm mining out from around the volcano. Because volcanoes tend to have a lot of obsidian around them. Like, a lot of obsidian around them. Let's see how newbie Catan is doing in the military. Want to acquire something? Also, how are we doing on bedrooms? Okay, we're getting better. We are indeed getting there. Let's toss some more dwarves into the military, I think, like this one. Seems I want to create a great work of art. How about you? I just got so many peasants. I need to do something with them. I'm lostful, like, you're just curious and eager to learn. How about you? Doesn't seek out excitement. How about you? Let's create a great work of art. Always happy and optimistic. Put these two into the military. They won't be great, but they'll do okay. We can fix that. Military. Nah, happy and optimistic. Oh yeah, you'll do fine. Is what it really is. We can certainly at the very least make them less happy and less optimistic. I mean, a lot of dwarves want to fight. Doesn't mean they'll enjoy it. Grabbed a bronze shield. Superior quality bronze shield. Good choice, dwarf. Curious about what weapon they grab. Always a little curious about that. Steel short sword. Good choice, dwarf. Go train. Okay, let's go back to bedrooms, because we need more bedrooms. So... Oops. You have yet to get a proper military off the ground? You don't really need it. You can get by with Rube Goldberg machines pretty well. need to smooth some of these walls too. Just make more of everything that you already have. It's probably not bugged. It's probably just they, for some reason, don't have access to the item that you think that they have access to, or they need more of a thing. They either need extras or they just don't have access to a thing that they need. Cloth 60 plus? Okay, then that is a bug. Keeps getting more cloth. Well, just keep giving him more cloth. There was some bug that happened early on in the release version of this game, where there was a screenshot of a dwarf who just kept getting more silk, and by the end he had to clear out 2 whole caverns worth of silk, which is kind of crazy. Like, imagine having to dig out 2 whole cavern layers of silk. Is the bug back? I don't think it ever left. I just think it's uncommon. I also, that's one of those bugs where I wonder if, like, that's just been in the game for a really long time, but you just never would hear about it. Because, like, there is just so many more people playing Dwarf Fortress now, right? Like, Dwarf Fortress has, like, had these bugs in it for years that just nobody would find because there just wasn't enough people testing it, that now are, like, super obvious and seemingly common, even though I'm pretty sure they've just always been this common. It's just most people didn't notice. It's like the children with no skin bug. It's like, well, that actually has been in the game for a very, 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 very long time, from what I can tell based on all of my research. But the only thing is that nobody noticed it before, because if a dwarf has no skin, the only difference previously was like 1 line of text at description. It's like the color of their skin. It's like if they didn't have a skin color listed, then they have no skin. But you wouldn't notice unless you see a sprite or specifically pay attention. And even then, like, if you're reading the text description, you probably wouldn't even notice it there too. Enjoy your lurks, Transfem. Yeah, that's been in the game for a really, 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 really long time, Baby Blueford. Sorry, I've just talked a lot for the last 2 hours and brain needed a reset. Thank you, Paxmac. Means a lot. Yeah, no, the bug with Dwarves' skin disappearing has just been in the game for a really long time. From what everything that I can tell, it's just been in the game for forever. I wonder if they ever interrogated the lizardman. Nope. I may need to retire Panda. She's gotten real bad at her job. Everyone needs a brain reset every once in a while. Mine just blue screens constantly. It's a bit of a problem. Well, I mean, so Pandasaurus Rex is the wife of my mayor in this fort, and she is Also the captain of the guard, which definitely, you know, isn't like a conflict of interest or anything. Thank you for the 79 cents, no bro doing. Hey. So I kind of put her in charge of that side of the job because I thought it would be funny. And you know what? Turns out it was kind of funny. I still need to do a throne room for the king. And left your phone in the fridge and the coffee in your hand. Why are you trying to put coffee in the fridge? What'd that poor coffee do wrong that you're going to ruin it by chilling it? Come on, dude. I did that the other day when I got really drunk over the weekend because of people at the bar buying shots for everybody. I woke up and I couldn't find my vape anywhere. I was like, where the fuck did I put my vape? And found it in the fridge. Yep, that checks out. What's up, Rare Candy? It literally took me like 4 hours to find my vape. I spent most of yesterday going like, where the like I thought I'd lost it. And then I found it like next to my milk. I was like, what? Huh. Ice cubes of the future. Yeah. I mean, it'll kill batteries. I think that's a wives' tale that you should keep like batteries in the fridge, isn't it? Like it's a fib of old. Pretty sure that that's not actually like a thing. As in, like, you shouldn't keep batteries in the freezer. I remember my grandmother used to do that. Like, maybe that, like, just was a thing at one point that was good for older types of batteries, but, like, doesn't matter anymore. You never did that? I'm pretty sure that there, like, was some pseudoscience to it at one point, but yeah, it's also... pretty sure it's, like, a non-thing now. Although somebody in the YouTube comments will probably be like, well, you see. This type of battery it works, but this type doesn't. Fortunately, they don't sell that type of battery anymore because, I don't know, it causes brain damage and lung disease by existing near you. Just like, does anybody remember when cell phones were first kind of becoming a common thing that people had, and the statement was, don't put it in your lap because it will sterilize you? Does anybody remember that? That used to be like a major thing they would warn kids about, was like, don't keep your cell phone in your lap. Speaking of like pseudoscience. I wish it did. It's like, would it save me some surgery later? They used to think, yeah, no, I remember my dad used to get all upset with me because I would, like, just have my laptop on my lap when I got a laptop. And he's like, no, don't do that. It'll fucking make your nuts not work. I'm like, but it's called a laptop, Dad. No, you're nuts, Paxmac. That's a personal choice like anything else generic. I probably should get a vasectomy because there's enough shit wrong with me that I don't want to make kids accidentally, and that would honestly just save a couple conversations. Make shit easier going forward, frankly. Plop down more beds. Well, I mean, like, the stuff that's wrong with my eyes is genetic and type 1 diabetes is genetic, right? So that's like two things where it's like, You cannot access Legends mode from your game currently. Not without using DFHack scripts, which will probably crash your game. You have to either have a separate install with a copy of the world or retire your fortress and make a split save and then load up the second save. Like you'll have to split the timeline or copy your save. You always just make a save copy. Yeah. Or you can export Legends and then read them in Legends Viewer because as of the experimental branch, or actually no, as of the last major patch, wasn't it? XML exporting is back in the game. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like, I've told my parents many times. It's like, yeah, no, I'm not having kids. No intention of having kids, for many reasons. But it was kind of funny. For a little while there, me, my little sister, and some other family members were kind of talking about just rooming together, like getting a house together, renting a house together or something. All those plans ended up falling through and about to get hit by an ad. But all those plans ended up falling through, and one of the like final straws for me was when my little sister was like, "Yeah, and if I have kids, you can be my babysitter." And I was like, "Nope, leaving. Nope, not gonna do that. I'm getting the fuck out of here." No, I'm not too concerned with overpopulation. That's not something that's really worrying me currently. I just don't want another life to be cursed with the same problems that I have. Wouldn't wish chronic pain on anybody. All right, let's do that. And I'm out of cabinets. Fuck. Rock cab. Cheers to that. Let's go with the andesite. You don't want to get old to the point where your health becomes detrimental to your kids' well-being. Yeah, I don't know. That part doesn't worry me so much. A migrant has arrived. That's odd. I'm not even at the population cap. Burr, the fish cleaner. Weird. Always deal fairly. I suppose so. Utterly humorless. Just like me. Yeah, no, I think that if I ever end up in a situation where I did want kids, I would try and adopt kids. Although, obviously, that would be up to a potential partner. But for me personally, I know that I don't want some, like, to give you an idea, right? I have coloboma of the retina and the iris in both eyes, which is a visual birth defect at the back of the eyeball, which is unfixable, uncurable, and basically just means your eyes are just going to slowly get worse until they eventually cease functioning altogether, right? And the vast majority of the people who have coloboma of the retina and the iris don't see at all. So I'm already a fucking genetic anomaly that I can see. There's one other person that I'm aware of in BC who has it. There's probably more, but as of the last time I actually paid attention, there was one other person in BC who has it. And she's completely blind. So, like, has no vision instead of just severe visual impairment like me. So the fact that I'm sitting here with severe visual impairment and it's a genetic issue, that's like kind of enough for me. It's like I don't want no, but people should be able to see, and I can't see, and won't be able to see at some point. So. And there's plenty of reasons why it's like I'm kind of envious of people who have kids, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know, don't want to curse a kid with my issues. You want to have kids, but wow, I love doing whatever I want. You want to have kids, but after the wow, I love doing whatever I want, whenever I want. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that doesn't. That's just called being a grown up. Like the wow, I'm gonna do whatever I want whenever I want thing is just that's just being an adult. My heart's in shambles from plenty of women I've seen in the past, so I'm not worried about that anymore. Gotta refill my coffee after that one. I'm like those dwarves who are undead, who just had the description, their heart is mangled. It's like, yep, that's me. Been me for half a decade now. Also, speaking of feeling old, as of August, I've lived in this building for 10 years. I was talking to my neighbors yesterday because, like, we were outside and I had a cup of tea, and one of them was smoking, the other one was drinking, and we were out there talking, and these 4 burly dudes wandered up behind my one neighbor who was just kind of like standing in the middle of the pathway, and he goes, "Excuse me, can you move?" And he goes, "Friends of mine," he goes, "Who are you?" And they go, "Are you in this building?" And they go, "Why does that matter? Who are you?" And they're just like, "We're your security for this building." We're like, "We have security?" Apparently my building has security now. We just have fucking security guards that like wander around outside the building now, which is awesome. Thrilled, great. Why did they hire security but they fucking don't pay for a gardener anymore? This building confuses me. Pro tip, if you learn about a health issue after you have kids, tell them so that they can get checked. Your dad had liver issues and surprise, so do you. Oh, man. And also, I think that works in the opposite direction. Both my sisters, all have pretty bad brain issues. We're all, like, let's just say bipolar disorder runs in the family. I wish my parents would go get checked. I really, really wish that they would. Like, my dad absolutely is, like, super duper hyper-focused ADHD all the goddamn time. Like, if you look at the way my dad works at his job, it is like extraordinarily obvious that my dad is very, 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 very ADHD. But like, you would never admit it, and he'll never get checked, and I kind of wish he would. Priorities, yeah. Priorities. Like his increasingly dodgy hip. Oh, I'm not worried about my dad's physical problems. My dad's fine physically. But I wonder about like the entirety of my extended family after me and my sisters. I used to know this kid named Matt when I was in sports, who was completely and totally utterly convinced that getting old is going to be the greatest thing in the world because he just wants to be old so that he can screw with people. He used to always talk about how he's just like, yeah, I can't wait until like I get early onset dementia, but not like the point where I'm going insane, but like at the point where I could just like fuck with people. I'm like, what do you mean? He goes, yeah, I'm gonna be the guy sitting in the corner of the old folks home accusing everybody of touching my dick. God, fucking asshole. Well, cheers, Calvin. Get off my lawn. Get off my feet! But no. I'm doing all right. Today's been odd. I found a cockroach this morning, and I'm blaming my neighbors. So I was almost late for stream because I literally pulled all of my appliances out and cleaned behind them this morning. Didn't find a single other one, so I'm gonna do the closet tonight. They don't hiss. No, they're just the small ones. Like the really little guys. They're like that big. Only saw one, and he was on my washing machine. So, okay. No, they're not. We don't have the big ones here. Like I'm in British Columbia. It's like we straight up just don't have the big ones here. And it's the first one I've ever seen in this building ever. So, I literally, like, the first thing I did this morning was I texted my landlord. I was like, by the way, I saw a cockroach. And, like, to anybody who's ever been in my apartment, it's extremely fucking clean. Ugh. Surplus. No, bad. You know, I love the fact that your name is Honolulu, right? And then the first thing you say is in Hawaii. It's like, well, checks out. Yep. Username checks out. We have the little ones, but also the big ones that fly. Yeah, to my knowledge, we don't or shouldn't have the big ones here. Don't Google earwig. You do not want to see an earwig. You probably need to get checked. Your brother has autism and is low functioning. You're probably, I mean, everybody's on the spectrum somewhere, right? The human brain is a fucking miracle. Am I using waterfall generators? In this fort? None, actually. No. All of the happy thoughts we have are just from alcohol and fancy tables. Mostly. Fresh clothing and all that jazz. But normally I do, yeah. Nope. That's all I have to say to that.
It's been a while.
Machinery.
Crypt,
Umbra, it's good to see you too. How you been? How's it hanging? We're just Dwarfing over here in the experimental branch. Having a good time, I think. In uniform, let's do it. A uniform refresh. What's new on the experimental branch? People don't believe me unless I show them. That and STL2 graphics acceleration. So everything feels about 1,000 times faster. And also this. Distracted by the games. What you been playing, Umbra? But yeah, there's basic multi-threading in the game now for line of sight code. I have a giant mole. Apparently. I don't know how I got a giant mole, but apparently I have a giant mole. I'm going to construct this cage with the giant mole in it and figure out how I supposedly acquired a giant mole. Never mind, no, I don't have a giant mole. Okay. Maybe it belonged to the trade caravans that are now leaving? I don't even. It's in a cage, which means I should be able to construct it. Oh, there you are. Well, that makes sense. There's giant moles in the caverns, apparently. Let's train this giant mole. Why not? Oh yeah, watched a little bit of Shadows of Doubt. Seems okay. It runs like piss on my computer though. I tried the demo and it ran at like 4 frames a second. So yeah, that's kind of a no-go there. And then I updated my drivers and it ran at about 15. So I kind of have this pet peeve right now against games that are like, oh yeah, no, they've got really simplistic graphics and they theoretically should run on anything, but then they just like cram them super full of completely unnecessary, over the top like flare effects and shit. And then it's like, well, why'd you make a game that looks like it would run on anything that then doesn't because you decided to fill it so full of effects? Why do that? Why not just like, you know, make a game that runs? Because some forts are in very busy, populated parts of a world, and some are in very quiet, dead, isolated parts of a world. It all depends on where you put your fort. It's not even just that it's rough. It seems like some setups, it just runs poorly on. Like, it's not even like the game is rough or anything. It just, from what I can tell, certain setups, the game just runs poorly on. Which, you know, kind of makes sense to a degree. Oh, no, totally. I'm assuming, Surplus, are you talking about Shadows of Doubt, or are you talking about something else? But, yeah, no, Shadows of Doubt will do fine. That game had it's pretty unique, and it did quite well. And the only real complaints I've seen about it are it running like shit on certain systems. Oh, you're talking about Dwarf Fort? Dwarf Fort's in a weird spot right now because they've lost a lot of player base, and most of the complaints that I've seen are just people complaining that the updates are too slow. And it's like, well, hopefully they speed up, because from what I can tell, or from my experience with this game, the updates have always been slow. If anything, they've been faster as of late. So yeah, I'm a little bit worried, to be honest, about this here video game. As much as I love it, I'm a little worried. People need to be more patient. Unfortunately, this is the internet we're talking about, and this is Steam we're talking about, and this is modern game players we're talking about. Patience is, well, they're not patient. I mean, just go read some of the annoyed Steam reviews, you know? I mean, the developers are not really changing the way they're developing the game. But safe keeps, don't you already have a dwarf? You're crazy. Maybe you lost it. Oh, wow. Hold on a second. You're chaining Tame back up. The Goblin got released, and this dwarf goes and chains Tame back up like immediately. That's kind of funny. Maybe I need to... Yeah, I'm going to let Panda retire, I think. Panda, you're a good captain of the guard, but I think we're going to have to try somebody else as captain of the guard for a little bit. But Safekeeps, what kind of dwarf would you like? While I go and build a office for the new captain of the guard. No, no idea. That's a weird anomaly, that goblin. New captain of the guard, please. Well, I mean, currently the available royalty, if you want one, we have a dungeon master, we have a captain of the guard, and we have an outpost liaison, all which need housing currently. Also, I have a mayor that really wants something. What do you want? Amulets. Hold on. You say that like they're going to hire more programmers. They hired a part-time programmer. I don't expect them to hire any more programmers. People always talk about this like there's suddenly, like, the Dwarf Fortress on Steam released on Steam for two reasons, right? It released so that Zach and Tarn can get stable housing, and it released so that they can get stable health insurance. That's it. And give them a retirement fund. So you're now asking two people who just got a $7 million payday, that are both now going to go buy houses, that are putting money into their retirement, to go hire people. A programmer, if you're underpaying them, costs you $100,000 a year to hire full-time. They're going to eat through the 4 million or 6 million they'll have left. Probably not even 6, probably 4 million, 4 or 5 million that they'll have left after taxes this year. So quickly, if they hire 2-3 programmers. So, no. They're not going to hire too many more programmers. They might bring on the occasional contractor. But when people are just like, they're going to hire programmers, they did. It's Putnam. And she works 30 hours a week. So, Dwarf Fortress is not going to suddenly become a big game studio. Right? And Dwarf Fortress also isn't going to have a long tail. Because, yeah, it'll get updates and more people will buy it when it gets big updates. But it's not like RimWorld where they release a $40 DLC, I say 40 because that's how much it costs in Canada, every year, right? They're not going to do that. So they're not going to get big influxes of cash. They release free updates. So unless they suddenly made this game into a cash grab money scheme, like, you know, a Paradox game, they literally wouldn't be able to afford to keep doing what they're doing if they hired a bunch of people. So no, they're not going to hire a bunch of people. But anyway, Safekeeps wants the captain of the guard, so I will give you the captain of the guard. Work after 10 years, think it's damn wonderful that devs make themselves available for talks and questions and feedback and putting them. Wonderful DF community, so longevity may not be so concerned. It's not a flash in the pan, but it's a good game. I don't think Dwarf Fortress is going to get too much bigger. And that's the impetus for this whole conversation. Is I don't think Dwarf Fortress, like, and this is me as the guy who plays way too much of this game. I don't think this game's going to get much bigger than it is right now. I think it's about as big as it's going to get, personally. And that's me being very pessimistic, because that means that all that's really going to happen going forward is community will stabilize and I will eventually dwindle into obscurity. Where the heck is that captain of the guard? Don't ever use training weapons ever for anything. Foul G. That's my advice and comment about training weapons, is don't use training weapons. Say, again, I can't type. Where the heck did you go? God, that is such a frustrating thing to hear, surplus labor. When the UI improves, this is the improved UI. Anyway, she seeks out exciting and adventurous situations and takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance, and generally is moved by art and natural beauty. She is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and she is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this since she values friendship. She can handle stress, and she is slow to anger, and she has a sense of duty, and she tries to do things correctly each time, and she tends to consider what others think of her, and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She tends to hang on to grievances. She tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and she is trusting. Her hands are animated when she's surprised, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. And she dreams of mastering a skill and personally believes that disorder and that chaos and disorder are the truest expressions of life and would disrupt harmony whenever it is found, and hates those who wield power over others, says the cop. Perfect. She sees family and merrymaking as she is put off by family, sees merrymaking as a waste, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. Likes native copper, platinum, morion, and spears. In the words of the style of lace and the sound of the meandering mother, and when possible prefers to consume colon calf, moghopper, and fonio beer, and maize flour, and absolutely hates lizards. They couldn't fail unless you did some stuff to make them, and I couldn't bring yourself to do that, so you spent many hours on them after all, and then you stopped playing. Yeah. And I think that that's the... Surplus. I don't think... So most of the complaints that I see about the UI are one of two things. It's either the old heads who just want the old hotkeys back, which is never going to happen. Flat. Like, that's not going to happen. But it's people who want full keyboard control, which they'll work on and will happen eventually. But I'd be surprised if that happens this year, personally. The second group of people you see complaining about the UI just want search bars and everything. And they want large swaths of the UI to be redone again. Because Dwarf Fortress is very clicky, right? And they complain about things like carpal tunnel menus. I don't think they're going to do another UI overhaul. I don't think they're going to do that. The UI we have right now is the UI we have. Like, yeah, they can add hotkeys for things. They can make things hotkeys bindable, and they can do a few things to remove clicks, and they want things to be alphabetized and searchable. But you're still going to have that carpal tunnel UI. That UI I don't think is going to change too much. So when I see people say, oh, they just need to improve the UI. Bruh, they fucking spent 3 years doing that. And yes, it's bigger than it's ever been before. But that's not what I'm seeing people complaining about. What people complain about at this point is that it's not RimWorld. Because it's not. It's a sandbox. There's no challenge to Dwarf Fortress. There never has been. There never will be. Dwarf Fortress is an extraordinarily easy game. And I've stated this many, many, many times. And I've had people... Yeah, but see, here's the thing, Celesty, right? This is just exactly what I'm stating, right? I don't think this game's going to get much bigger. Maybe I'm just a pessimist, but... Baroness of Steakberries. That sounds like a vampire fortress. Steakberries? Or like a vampire hunter fortress? It's a good name. No, S-T-A-K-E. As in like a wooden stake. I don't think you guys fully understand what I'm trying to say, so I kind of give up here. I love this game. Like, I genuinely do. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you know, I tried. Like, genuinely. At this point, we're basically back down to a handful of new people streaming the game, and the old people who streamed it before release. Vast majority of the new streamers have left. My YouTube channel is back down to where it was before release. views-wise. And all growth has stopped. People that I know who stream have stopped playing this game, not because people don't watch, but because they don't get new traffic anymore. The number of new people checking out the game largely don't go to Twitch for it. The only people who I get now that are new that are checking out the game are coming from my YouTube channel. And raids are done. Like, I don't get raids anymore. I used to, like, during before Steam Dwarf Fortress came out, I would get maybe a dozen raids a month. And during the launch window, I was getting multiple raids per day. And now we're back down to pre-Dwarf Fortress launch, where I'm getting maybe a raid or two every other month. How do you start streaming? You download OBS and you turn it on. That's how you start streaming. Hell yeah, Dan's Labyrinth. But yeah, no, the last month and a half has made me very, very, very pessimistic. You know, I love this game, and I'm gonna keep playing it. I'm gonna keep streaming it. It's gonna continue being the main thing I do. But I have an audience for this game because, you know, without tooting my own horn too much. Are you stuck there? I've got a dwarf that's stuck. Without tooting my own horn a little too much, you know, I bring the developers onto my channel, right? I have direct connections with the people who make this game. And that's why people watch me. But I'm also, I think, kind of an anomaly. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm very pessimistic right now about... Like, the Dwarf Fort... To sneak something that Putnam told me after we finished recording the last conversation we had was... She said, Dwarf Fortress already won. Dwarf Fortress already won. Like, Zach and Tarn have been paid. I doubt they're going to hire up anymore. And the longevity and future of the game is secured because they're good to go for the next, you know, 30 years, pretty much. And that's what they needed. So Dwarf Fortress already won. I think that dwarf climbed down. Wow. Are okay enough? I'm glad that we hit your okay rating. We are okay enough, chat. So I love this game, and I think it'll get another hefty boost when Adventure Mode comes in, because Adventure Mode really ties the room together, right? Adventure Mode is really what makes Dwarf Fortress feel like a game, because you can go from playing Fortress Mode to playing Adventure Mode, back to Fortress Mode, back to Adventure Mode, vice versa, and swap in between, and it gives you a lot more minute-to-minute variety in the game itself. And I think that'll help. But I do think we've kind of peaked. Like, I don't think I'll ever get 3 million views in a month again. I think I got that once, and I don't think that'll ever happen again. And it's not because, like, I'm a bad creator or something, but... You know about me because of Jupiter Health? Fuck yeah, there's always one. I mean, people used to call this game abandonware all the time in my chat. All the time. Fucking constantly. For years, like before Premium was announced and Dwarf Fortress was just a game that got a patch maybe once a year, when I started streaming this game a lot, people would tune in and be like, I thought this was abandonware. Isn't this abandonware? Why are you streaming abandonware? Stop streaming abandonware. This game's vaporware. But no, I think it's this directory is going to be me, Tekid, Sal, RNG, Blue Zest, handful of other people. don't know. So disheartening to hear. It's a game that gets infrequent slow updates, right? But, you know, and if any of you guys have listened to my recent conversation with Zach and Tarn, you know that, like, they're trying to speed the updates up, you know? And I do think that the times, the eras of Dwarf Fortress where we would go months, weeks, days, years, even without a patch, I think those are behind us. Like, I don't think that we're going to have to wait that long between patches ever again. I think, I think that Steam version Fortress mode was like kind of the last era of that, but at the same time, like, you know, you have no idea what that even means. It's, I don't know, it's just another term for abandonware. You say that like it's a new thing, surplus labor. There's been shovelware games and like random crap released a billion times a year for ages now. What's a bubblegum game? Is that like the Lollipop Guild? What the heck's a bubblegum game? But no, go read some of the more well-written negative reviews for Dwarf Fortress, and it's pretty disheartening. It was actually specific vaporware was a promise of software with no product. You can't believe they've turned this into an abandonware equivalent. Yeah, well, there you go. No, it's just gotten easier to notice them. It's just all of the shitty, like, rapidly produced crap games would just show up on, like, Newgrounds before. It's just now it's much cheaper to get games on Steam, so you see them on Steam. So it seems like there's a lot more of them, but it really hasn't increased that much. Yes, but if it never updated again, I would go out of business. I would have to go get a job at a gas station again. That's a weird tour that's happening. I just received an email advertising a tour that's happening at a local, well, sports center, which is fucking headed up by Vanilla Ice and Young MC. The fuck is happening? Why do I want to go see Vanilla Ice all of a sudden? I kind of don't want to see Vanilla Ice. I'm good. What a gangster. Fucking Vanilla Ice, man. You know what I learned recently? Is that Sir Mix-a-Lot broadcasts on shortwave radio. That's what I learned recently. Also, hey, premarital hand-holding. Vanilla Ice has a home improvement show. Like, that's something he still actively does, doesn't he? This channel should be government-funded therapy accessory or something like that? Wait, what? Am I that helpful for people? It's a therapy accessory for me. I don't know about you guys. Also, which government? I'm Canadian, so which government would fund me? Makes door dashing less boring. Man, gig economy sucks, dude. Let's cut that down. We'll build diorite walls. We're just prettying up the front door. That's all that we're doing currently. Oh shit, we were able to figure out who stole that thing. I don't think they ever interrogated that lizardman. Well, I'll go over here, get this set up. Make this into an office. Let's just go with diorite. Oh, that's good. In regards to Vanilla Ice getting busted for stealing from somebody, that's funny. The strangest like one-hit wonder rapper story that's been happening over the last few years is all the stuff that's happened with Afro Man and like his house getting like searched by cops to try and find drugs and other things supposedly, to which he had none, and then he released all of the security camera footage of them searching his home throughout multiple music videos mocking the cops, which I kind of respect, actually. And he's like in multiple lawsuits now because, or it got sued by, from multiple directions by cops. A vile force of darkness has arrived, and it's a bunch of necromancer creatures. It kind of is awesome, yeah. Like, huge respect for the guy. Or payment on the property. Really? Well, that's awful, Ben. Yep, trooping. Although, honestly, I Made It might be one of my favorite songs I've heard in years. If you've never heard I Made It by Afro Man, just go look up I Made It. It's one of the most uplifting, lovely little songs ever. All right, so a vile force of darkness has arrived. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is this. Just gonna go turn on the burrow, don't mind me, and shut the front door. And let's make sure that everybody's assigned. Let's see what we're up against. Kind of a small looking attack though. So this might just be a necromancer raid. Yeah, it kind of seems like it. So these are three-eyed humanoids with a pair of squat antennae, charcoal skins, sleek and smooth. This night creature was first created by the human necromancer Uthros, who I think we killed, in Orestrokes, the local necromancer tower, after horrible experiments on the goblin Atu in Mark Tours in the year 280, the year we started this fortress. So I'm pretty sure we've killed this necromancer already, which means there's a bunch of necromancers booking it across the fort area. I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't know if they ever repaired it, Afroman's door and gate. Speaking of Afroman, since this topic came up, Afroman single-handedly has the best Christmas album ever written, and you can not change my mind about this because the opening track is called Deck My Balls. Anyway, we're just gonna follow this guy. See where this ends up. It's perfect. It's wonderful. It is one of the greatest Christmas songs ever. Uh-oh. This Baron seems to be stuck outside. You know, actually, I'm just going to open this gate again, because otherwise we're going to lose a bunch of people. Actually, maybe I... We're gonna keep this closed, actually. They're going for my corpse stockpile, is what they're going for. Anyway, if you want to laugh, go look up Deck My Balls. It's wonderful. Alright, so we're just following these dudes. It's unfortunate that we didn't get like a full necromancy siege, because those are epic when you just have like 50 forgotten beast looking motherfuckers walking across your map. You gotta leave now. We'll see you later, troopin'. I mean, you know I'll be here. Uh-oh. Snatcher? Really? Hold on, what? Hold on, what is the Snatcher? Oh, interesting. This is the Snatcher. Okay, so these guys are from a Goblin faction. These necromancer creatures have joined a Goblin. Okay, so I'm gonna throw out a big ass theory here for a second. I think what's happening here is I've decimated that tower pretty heavily. Do you think the goblins are snatching necromancer creatures that are left? How old are these? 229 years old. That is interesting. What's on the experimental branch? Multi-threading is on the experimental branch. No, necromancers are on, have joined the goblins. What, about my uncertainty with this game, or what? Packsmack. The multi-threading is for line of sight code. And I haven't had any major issues with it. That's 1. 2, that's 3. Need you to get through. Oh, the Afroman song? Yeah. I made it. I made it. It's wonderful. Wow, they're like invisible. They're so dark. Look at that. Like, you can't see them. It's funny. They naturally blend in with the obsidian. But yeah, no, I unironically love Afroman. His music is great. And I'm not much of a hip-hop dude. Yeah, they're very much camouflaged. Kind of funny. Cheers, Wally. Thanks for all the support and keeping the subs alive and keeping the Patreon up. Jesus, did I just crush like 2 of them in that? Oops. You see some have it by climbing. As for how do you make them climb, good luck. Oh no. This Baron is in here. All right, actually, there's too many dwarves still in this thing. Shit. Okay. I am going to just lower this drawbridge and send my military in, and we'll just kill them. Because I am not really a huge fan of the idea of torching my own dwarves. Turns out there's actually kind of a few of them. In fact, we're about to lose one. All right, let's see what happens here. We've got this Zark Muckerberg is the lizard man warlord is now running away and seems to be having a rough time of it. Not much of a warlord, I say. More like Zark Pincushionberg now. The Doran, the Baron of Mistlands, is also about to have a rough time of things. We're still waiting for the gate to open. Sorry, Doran. Yeah, about that. I didn't mean it. How about you? Oh, you're from Spear Number. You should also run away. Okay. The gates are open, so I can bring the dwarves up. Here comes the military. They are still turning that dwarf into a pincushion. Yes, but also there was a point there, surplus labor, where it became almost free to release a game. So Dumont, being the rightful heir, has inherited the position of Baroness of Mistlands. So I now have another Baron. A fort. Well, we killed a Snatcher. So I love how as these barons die, I'm just going to acquire more barons. That's actually kind of hysterical. Okay, well, my dwarves come piling through, and they're fighting with those necromancer creatures. We seem to be doing quite well. They seem to be dying quite quickly. That part is a positive. We're going to follow our newest militia captain, who's very bad at everything. We'll follow Kogan, the sword master. Kogan judged canyons, specifically, who's, killed that one dwarf several times. But yeah, no, in 2014, to get a game on Steam, you had to have a publisher with a Steam publishing account. Now you just pay them $100. So I understand, like, the differences in those stats that you're sharing, but they're not exactly relevant. It's like, yes, games, it's more obvious how many games come out each year, but like the amount of shovelware hasn't really changed that much. It's largely the same or comparable to what it was previously. The difference is it's now a lot more obvious. Yeah, no, then there was Greenlight, where the only games that got on Steam was stuff that 4chan decided to vote for. And then after the Greenlight era, we moved on to, the current era, where you just pay $100 and your game's on Steam. Combine that also with, like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Combine that also with just, like, Unity becoming more accessible, Godot becoming more accessible. You forgot about Greenlight? Most people did. The era of games like Paranautical Activity not being allowed on Steam, and then it getting on Steam, and then the developer saying that he was going to kill Gabe Newell. Does anybody remember that? The developer of Paranautical Activity saying he was going to kill Gabe Newell because it took so long for his game to get on Steam. After he got his game on Steam. And then they took his game off Steam again. I think that game's back on... That game is on Steam, I think. I think like a different company bought it. Nah. Yeah, no, it is on Steam. This thing. Because somebody else bought it. They, this publisher bought the rights to it or whatever. Domino was recent, though. Like, recent. Yeah, Domina is a weird shtick. What's weird about Domina for me is I used to hang out in a chat room that the developer of that game, Big Nick, used to hang out in. Like he is a member of my friend's stream community, basically. All right, let's finish up these bedrooms. Go up to here, maybe? Yeah. I mean, like the actual Galaxy Brain plays, if you're actually a terrible person, block, not black, that's what I'm looking for. If you're a terrible person and you have terrible views, sell your game to a different person before you start to air your views publicly. Otherwise, don't be surprised when people who disagree with you don't want to buy your product. Because like it's amazing how many like people, you know, have a runaway hit, suddenly like come out as a terrible person, and then act all shocked when people decide, man, I don't want to support this person. It's like, well, you're directly damaging my like life and my beliefs with yours. So, you know, there's directed harassment, and that's a thing. Yeah, see, Notch was a smart idiot. Smart idiot? A smidiot. He sold his game before he like aired his opinions publicly. Days Gone dev? I know nothing about Days Gone. I know that it exists and it underperformed for Sony. That's about it. Huh, well, I feel like I'd need to look that up, but that seems kind of wild. Cause woke agenda? You know, I never fully understood, like, the hatred of the word woke. Like, it just means aware. I love that the world that we live in right now thinks that being aware is a bad thing. Like, there's something just kind of weirdly, like, hysterical to me about that. That will never stop being weirdly hysterical. It's like, that's the term you use. Don't be aware that what the fuck are we supposed to be? I mean, I know what the term has been used for, Citrix, but that's not the point. The strict definition of the word woke is just aware. That's it. Like that is the like dictionary definition of the word. It's kind of baffling. But I have plenty of baffling in this room, so I guess I shouldn't be that baffled. You're going to bed before Blind gets canceled? What am I doing to get canceled? I haven't said anything problematic in the last 10 minutes, I don't think. If I have, please tell me. Jeez. But good night, Diamond. You as well, dude. I mean, I know what the word means. I just don't know what happened, so I'm not gonna go start throwing somebody under the bus, having not read anything about this or having any idea of what happened. Surplus labor. So I need to do my own research before I agree. But you're probably not wrong. I'm not discounting what you're saying. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, but I'm not going to go start condemning people if I haven't done my own reading. I like to be educated on the things that I discount. Like, you know. Okay, no, I'm well aware of the phenomenon. I know what those words mean. I don't know what this particular person said. However, claiming that your game failed because people are aware is kind of hysterical. Although I will say this, Days Gone was made by a lot of people, so if one nitwit's going around saying that the game didn't do well because people are woke, then that's just one nitwit. I wouldn't, like, you know, dive bomb the entire studio because one person's a douche on the internets, which tends to happen. Well, yeah, that's something I'm researched on, Phallogy. But Yanako, thank you very much for the 5th month. Welcome back. We're trying to get the rest of these dwarves bedroomed up. Front half of this is going to be an office. Back half of this is going to be a dining room. These are both going to be assigned to the captain of the guard. Oh, is that why my view count went to 0 for a minute? I haven't even dropped a single frame, so. Maybe I said the word woke too many times loudly and Twitch is concerned. Twitch is like, oh, he said woke 5 times in 10 minutes. Shut him down. Yeah, no, it's just Twitch being fucky, probably. My view count did go to 0 for a few seconds. It's like the term social justice warrior. It's like people don't consider the actual meaning of what's being said. Yeah? Yeah. I really want to just talk about Canadian politics right now, but I'm sure people will get annoyed. The feds have no jurisdiction in Canada, though. Surplus. I always tell people this, and they don't seem to believe me, but it's true. Last year, or maybe the year before even, me and a friend, we were going camping. And while we were on our way to go to the place that we were going to go camping, we were catching a bus, there was a trucker convoy protest. And, you know, they're doing their things. It was peaceful. It was fine. But we're walking past the, like, bunch of guys in their trucks, and they're honking, and they're doing all the stuff that they do. They're shouting, fuck Trudeau, and all that crap, because this is Canada. And at the very end of it, there was a LGBTQ rights counter-protest. And they were all holding signs. And they were, like, at the end, like, they were pointing in the other direction, blocking them with their own signs. But their signs all said, we also want to fuck Trudeau. The hardest fucking belly laugh I've ever had seeing a protest. It was so goddamn funny. I like it when people can protest and counter-protest with a sense of humor. I need blocks. Blocks. Granite? Do I have enough? 130 I need? Yeah, we can do it. And this whole conversation has just made me think of that. Oh, yeah, no, actually, there was a guy, this popped up a couple days ago. It was all over the news, stores opening that sells cocaine. And there was a guy that was selling cocaine, hallucinogenics, heroin, weed, allegedly legally, or so he claimed, And he managed to open up an actual fucking storefront for like 4 days before the police shut him down. That was like here, like where I live. That was just a few days ago. Yeah, that just happened. Yeah, no. Well, the funny thing is like, it is legal to sell psychedelics here. So I don't know exactly how he got the business licenses to own it, but when I heard that he was selling cocaine and heroin, there was a part of me that was like, man, I should go to that store. I was like, I also don't want to get arrested, so I wanted to just walk in there and take a photo out of bloody curiosity, but because I know exactly where that was. Glimpse of the future? Maybe. I don't know. I'm pretty heavily on the side of legalize all drugs, so. No, I mean, well, I'm pretty sure possession of, like, cocaine is still, like, a major misdemeanor, but, like, you're not going to go to prison if you have, like, a personal amount of cocaine in your pocket. But, yeah, I don't know. It was just, it was, like, you can legally sell mushrooms. Like, we've had stores here for ages that sell, like, large numbers of psychedelics legally. But, yeah, that someone was pushing the envelope there, shall we say. Oh, no, absolutely, it's the better approach. But it was just very funny when that happened. I don't know. Canada, it's like a lot of our politics just seem kind of quaint compared to the States. But at the same time, like, the drugstore pop-up. Yeah. Well, I mean, it was just brought up in chat a minute ago. And not like drugstore as in, like, you go get your prescriptions. Like, drugstore as in, like, they sell you the hard stuff. I'm making another barracks over here. So I need a third barracks. Yeah, that's wild to me. Like the number of people I know right now in the States that are... Also, to anybody watching this stream who's just here specifically for gameplay, feel free to just, like, throw video game or Dwarf Fortress related questions at me or talk about the game, and I will shift subjects. I just talk about whatever chat's talking about. So if we're all just kind of talking about this shit, I just get stuck in this rut. But I like talking about this kind of stuff, so I personally don't care, but I know some people don't. Anyway, I know so many people right now in the US that are supplementing their ADHD meds because of the fucking Adderall shortage. With, like, THC. I played Mountain Blade Warband, or blah. I played about 5,000 hours of the original Mountain Blade. I actually have a hard copy on disc somewhere. Pour lava on it, or build a floor over it and deconstruct the floor. Those are the two ways to get rid of mud. Or walls. You could build walls over top of it. I think a drawbridge works too. It might not. Used to. But, yeah, I know so many people that are supplementing their ADHD meds with, like, THC, you know? Pour lava over your Mountain Blade CD? No, that's how you get rid of mud. You pour lava on it. Or build a floor on it and deconstruct it. No, I have a original Mountain Blade CD somewhere in this apartment. I played, the original Mountain Blade for thousands of hours, probably, but I don't have any of those hours tracked because, as I said, I had a hard copy on a CD, which was actually published by Paradox, of all things. Like, they published the hard copy, which is very odd. I never played Warband or Fire and Sword or any of those, and I played a little bit of Bannerlord and kind of bounced off of it pretty hard. Yeah, Mountain Blade for me was, I think, I lost a summer and a half to that game, I would say. Like, I use cannabis, right? And I use cannabis pretty frequently. I'm not one of those people who will tell you that it's a cure to all drugs, because it's certainly fucking ain't. But, like, it sure helps. It's not like this wonder drug that just fixes everything. It has its own problems. Has a myriad of issues that come along with it, but like it's a hell of a lot better than, you know, taking amphetamines. It's like I was talking to my mom about this, and because my little sister's on some pretty crazy meds. Same with my older sister, and like my older sister's recently been prescribed Adderall for her ADHD, and my mom was asking me if like I would consider going on meds for what's wrong with my brain, and my response was like, I don't really want to be on like light amphetamines. And she's like, I'm sorry, what? I'm like, those literally, like, look at the ingredients of those. They're literally all just amphetamines. I would rather just smoke weed when I feel manic. But, you know. Live in Michigan. It's basically decriminalized here. It's highly regulated when it comes to selling at a storefront. You don't think you need a card to buy from the store? Could be wrong, though. Yeah. Totally. Yeah, Sombre. Usually just gives you an anxiety attack. You need lower THC then. No cancellation for me today, but you're off to bed now. We'll see you later, Lucky Soft. I like to think I'm pretty good at not getting canceled. I've streamed for a very long time and generally don't have problematic opinions from what I can tell. Well, actually, maybe if you're like a conservative Christian, you might not like all of my opinions, but... Okay. Need weapon racks. Let's actually do 20 of these. We need the rest for the royals. But all you get is mud in your tavern? Did you put statues underneath the holes? Because if dwarves collide with the water as it falls, it turns into mud. I once had somebody tell me that I should just be a just chatting streamer because I'm interesting enough to talk to. Oh God, I'm demanding large gems. I'm an asshole. Okay, well I guess we'll start cutting gems then. But I once had somebody say that I should just be a just chatting streamer because I'm more entertaining as a just chatting streamer than I am as a gaming streamer, which I don't know. I kind of don't know if I should be sad about that or not, but. Oh yeah, no, it absolutely does that. Yeah, the load screen is so much faster on experimental, or the main menu launch screen is so much faster. You don't, Lennox. You don't. Well, I mean, this is why some people download my streams and stuff and use them as a podcast. Yannico, that's like one of my favorite stories that I've ever been told is a longtime viewer who goes out on submarine tours, who downloads 6 months of my VODs at a time, doesn't watch my streams, doesn't watch the YouTube videos from what I can tell, used to watch my streams years ago, but whenever he goes out on a submarine, he downloads 6 months of VODs. Hunter has been missing for a week? Beg your friggin' pardon? Somebody must have gotten lavaed. I'd lava to know what happened to you. Sarvesh Flykod. I have slabs. Should. Sweet. You're listening to episode 2 of this series while cooking today? Cheers. You know, episode 1 of this series made me about $50 in ad revenue. Yeah, the main menu just kind of has uncapped frame rate in this branch. One thing that I thought was kind of funny was Putnam mentioned somewhere that they've made sure that it's not going to fry anybody's graphics card. It's like, good. That would be bad. Four statues, one under each hole. And it's just putting mud. I mean, you're going to get mud in your tavern regardless. Like, if you're using misgens, there will be mud around. But, like, I'm assuming that... Because as long as it's picking up the water and the water's still spinning in circles, it's working. But you will get some mud on the ground eventually. And also, if the temperature is really high, it can also evaporate, which is fun. Like, it's not a perfect system. You're going to have to do some maintenance on it. So about 40% of my revenue comes from YouTube Premium for the VODs. Because the $10 a month that you pay, or whatever, a portion of that, I think it's like 40% of it, gets distributed amongst YouTube videos that you watch based on watch time. The pumps aren't picking it up. Are the pumps? I'm assuming the pumps are powered. I'm still like working on like diagnosing what's wrong here. So what should happen is the pumps should be powered, right? And they need to be powered simultaneously. And if the power fluctuates or stops at any point, you'll lose the water. Thanks for the $1. Cheers, friend. That's the first $1 from a bit in an hour and 40 minutes. Actually, more than that. The last bits was 79 cents. When was the last bits of that value? 3 hours ago. Thank you. They are turning. I kind of just want you to take a screenshot of it. Because I'm kind of curious as to what this setup looks like. What are you doing, Goblin Mercenary? Swedish, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. Cheers. Shark Jumping Walrus wants me to read the last Discord word story, so let me open that up. Kit Fox is asking me about my t-shirt size. Sus. Shots fired at the goblins in times long ago. Every 60 seconds, a minute passes. Coherency is astounding. Now, how do I write potato on papyrus? False promises, exaggerated graveyards, wandering aimlessly, trying to... Caught up. And, Umbra, what kind of dwarf would you like? Very much sentence meta. Join the Discord and go to the Add a Word Stories room to provide your own addition to the sentence meta. Any bearded military dwarves? Somewhere, yes. I just gotta find one. That's Rolf. The problem is I have several squads. Not all training either. Here, I'll give you Mang the Wrestler. I missed an A. Umbra becomes completely helpless in stressful situations, very rarely develops negative feelings towards things, and desires little for himself in the way of possessions. I can read. He acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and he is trusting, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He wishes this were not the case, as he considers altruism foolish. He is slow to anger, and he occasionally overindulges, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to spread his natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of raising a family, sees the whole pursuit of art as silly, and he values a harmonious existence and respects the law, considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless, and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and believes that it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes gold-barreled chipmunk leather and bolts and shields and figurines and coins and long-fin mako sharks for their speed, and the sound of the gloss of smiling, and when possible, prefers to consume ocean sunfish and shad, and carambola wine and naff seed oil. And he hates large roaches. Me too. He was once a thin frame, now bearing enormous thick layers of fat. He has his sunken round jade eyes are very wide set. He has a deeply recessed broad chin. His medium length beard is neatly combed. His sideburns are clean shaven. His medium length mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is neatly combed, and his hair is black, and his skin is tan, and his nose is somewhat short. Yeah, you like carambola wine. Yeah. Double braided mustache, yes. Arranged in double braids. Ral, would you be okay in the military? Dreams of mastering a skill. Welcome to the military. Also put that spear dwarf in there. Legendary hammer dwarf, damn right. Legendary mace dwarf. Oh, and his wife's in the military too. Well, that checks out. Hit like, no, not F12, if you're on Steam. F11 makes the game full screen. Oh, I've got an artifact, which I totally missed. A weaponsmith has claimed a magma forge. Copper bars, silver nuggets, fungi wood, rough rose quartzites, and surprised they didn't use steel. But screen grab, Discord. If you want it, you can either join the Discord or check it up on Imager, one of the two.
Dwarfing smiley face.
Gamel Camel, thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back. I just received a screenshot from the developer of Path of Acra. That's funny. It's the weed number. Ah, there's our artifact dwarf. We've got Vakor, the weaponsmith. Speaking of games that are doing well, Path of Acra is doing quite well. It's got 134 concurrent players right now, which is pretty good. Had like 150 all-time peak, which is better than many roguelikes ever achieve. So, game's doing well. It's good to see. Never seem to have a surplus of seeds. You disabled them. You think, what do you need to make more? Grow more plants. Brewing stuff, processing stuff. Makes more plants. I have so many seeds most of the time that I have to cook seeds specifically to get rid of them. Works secretly. There we go. So copper, silver, fungi wood, rough rose, quartz, diorite blocks, galena, pigtail cloth, blue peafowl, and they've begun a mysterious construction. You like summon builds? Just stand still and wait. I will also say to anybody who's interested in Path of Acra, this morning I uploaded a video to my YouTube channel, which is a edited version. I edited it myself of the interview that I put up with the developer of that game, which we recorded live here on Twitch last week. So if you missed that, or if you want to hear him talk about his game and how he came from making Warcraft mods, or Warcraft maps, I suppose. It's actually kind of funny. The first time I talked to him, before, like, maybe a year ago now, he introduced himself and said, "I'm making the game, Path of Acra." Like he had to catch himself from saying map. But yeah, if you like interviews like that, share them around, tell the people about them, leave it a like and a comment. No, the part where I'm in the void went up separately as its own VOD. But yeah, no, it's underperforming badly on my YouTube channel too, which is a shame. Oh well. It's getting a lot of likes, but it's down to like 25 views an hour already, which means it's probably not even gonna hit 1,000 views. Just people aren't watching it. Your last win was a build that cleared levels just by entering them. Good times, yeah. It's a good game. Fun game. Fun game. And that's causing mud to be spread, yeah? Because I'm seeing like this one tile of mud like right here. I'm assuming you're dumping directly onto one of the statues with buckets, right? You're just manually deleting a bunch of SQL view. Well, I mean... Huh. I mean, you don't really need it. Your dwarves are super happy, but... I mean, assuming the gears are spinning because it says that they're powered. Yeah, I don't know. That's... I mean, it should just work at that point. But Fern and Drat, what's up? Yeah, I don't know. I don't see anything immediately wrong with that, which is odd. That's a wood floor? Okay. Yeah, then I don't know. You've kind of stumped me. I think the only thing I can really come to is maybe your map is just too hot, but that doesn't usually happen. By that I mean just it's too hot and the water evaporates most of the time. Dwarves weirdness. I wonder, try turning off temperature and see if it works then. It's just a theory for me. Like if you go into your game settings and you disable temperature calculations. Well, specifically temperature, not the whole game. Krelby. I'm just kind of curious at this point about what'll happen if they turn off temperature. It's a volcano, but not near it. Well, it's an artifact copper battle axe. Vakar, the weaponsmith, has created Kolgim, a copper battle axe, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Eusteth Whip Clasp. I love a good whip clasp, if you know what I'm saying. The copper battle axe Craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with brillet cut rose quartzites and cushion galena cabochons and decorated with fungi wood and encircled with bands of pigtail and blue peafowl leather. This object menaces with spikes of copper and native silver and diorite. Simple but effective, and I like it. I really, really, really like it. I don't call anything a game theory. I don't own the rights to call a thing a game theory. It's a very fancy axe, yeah. We'll go in the library. Unless somebody's currently hauling it, which I think they currently are. Well, someone's currently hauling it. We'll just wait until it's done being hauled. What, the Fine Brothers? All that jazz. Good times. You're winning all of the tickets today, Paul. All the tickets. Let's see if they hold that to its destination just yet. There it is. Kolgim. All right, so they're training right there. All this stuff here is being placed. Let's throw some doors in. Let's throw some beds in. You're going to retry your volcano fort. Your current one is the problem of no water. First cavern layer is Z-. Wow. I mean, Yeah, no, that's kind of a far distance to have to go to get to water. Definitely a bit of a distance. All right, we still have a good number of dwarves that need spaces to live. Volcano forts are a lot of fun, but they can also be a bit easy mode, in my opinion. It can be way too easy to survive in them. If you know what you're doing. So to be clear, it's not lifting the water back. Okay, so in order to... Okay, actually, hold on a second. How many of 7 water is in that puddle? How many of 7? Is it 1 of 7? Or is it 2 of 7? It won't pick it up unless it's at least 2 of 7. So you need at least 2 buckets of water for them to pick it back up. They should pick it... It should pick it back up the second that hits 2 of 7. You'll get a wet statue initially. But wait for the second bucket to show up. Okay, wait for them to put a second bucket in there. It takes a couple buckets. That's probably your problem. There's so many forbidden floors. You seem to have a queen now. Yay! Grand celebrations all around for the dwarves. Because having a queen is clearly a good reason to celebrate. As if the dwarves need one. They'll always find some reason. Gonna need more gold statues, I think. Still have to make the king a throne room, too. I've been too busy just making this into one, like, super condensed, busy fort. Patience was the key thing. Yeah, I kind of figured you'd waited long. Like, I did, that one thing didn't roll over in my brain because I was like, you're probably waiting long enough, right? But, happy to help. But yeah, you'll need to, clean around the statue. You could probably turn temperature back on, by the way. Sorry for over-engineering the problem, but it's better to overthink it than to underthink it and not find the solution and assume it's broken. We always need more gold statues? True. You're glad you woke up early enough to hop on? What time is it for you? Are you in, like, Australia or something? I know Aussies have a hard time watching my streams sometimes. Also, Evan OPQ, I'm doing all right. Sorry for taking so long to say hello, but doing okay. Today's been all right. Bit nihilistic, but, you know, getting by. No levels of nihilism outside of the norm, so generally okay. Oh, I gotcha. I mean, you said earlier I was like kind of under the assumption that you meant like, you know, Australia or something. Was the temp problem with misgens? You missed the last bit? No. No, they just weren't waiting long enough. In order for the misgens to work, they need 2 of 7 water to be in them, and they were only waiting for 1 bucket. So when the second bucket, they weren't waiting long enough for a second bucket to show up. Because you need 2 buckets of water to get up to 2 of 7. And if you only wait for 1, that's not enough. No, not really. Lava mist is a thing, but it works differently than water mist. Also, good luck getting a bucket of lava into a mist generator. You can make them, though, if you want to just shower your enemies in lava mist. But it uses minecarts. It's a music stutter. What the fuck was that? Works overnight, sleeps the same. When I worked night shift, the only sleeping schedule that really worked for me was I would get home from work at 6. I would go to bed at about 9 or 10 in the minute. Or I'd go to bed by about 10 a.m. and I'd wake up at about 2 p.m. When I worked super early mornings, because there was a bit there I worked 4 a.m., 4 to 2. I can't even remember the hours. And I was waking up I had to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning to go to work. Because that was back when I worked with my dad. My dad would drive me to work. What I would do is I would go to bed as soon as I got home from work at like 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, go straight to bed, and then I'd wake up at like 11 o'clock at night. And then play games until 3 o'clock in the morning. And I didn't tell my dad I was doing that until like this past year. I was like, by the way, when I was working for you, I was going to bed right when I got home. And like waking up like 6 hours before it was time to go to work, and he just like gave me this look like, oh my god, really? He just kind of shook his head. That's the shift that I was that's what I was doing, because it's like it was the only way I would be able to function at that job. It was either that or I just wouldn't sleep, which isn't really an option, right? You were up 6 hours before work? Yeah. I am eternally grateful that I get to do this job. Even though some months are slow, and I fear that I'm not going to have this job in 3 months. I feel significantly more stable in this job than I have in any corporate job I've ever had. Keeping a normal sleep schedule is hard enough. Hell, it takes you a week to adjust to daylight savings time. Yep. My general strat for daylight savings is just get really, really, really drunk the night before and then sleep through it, and then you don't even notice that it happened. Like, I've done this accidentally a couple of times where, like, I will just get really drunk on a Sunday or something and then wake up the next day and it'll be like, man, I slept for a really long time. I'm like, man, I feel like I didn't sleep at all. And then, like, I won't even notice that it was daylight savings. And then, like, 4 days later, I'll read something that's like, oh, yeah, daylight savings happened. It'll be like, oh, huh, okay. Your liver would be pissed. Yeah, I mean, it's not a healthy way of doing it, but To be honest, it's how I've tolerated the last few. You go to sleep based on whenever the new time is? Yeah. Oh, it's absolutely pointless. I hate it. I hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it. I used to love it once a year when I worked nights because I used to work nights on Sundays, like 10 p.m. till 6 a.m. shift. And when I worked that shift, there was a good few times where I had to work over daylight savings, and they would just cut my shift by an hour and pay me an extra hour. And then when they added an extra hour, I would just work an extra hour and get an hour of overtime. So I actually kind of liked it when I worked nights. But it is very pointless. I can confirm it is very, 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 very pointless. Everything I've ever read about daylight savings, and like there's conflicting reports about this, and I've had some people tell me that I'm wrong on this, but to my knowledge, daylight savings was invented during World War II. And it was like we want people to have their lights off when it's dark so that bombers don't see houses. Is everything that I've read about it, but supposedly that's not totally accurate. I do know that the popularization of stop signs was due to World War II. Was it World War One? Same thing. Large bullshit, loss of life, didn't have to happen. The sequel versus the original. Remakes are never as good anyway. What if there was a Blind 2? Honestly, if Blind 2 had a working pancreas, I would envy Blind 2. Blind 2, genetically upgraded edition. Slightly less fucked. Blacksmith's been missing for a week. Did you kill my blacksmith? Odd. Death, it seems that way, yeah. Well, I'm going to make 2 bigger, nicer bedrooms up here. These are going to be for the outpost liaison. And that noble that needs a bedroom. Due to the amount of candles being burned, there's the ones and came modern daylight savings. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. The only thing it saves is like my anxiety levels. That's about it. It makes them go up. As if I need higher anxiety. Oh, by the way, merchandise goes on sale for Dwarf Fort on the 16th. For those of you who, that's a cool little GIF. Me like, I don't know who did this, but this is good. Big fan. Look at this. Ding. It actually has a release date now. You can go get notified. Maybe that's why they're asking me what my shirt size is. As a kid, they told us because of increasing natural lighting for rural farmers. I've heard that too. That's what they told us here too. Someone got unlived. Unlifed, I suppose. That's also the second Sarvish that's gone missing. Sarvish, Ficod, and Dings went missing, and now Sarvish Zimshickle has gone missing. Okay, so don't name your kid Sarvish in this fort. It's a bad name. Yeah, I don't know, but that was definitely a common one. I definitely heard that growing up, which is also very much not true. As far as I can tell, all daylight savings really does is it makes my parents' cat really mad that he's not getting fed at the same time anymore. That's all it really does. It just pisses off my parents' surly old man cat. It is certainly, like, you know, interesting seeing how... Is it fair to call it propaganda? Like, how the propaganda around such a silly thing like daylight savings has changed over the years, because it has. Definitely pissed off your previous roommates' cats, too. Cats are so specific about what time they get fed. So, like, the second you're just like, yeah, we're gonna feed you an hour later, cat's like, fuck you, man. It's lunchtime, you doofus. Feed me, you stupid human. I don't like that. They're not fans. You had a necromancer's creation, I have a functional building destroyer that hit you yesterday. Really? Apparently ogres can rip up buildings right now. It's like just forgotten beasts and demons that can't, for some reason. And I don't know if any of you guys watched the stream that Tarn was on yesterday, where Zach and Tarn were with Sal on the Kitfox channel yesterday. But Tarn mentioned it and said that, yeah, no, we need to put that back in at some point. And Sal said that she has just been assuming that they still can, even though she knows they can't, just so that she doesn't get used to it. Then there's me, where it's like, nah, I'm gonna abuse that as long as it lasts. Damn it. Your front doors stopped existing? Yep. Wait until a dragon burns down your drawbridges. Imagine if cats ordered mandates. I'm sure someone could make a mod for that. Just make all the cats nobles. Wait. No, don't do that. I mean, maybe do that. It would be kind of hysterical. Someone should release that as a mod, though. Make all cats nobles and give them demands. Magnificent Mitch. Thank you very much for the raid. What are you up to today? Hello, Kubi Dev. Welcome to the channel. I don't know if do I have any mods lurking around? Can I get a shout out for lovely raiders? Bringing some friends over. We were just talking about how great it would be if all cats were nobles. Also, Claiborne's raiding me. Hello, Claiborne. I guess I don't have any mods. I'll have to do the thing myself. Just start Disco Elysium. Good old-fashioned Disco Elysium. Well, hell yeah. Very good video game. I gave a copy of that to my sister for Christmas the year it came out. Her and her husband played through it like 5 times or something. And Claiborne, hello. How goes the fort? Pretty great. I accidentally let a bunch of necromancer experiments eat a baron that's been living here, and so then one of my dwarves became a baron. So I now have an extra baron on top of the monarch, the duchy, and now I also have a baron. So you know, it's... Yeah, I've been you know, honestly, I think at this point, Disco Elysium might just be like one of those. If I had a year of free time where I didn't have to do anything else and I could just play video games and no new games would come out, I might sit down and play through Disco Elysium. But I don't know if it's ever going to happen at this point. Unless somehow I suddenly get the courage to stream that game, but which I don't know if I ever will. Wait, did you die by looking at yourself in the mirror or whatever? Because I know there's a way to like kill yourself at the very beginning of that game. Just failed too many checks? That's funny. So many nobles? Nah, it's not that many. I had 14 once. So, yeah, no, it's not that bad. But no, this fortress itself is extraordinarily wealthy, so it makes sense that we have so many nobles. I'm sorry, what is that? Is that a murder victim? Hold up. No. No, it's just a bismuth bronze great axe. I thought that was a corpse a little further away. Jam Jalopy, thanks for the 10-pack of subs. You, like, just doubled today's revenue. That's not totally true. We got a 5-pack earlier, but, like, that's like a third of my revenue today. Thank you much. Cheers, dude. Hey, Casual Elephant. Almost every single one of those are, like, resubs, too. Burr back at ya. Nope, it's early spring. We're only 60 away from crawling back up to 1,000 again. That's my current fingers crossed goal. Of numbers to hit. Oh God, you've been stuck on a train for like 10 hours? Man, might I recommend some podcasts? Podcasts are a good way to get through things like that. I mean, I have a podcast, but I'm not on every episode. I just edit the majority of them. So when there's editing errors, you can yell at me, which is not uncommon. So, Ulfsire keeps DMing me behind the scenes, right? Developer of Path of Acra. And I sent him a message a couple minutes ago stating that, like, yo, you know, you were the top 500 sellers on Steam for a bit. And he goes, I'll just settle with being placed next to other famous roguelikes such as Jedi Survivor. Is Jedi Survivor tagged as a roguelike on Steam? Hold the phone. Oh, well, it's also tagged as hentai, so. Well, I guess it's not currently, but why is it tagged as hentai? Can someone explain to me why this video game has the hentai tag? Steam tags, very legitimate. Metroidvania is not a bad classification for that game because it does have a lot of like ability-based backtracking where you go back to other areas once you have certain skills. So that's not the worst identifier. It's at least more accurate than like hentai. Too many tags? Yeah. To Steam users, I suppose. Then again, wasn't like Dark Souls a psychological horror dating simulator for a bit there? Yeah, no, those games are very backtracking. Like, go get ability, go back to this area, backtracking heavy. I think I might be out of wood. Nope, not out of wood. Why aren't you making beds? Maybe it's because I made all the ones that I queued up. Yep. I mean, if your chest is ahead, then wouldn't your torso be kind of flipped? D-Toast? How do Dwarf Fortress worlds work with new versions? If you want to play your current world when adventure mode comes out, will you be able to? I don't know, but like to give you an idea, they didn't break save. Okay, so we had save compatible worlds from 2014 all the way up until version 50 released. So all the way from 2014 up until the Steam version released, saves were compatible. There are certain features that you won't get, like if they add new creatures and stuff, those won't show up in your world. But as far as adventure mode goes, there's no reason why adventure mode coming out will break saves currently. I mean, something might change where they're like, yep, we have to break saves, but the next big save breaker that I think will probably happen will be the map rewrite, and that'll be after adventure mode. So when the map rewrite comes out, that'll break saves again, but like Dwarf Fortress is generally, like there was, I think one version after save 50 where it's like it might cause some crashing if you use an old world, and that can still happen where like if you're getting a lot of crashes, it might be because of some weird conflict between a patch, but it'll still largely work. Yeah. If your world seems unstable or if you're getting a lot of crashing, you might want to generate a new one. But generally, Dwarf Fortress is save compatible from one version to the next. We lost a duck and a drake of old age, and my tame goblin is throwing a tantrum again. And my frame rate's just went kaboom. So that's cool. Delay on mobile's long feels bad. Frames, please. In my opinion, if a world is crashing due to like compatibility corruption, you're best off just to retire the world. Mac Daddy, what kind of dwarf would you like? You got one. I'm just staring at this and hoping the frame rate picks up. It's going up. I don't know what I did, but... Are they all reporting crimes? Oh. Somebody over here committed a crime, and they're all trying to report the crimes. Also, I like that this is a goblin bard. This is a bard equipped with a bronze flail and a shield. Why do you need that, Mr. Bard? You seem so much like a bard. You want a doctor? Beard or no beard? As I got a diagnoser. My manager is also a doctor. We got many other doctors. We got a bone doc. We got just a doctor. Beard? Okay, how about this one? Doctor with a beard. If I can type. Game! Grumbles. Bloody experimental branches. I can type. This is annoying. Okay. Dr. MacDaddy is inflamed by hatred and easily develops hatred towards things. He dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep his own counsel. Is easily moved to mercy, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He has little interest in joking around, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He is trusting, and he is very humble, and he occasionally overindulges and acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He is often nervous, and he likes a little excitement now and again, and often tells pointless stories when he's nervous. Word. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. He personally believes that peace is always preferable to war, thinks that there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity, and does not care about nature one way or another, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes gypsum, plaster, fitting, and doctor, likes bismuth, rubicile, and leopard seal leather, giant elk antler, and the sound of the wonder of lilacs, and the sight of the gloss of smiling, and when possible prefers to consume mango wine and cashew apples, and absolutely hates moon snails. His long beard is neatly combed, his very long, his short sideburns are neatly combed, his very long mustache is outranged in double braids. His hair is clean shaven, and his cheekbone, and he is very low cheekbone, he has very low cheekbones is the sentence I was trying to read. A baby was just born. His teeth are crowded, his brass eyes are round, his cinnamon skin is wrinkled, and his hair is ocre, and with flecks of gray, and his skin is, or his lips are slightly thick. Not his skin is slightly thick, I can read. My stories are pointless, especially when I'm nervous. I'm going to turn both of these into bedrooms. And this one is going to go to you. And this one is going to go to that other noble, wherever you are. Claims they don't have a bedroom. Maybe they do. Just looking at dwarves that don't have bedrooms right now. Weird. Replanting an agave plant yet again. I think it looks like it wants to die. I mean, maybe it does. But agave is not easy to grow, so don't envy that. Well, thanks for the raid, Magnificent Mitch. Friend. First 2 raids of the day, actually. Like we were talking about earlier. This channel doesn't get raids anymore once again. It's like the old days. It's funny, it's like most of Twitch has this problem of like oversaturation, right? My channel has the problem of like, we're like as saturated as we're gonna get, but there's like not much more growth to be done, which kind of is this weird problem. In the Moab Desert, and you literally burnt some agave with gasoline and it came back. You burnt agave with gasoline and it came back. Wow, that is a determined little cactus. I mean, they're basically a cactus, right? For Taco's call, what's the word I'm looking for here? Go accept the call of the tacos. How's the fort? It's going. Generally done pretty okay today. Fortress is growing steadily. We have quite the entourage of nobles in the fort now. Oh, I understand what's going on here. So, I think Edom... Oh, that's interesting. So, this Baron and Baroness are husband and wife. So, Edom, who is my outpost liaison, is married to Dumont, the Baroness of Mistlands. So when Dumont inherited that title, Edom, my Baron consort, this outpost liaison gained that. So that's kind of interesting. One chest, 2 cabinets, weapon rack, and an armor stand. That'll help quite a bit. It's titled The Boys. Mm-hmm. Yep, that's the Steam community for you. Doesn't exactly surprise me, though. Also, when it comes to Steam items, can't you destroy them? I'm pretty sure you can just, like, turn them into gems or whatever. Actually, it's kind of funny when I've talked about this a couple times, but on Sunday night when I was at the bar drinking, and that couple from Texas kept buying shots, the guy there at one point, I think it was like with the 3rd round that he bought for everybody at the bar, said this one goes out to Putin or some shit. And like he was the only person who did the shot. And everybody else at the bar just kind of sat there for a few seconds, and just like shook their heads and went, no, and then took the shot anyway. It's the most awkward, like, hold up. That guy had plenty of problematic opinions. He was still a fun tourist to talk to. But what's even better is the bartender at that bar is Russian. And like recently immigrated to Canada Russian, like in the last year. And like the look on her face was just like like insta face palm in the corner. It's pretty funny. It's kind of you kind of just have to have a dark sense of humor by people with strange takes like that. What was even better is like nobody asked him and nobody mentioned it to him. I don't know if he was being ironic or not. I don't think he was. Stay classy, Texas. I mean, I've never been to Russia, but I know tons of people from Russia, and I take their word for it. The one thing that I do know about Putin's war is that it's made it really fucking difficult for me to pay my artist. Because Cooler, who did all of my emotes and my sub badges and like these scenes and all this stuff, he's Russian, so. You just heard Texas? I don't worry about it. If you go like a minute back in the VOD, you'll hear what I said. War sucks? Yeah, pretty much. Doesn't help anybody. Doesn't achieve anything. Just causes loss of life. And systemic hatred. And makes you look really fucking stupid. But, you know. I'd like to go to Texas because I've got a lot of friends in Texas, actually. And there's definitely some places in Texas I want to go hiking. There's some beautiful mountains up there. Or down there, I guess. Relevant to where I am. There's tons of places I would love to go in Texas. But I wouldn't want to live in Texas. Kind of for similar reasons that I like going to and visiting Las Vegas, but I have no interest in living in Las Vegas. All right, let's drop that down there. Keep another bed right there. Amazing years those were? Yeah, well. Really happy with the way this looks right here. I kind of want to extend this lava flow and have like lava flowing underneath this. Maybe this is where I need to put the throne room. Yeah, I think this needs to be the king's throne room. You much prefer the Pacific Northwest? I don't see myself ever leaving the Pacific Northwest. Like, there are some people that I know who live here who are just like, cheaper taxes, blah, 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 cheaper housing elsewhere. And then I'm like, yeah, but then you have to live elsewhere. It's like, I know that the kind of stereotype of people in Vancouver is that we're snobby about where we live. We're snobby because we know how nice it is. And it's like, yeah, it's kind of true. We're kind of obnoxious, but also we get to live here. So. 'Maybe the guy from Texas made a lot of money and energy prices in Europe impacting. I mean, there's plenty of reasons why he could say that and not be particularly problematic about it, but it was just a very strange thing to hear in the bar. And everybody's response to it was kind of priceless. Just the awkward, nope, was very funny. "13-foot snowbanks in February." That too, yeah. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. We don't have to deal with 13-foot snowbanks in February. But then again, then we get like fucking 30 centimeters of snow and the city shuts down for 72 hours. And then everybody's like, oh God, our snow clearing is terrible. It's like, we know that our snow clearing is terrible. So stay home from work for 2 days. You will be fine. Everybody still bitches. Come back to this discussion about snow, please. It just stopped here like last week. Really? Yeah, it's like fucking summer outside right now. It's been 20 degrees almost every day and balmy, warm, kind of too warm actually. Like warm enough that I'm going to start complaining pretty soon. So get ready for me to start complaining about heat, and then all of chat's going to be like, Greg, it's like twice as hot everywhere else on the planet. And I'll be like, I don't care. It happens every year. I start bitching about how hot it is, and then everybody explains to me that it's like 10 times hotter where they live. I'm like, I don't care where you live. I live here, and it's too hot. Throw that in. Perfect. That's dry heat. Doesn't fucking matter. Heat is heat. Tahoe got another foot of snow? Huh. Uh-oh. An artifact was being stolen. By you, Steph, the doctor. Would have been way funnier if it was, Oh, by the way, we apparently were able to interrogate Zark Muckerberg before he got killed, or she got killed, rather. Made intimidating remarks. An unidentified creature plotted to steal dipped burst under the influence of an unidentified creature. Was trying to steal dipped burst from us. It wasn't you. No. It wasn't you. Different doctor. The DFW area? You mean Pacific Northwest? Or was that a typo? I'm confused. But yeah, no, they've definitely got a... Oh, Dallas Fort Worth. I'm very okay, that's confusing to me. I will never figure that out, but I would have to Google that probably. On 100% tax, 98% tax on income over 1 billion. 98. Let them have some money so that they don't complain. Let them go buy their yacht and go live on that. That's fine. Go buy 2 houses. I don't fucking care. Just, you don't need 50. You're so used to U.S. airport codes that it's second nature when you see that. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where my brain was going. I was thinking like, okay, so YVR is my local airports. What is that? Okay, so it's been kind of quiet in this fort as of late. I'm going to send my best squad after this location. We're not going to loot other items. We're going to start hitting the goblins, I think. Sinful bloat is what we're going for. Right there. And a petition. Ooh, Dishmab. Crowded handles the faithful line. Wishes to join the Armored Boots as a citizen of Heatstone. Pretty sure that's one of my zombies. Yep. Salty Tempest is now a member of my fortress fully once again, which means I can now put Salty Tempest into a squad. Welcome back to the military, Salty. I mean, considering, you know, you killed Sino, the Pulpy, the Forgotten Beast. That beast that shot webs. Saved the fortress. Salty is in fact a hero, yeah. I intentionally name all of my forts, yeah. Hey, Be Vigilant. It's good to see you too. It's a very gnomey set of emotes you got there. Nobody ever saw that one coming. Grabs a steel short sword. Get back to it. Are they the same person? Technically, yes, but her brain is mangled beyond recognition. So by that, I mean maybe not. Something like that, 30 some odd times. Mm-hmm. Yeah, another girl born in the fort. Necromancer shenanigans. Yeah, we keep getting attacked by necromancers who try and take my stuff. Not very successfully, though, I might add. And I was sending my military down to just go fight them head on. And generally we were winning. But if you go to the YouTube channel, there's a notable event, which is what I'm calling those now, which is just a highlight from from one of the last streams I did of this fort, where we get slammed by a bunch of necromancers, and it's the fight, and a couple of my dwarves die a few hundred times. But you know, we got most of them back. One of the necromancers permanently lives in my hallway, though. Here, I'll go grab a link for that particular video if you'd like to see it. Also, for anybody who's curious about YouTube money, let's see how this video did. This might be a bit of a flashbang for some of you. This video got 4,300 views. I made $7 in YouTube money. Thumbs up. That's like a tier 2 subscription on Twitch. Or like 3 tier 1s. I think. Math. Yeah, 3 tier 1s. Three Prime subs. Cinnabar. More Cinnabar. I love finding Cinnabar. It's such a good color. Yep, this is true. Baby Blueford. This is why you see people like me shouting about Patreon. It's specifically intelligent undead, not necromancers. So probably what happened in that particular fight is the necromancer died and came back as an intelligent undead halfway through the fight. And their attacks used to just be little tildes. They used to shoot little tildes at you. Yeah. The one that's hard to see, though, is when they just cause pain at a distance, and I think that's the most common one. Oh, hey, I just got welcomed to my chat room. But yeah, when people, like, ask me to make Let's Play videos that take me 4 hours to make an episode, and they get, like, less than 15,000 views per episode, it's like, yeah, that's why I stopped doing the Let's Plays. It's because, like, I spend, you know, half a day making an episode of a Let's Play, put it up, it gets 1,500 views, and then I make, like, $3. It's like, it's just, it takes your motivation away like that. It's so hard to stay motivated on making things like that when, like, the revenue on them is so minuscule. The tutorial fort series were good, right? But the thing about the tutorial fort is that series released during the peak of the excitement of this game, and each episode, like, I think the last 2 episodes didn't do that well, but like that, like, here, I'll show you some good YouTube ad revenue. Admittedly, this is my most profitable video of all time, right? This is episode 1 of that tutorial fort series. 250,000 views, 650 bucks. And that will only happen once. I don't think I'll ever get that again. Yeah, but it was so much time per episode and not even remotely close to worth it for the amount of effort I had to put in for what I was getting out of it, Rotten Roadkill. So I think I'm just going to stick to one-off content as it does just about as well. Really, Evan? OPQ? Yeah, I'm not going to go back and finish it. It's just not going to happen. It's just not worth it. I didn't have enough retention on my YouTube channel. That was kind of me hoping that I would be able to withstand, like, hold on to some of that audience, but the audience just didn't come around for a second round, which sucks. Brave Book was a cool fort, though. It was a fun series to put together for the bits that I did. Part of me wants to go back and just, like, finish it, but also at the same time, it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. Not Patyrus, hello! It was the bravest book you ever heard of. Yeah, it's like the Brave Little Toaster, but a book. But no, Weather Mountains was very much worth doing. And I'm very glad that I did Weather Mountains and finished that fort. But Let's Plays are a lot of work and not super sustainable, unfortunately. For me, anyway. They work for some people. Not the Brave Little Toaster? The commercials for it terrified me as a kid. So you're not alone. It was horrifying. All of his friends got, like, taken away and all that. I make sure that the squad leader is a suitable candidate, brave, dreams of mastering a skill, etc. And then as I get further down the squad, I get more loose with it. And then I just kind of check in to see if they're pissed, and if they hate their job, then I boot them out and put somebody else in. I'm not super picky, but I'm also picky enough. Squad's back. Let's see how that raid went. So we went and we attacked a local goblin pit. We slipped in undetected and found nothing. Okay. No, nothing interesting. Okay, let's see if there's one with books around here. Classic Orbs wins. Well, obviously we need to go get the Orbs wins. Or Orbs swims. We need to go get the classic Orbs swims, chat. We're going to go get that. Not going to loot other items, but good luck. I remember Freddy the Frog. Very much so. I think we might actually finally have enough bedrooms. Can afford to have more than 3 squads? You can have as many squads as you click the button. Every single dwarf in the fort could be in an individual squad, but that UI doesn't really scale very well, so might get tedious after a bit. I just don't generally have that many squads because I don't really find that I need them. But regardless, Evan OPQ, I'm glad that you stuck around, even though I never fully finished Brave Book. I've always been more of a Twitch streamer than a YouTuber anyway. But yeah, in the last 30 days, how's the YouTube channel done? Last 30 days or 28 days, I've made $648 in YouTube revenue, which is like not bad, but it's not enough that I can really justify putting whole days aside to work on YouTube stuff anymore. I can, you know, spend an hour working on a video here and there, but I'm just gonna keep doing like one-off highlights. I've brought back the Today in Dwarf Fortress series, which is the like one-off lore videos that I use stream footage to make, and then I'll just keep doing my news stuff and the community fort stuff. Seems to be the best way to do it. To go train? What, like the entire fort just like training all at once? That would actually be kind of epic. I don't think I've ever done that. This is just going to be queued up as the throne room real quick. I love that there's just used socks in here. Yeah, I too like the community fort videos. Someone called it MTV Cribs for Dwarf Fort recently, which I kind of liked. Because I didn't upload an episode of it for a bit. Because I was just depressed. Like, I'll be honest, I was just depressed and not uploading as much. Which happens sometimes. But when I uploaded one again, I didn't upload one for like 8 days or something. And person commented, they're like, yay, best show returns. I'm like, it was only gone for like a week and a day, but okay. Like, I thought this show was dead. No. No, totally. Like, I very much understand Tara scheming. If a dwarf's got to go get available socks, a dwarf's got to go get available socks. There ain't much you can do about that. Goblin is causing problems. Time to put the goblin back in prison for a while. "41 witnesses. Holy heck, hot damn. It's the default size, I think. I might have made it one tile bigger. Pretty sure it's just 4x4. A single migrant has arrived. Dwarves are so messy. Some dwarves leave things strewn about without a care. I've only ever got migrants and singles for quite some time now. I mean, clutter is comfy. Look at this area. I mean, just look at this fort in ASCII, too. Like, everything about this fort is super... Oh! Can zoom in at ASCII. Well, I mean, the text is, like, kind of unreadable if you zoom all the way up. But, like, yo, you can zoom in now! I guess this is an unstable branch thing. Neat! Hold up. Also can't see all of the settings options. Yes, I do want ASCII zoom so that I can play in ASCII. Maybe not. We'll wait until it's in the main branch. I don't know if it's like a crashy concern. But yeah, I could actually play in ASCII again. Darkest Dungeon 2 has mostly positive reviews right now? Interesting. I kind of assumed that that would be better received than it's been so far. Kind of expected that to be an overwhelmingly positive, all positive, super excited, blah game, but... What's the kind of purple something? This? It's made of alunite. I never really got into the first one either. To quote a friend of mine, Cat on Mars, it's It's not. That game is actually kind of a scam. They claim that it's like a run-based dungeon crawler, right? It's actually just a weeb dungeon crawler with like a Cthulhu skin to trick normie Westerners into playing it. Which I think is kind of hysterical because it's not wrong. But yeah, I too also never quite got into the first one. That's not to say that it's bad or anything. It's just not really the kind of game I play. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. How so in the weeb? If you've ever played a J dungeon crawler, it's the exact same gameplay structure. Like if you like the gameplay structure of the first Darkest Dungeon, go play some J dungeon crawlers. Because they are largely identical, their gameplay structure. As in you go through a dungeon, you fight some enemies, you go through a dungeon, you fight some enemies, you go to the town, you let your characters rest, you talk with people, you date the cute ladies, and then so minus the good part where you date the cute ladies, and then go run through a different dungeon again to get different rewards, and you rinse, repeat until eventually you fight a boss. Hence the weeb. Like gameplay structure-wise, it's like identical to Weeaboo dungeon crawlers. It's just like Honkai Impact and Star Rail are literally just normal ass JRPGs but with gacha shit thrown in. Some of those also were you the one that built that super cool fort, Oregon? Was that you? I think so, because you've got an O on the end of your name. But cool fort. What did you call it? Some of those J dungeon crawlers have brothels too, except you actually get to go into the brothel, if you know what I'm saying. I'm just saying that the hentai tag exists on Steam for a reason. Time for contradictory work. Go enjoy your work, unemployed Chaku. And then the only person we got to make happy is this person. Disgaea series is pretty much the only J dungeon crawler. What, that you play? I never played the Disgaea games. I did play quite a lot of... They're re-releasing them all soon, or they just did. Why am I blanking on... I own all of these games on my 3DS. Or I own 2 of them. It's the one where you draw your own maps. Starts with an E? No. Etrean Odyssey. Yeah, that. Yeah. Wait, are those on Steam now? No, okay, they're up May 31st. Yeah, these games. Etrean Odyssey. The problem is they are re-releasing them on Steam for fucking $50 each. Or $100 for all 3 of them. It's I like these games. I like these games a lot, but I have 2 and 3 on my 3DS. It's man, those games are great, but I ain't paying $50 a pop for a 3DS remake. Sorry. I bought those new for $30 originally on the 3DS. I'm sure they did tons of work on them, and I'm sure it's absolutely worth the money, but it's not worth it for me. But yeah, those games are great, but there's no way in hell I'm spending that much on them. Okay, so I just need to make the king's tomb, my tomb, a little better. King will be happy, and then he's gonna go tell me to go find the 7 blah-blah blahs, and then we'll ignore him forever. Maybe not forever, but for a while. Man, we're still getting so many statues of that goddamn dingo that did nothing of note but die. Wonderful. I deserve the 7 blibbity blahs. I haven't even hit the first cavern layer yet, dude. I don't think. Have I? Maybe I have. No, I totally have. I've definitely hit. Yeah, I've hit a few cavern layers. I totally could. I totally could go get them, but I don't want to. Also, there's a second volcano down here. I kind of forgot about that. Interesting. So it's Dingo Kardashian? No, it's Alana Hollowvine, who did absolutely nothing except for settle in a dune in year 7 and then die of old age. We looked them up in Legends. It's literally, yeah, Alana Hollowvine. Finally craft statue of Alana Hollowvine. Alana Hollowvine is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of the dingo Alana Hollowvine in the True Dune in the year 7. I've made hundreds of statues. This is like one of the most common images that they make. It's always just this dingo settling in this dune in that year. And that's it. They just, it must be like a nursery rhyme or something for this faction, because every time I look at it, it's like, oh yeah, no, Alana Hollowvine, naturally. Of course, there's always a statue of Alana Hollowvine somewhere. No idea why, or what this thing did. They just like this dingo. Like it's not a god. It doesn't represent anything. It's just a rather unnotable named dingo. It's an unremarkable named dingo. That's about it. They are culturally attached to that ding, yes. No, it had no owner. It wasn't somebody's pet. It is just a named dingo. Like, I don't think you fully understand. It didn't have an owner. It did nothing of note. It was just a named dingo. Like, literally, we that dingo is important. Is it, though? I mean, like, see, if it was, like, the pet of the king, okay, I'd understand. If it, like, killed somebody, okay, I'd understand. Literally, all it did was settle in the True Dune. That's it. It settled there. That's it. That's the only thing of note that it ever did. It settled there. It's so strange. Why? Well, I mean, no, they said that's a nice fucking dingo, implying that the dingo is fucking something else. And, you know, if dingoes are just dogs, right? They have a tendency to hump random crap. I mean, that doesn't totally not check out, right? I would like to inform you all of a very important Elfie Bean image, courtesy of Elfie Bean. Elfie Bean, why are your pants in the middle of the hall? It is true. Elfie Bean's dwarf threw her pants into the middle of the hallway, and I threw them into the lava. I can't wait for the Elfie Bean platformer. I imagine it would be like Pizza Tower. Uh-oh. The king is satisfied with their position here. Everything is properly royal and properly furnished. And yet, a true mountain home must have a true throne. And a true ruler requires 7 symbols. Out of this world, mere steel will not suffice. Must dig deeper. On it, bossman. The king has spoken, chat. We must dig deeper. First, we must see how my military's doing. Oh, they're back. Send out the military again. Swedish EOD, what kind of dwarf would you like? Also, hi, Anander. Is the hammer still available? Yes. Moldath is currently available. It's a beardless lady. So's the dungeon master, actually. Mayor's taken. Outpost liaison's available as well. And there's also a militia captain available. You'd like the hammerer? Okay, I can give you Moldath the hammerer. Sort by name. All right. Grumble. Swedish the hammerer. Killed a bad monster once. In, like, the year 280. So before they got to this fort, they killed necromancer creature. Is currently hauling a golden goblet, damn right. And she very easily falls in love and always develops positive feelings. She seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, and she tends to think before acting. She is often cheerful, and she is quick to form negative views about things. She doesn't often experience strong cravings and urges, and she doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing her mind. She is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she tends to not reveal personal information. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she can handle stress. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she isn't particularly ambitious, and winks during conversations. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is a hardened individual. She's a very clear voice, and she has low cheekbones. Her hair is clean shaven, and her very short ears have nearly fused lobes. Her nose is slightly hooked, and her nose bridge is slightly convex. Her aquamarine eyes are slightly close set, and her hair is auburn, and her skin is brown. She dreams of raising a family and personally finds sacrifice to be of the height of folly. She thinks there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity, and is somewhat put off. By trade and commerce, and doesn't feel strongly about the law. She likes kilonite, aluminium, or aluminum, depending on your preference, carnelian, and the color sea green. Blue peafowls for their blue peafowls for their enormous fantails. I read that for their taste because it's like right beneath it. It's like blue peafowls for their taste. What? Blue peafowls for their enormous fantails, and bitter melon vines for their taste. And the sound of the meandering mother, when possible, prefers to consume date wine and absolutely hates mosquitoes. I have a question. Is the meandering mother just like Dwarf Fortress's equivalent of Michael Bublé? Anyway, that's my hammer. Goblin Hillocks of Mountain Man. Mountain Man is a really good name. It's a shame that they took over a Dwarven Hillocks. I'm actually gonna cancel that one. Let's go for Meditation on Seduced Brim. Goblin Pits of Clashed Bad. Let's go Raid clashed bad. So we are attacking two different dwarven fortresses. I'm just making sure none of my military are currently chained up. There's a few odd dwarves that don't have bedrooms, but generally we are doing pretty okay. Also, hi Al. How are you doing today? It's Aussie o'clock. All the Aussies are waking up. Well, it generally means it's time for me to go get lunch when all the Australians start tuning in. You're more sick? Oh no! We'll get well soon. That sucks. Nobody likes being sick. I honestly, I don't know how I've managed to go this long. It's been so long since I've been sick, knock on wood. Like, I legit don't think I've even had a cold since, like, pre-pandemic. Like, when I finally get, like, a normal-ass, like cough or cold or something, I'm just gonna probably just keel over and die. Because, like, I've forgotten what it's like to be sick. I've got a Hammerlord that's sleeping on the floor. Irvad. Yeah? You're supposed to, I mean, like, okay, hold on a second. How many times did you kill Zon? 65 times. This dwarf killed Zon 65 times. In before it was like Zon's arm or something. And a zombie. Killed Zon 65 times and a zombie once. Probably just for like repeatedly hitting it in the head. Let's give these dwarves gold statues. Let's just go around and do all that. Statues go. They've been loving it? Oh, that's awesome. Glad to hear that your kids have a little, you know. Did you miss me? Wait, hold on. Was that the show me your genitals guy? Pocket glass? Or is that somebody else? Okay. Just confirming I'm remembering that name correctly. And no, actually. No, I didn't. And show me your genitals. Your genitals. What? One hell of a time on the internet. It was a different era, let me tell you. I'm really happy that I read that you're playing CK3 before you said that. Otherwise, I would have had several questions. Yeah, the comedian who wrote the songs "Show Me Your Genitals" and "Guns Don't Kill People, I Kill People with Guns." The two of the greatest terrible rap songs ever written. The main symptoms was the loss of we all forgot that when you have a cold and it's a runny nose, your smell's gone. Oh, every time you got a cold because you lost sense of smell? Yeah, but like having a stuffed nose is different than losing your sense of smell, right? Like, I'm about to get hit by an ad break, but when you lose your sense of smell with COVID, like literally, like if like your nose doesn't stuff up, you just can't smell anything. So like if you like this microphone smells like my breath, right? Like I wouldn't be able to smell that, which might actually be kind of nice, frankly. But shark jumping walrus has been possessed. A possessed weaponsmith. There you are. You do, in fact, live, yes. The what the fuck collective vids are always great. Oh yeah, no, there was a lot of good stuff on YouTube in that era. It's just funny because like I know that all of those videos would get demonetized like immediately if they were released now. And your most recent escapade, I'm taking over the world as the Arabian Empire and you got cucked by the Pope. I mean, most people get cucked by the Pope. It's kind of what religion does. I just think it was apt wording. Also, I love the fact that Shark Jumping Walrus has 8 kids and none of them are in the fort. Well, that's not true. Aegis is in the fort, but most of their, and so's Kib, but the majority of their kids just aren't here. Oh, wow. Okay. Begun a mysterious construction. Aluminum. Ooh. Ooh. And she. Him before aluminum whip. Because it is a weaponsmith. Be useless, whatever it is, but. She went to go buy milk and she never did come back. Yeah, mom left to go buy more milk and another pack of smokes and never did come back. Just makes me think about the Midnight Beast. Like that time Daddy left to get some more milk. Never did come back. Speaking of old school YouTube, Midnight Beast. Fucking song parody era of YouTube. I was gonna say, I don't think, I was about to like question as to how Catholic you were. And fortunately, it mostly consists of you asking the Pope for exorbitant amounts of money to fund your construction projects. Yep, sounds very Catholic. Just don't forget to show up to church 3 times a year. Baron of Helm Saviors or thing. Oh, first squad's back. Apparently we got gray Langer leather hood and 25 copper arrows from our, okay, hold on. We slipped into I read that as stir sticks initially. It's stir ticks. Undetected by this systemic disloyalty of the reclusive ghoul. That's actually the name of the local government of this goblin group. The systemic disloyalty. It's the systemic disloyalty of the reclusive ghoul. Of Sturtix. Anyway, we stole a bunch of stuff from them. And some other things. Played CK and then sent a ton of spies to the Byzantine Empire to find out who is gay and just extorted them. That was like 80% of his budget. I mean, I believe it. Yeah. I don't play Crusader Kings, so but that certainly sounds like something that would happen in Crusader Kings. We got classic orb swims back. God, these big things scare me. All right, let's just all out attack this. We're gonna pillage, actually. We're gonna all out attack this spot here, and we're gonna try and destroy it. Profane Dredged. But yeah, no, I kind of to go back to the conversation from earlier, I just wanted to kind of just say a real quick thank you, to the people who are still watching this channel. We've dropped below where I wanted to be, and we're pretty much holding below where I wanted to be for numbers. I was really hoping that after the launch of this version of the game in December, we would hold at like 300 concurrent. And, we're sitting at 164, and it's been steadily dropping. So I'm expecting in 8 months to be back down to the 50s and 60s of concurrent viewers. So I just want to say thank you, guys. It's been a fun ride being famous briefly. But I'll still be here regardless. Done this long enough. I ain't going anywhere anytime soon. But it has been a little bit disheartening as of late, watching the numbers go down. It's just been too consistent to feel okay about it. Uh-oh, we got a ghost. So, hold on a second. I sent Salty Tempest off map. And while Salty Tempest was off map, because Salty Tempest is a zombie, right? Salty Tempest has risen. Huh. I think that's a bug. I don't think that's supposed to happen. I think, like, if somebody's a zombie, they're supposed to just, like, their soul's still in the body. What happens if he comes... I already did. Back on the map now. And Shark Jumping Walrus just made an aluminum mace. Well, that's useless. Shark Jumping Walrus, the weaponsmith, has created Ondintathat. Net Shan, an aluminum mace, and she offers it to the armored boots. It's worth 25,000. This is an aluminum mace. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with brilliant cut red glossiers, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of larch. And the item is an image of Whisper's Slide, the granite turmoil, the iron osier in aluminum. It's for the hammer? That's actually not a bad idea. We should give that to the hammerer. There it is. Except, hammerer. But yeah, I guess kind of what I was trying to say is, chat room, thank you very much to those of you who are still watching the stream actively. To those of you who show up for the streams every day, because I wouldn't have this job if people didn't watch the stream. Well, thank you for continuing to watch the stream. And if you ever want to help out the channel directly and you can't do that financially, just share my YouTube videos. Post them on Discords. Tell friends to watch. The only reason I get to still be here. And also, if you happen to have it, check your primes. My emotes are pretty okay. You wish your gaming buddies enjoyed Dwarf Fort? I wish I had friends. I got a retweet from Turn-Based Thursday. How nice. Ironically, it's like I basically I have one friend who actively plays video games, and the game that he plays is like he plays like Skyrim and like Valheim and shit. It's actually like scary, a little bit intimidating to me about how famous I am on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit these days. Like if I just go on there and like post something or respond to a comment, like 5 people are like, holy shit, hi. It's like, wow, people know me. Weird. Making a little dining hall over here. I need more thrones though. I hope it won't drop the previous numbers, because previous numbers, I'm not going to lie, was kind of hard to pay rent some months. But it's also kind of hard to say. All right, so I'm assuming that placing this slab won't spontaneously kill Salty Tempest, the zombie? But if it does, I'm sorry in advance, Salty. All right, well, let's send them all back out. Missions. Village. Set everybody on it. Actually, let's just raise. We're going to try and raise. So we are attacking and attempting to raise this site right here. Profane dredged, right next to us. Good luck. Round of beers to those brave soldiers going off to fight. You wouldn't have played the ASCII? Oh, I know. I mean, this was a, like, 50 to 80 viewer stream back in the ASCII days, so. But it's currently starting to get a little bit discouraging, I would say. But, you know, we'll get by. I want a ranger guild. Really? How did I end up with so many rangers? I literally don't even have any rangers. What? Also, I need bucket and large gem. Well, it's just a matter of time before I get a large gem. It's weird to me that they're demanding a guild hall suddenly. My front door shut? No, some of them are just using the side door. Well, there goes the military. Good luck, dwarves. Shoutouts to Stackgood here, who doesn't even have a helmet. Oh no, he's got a cap. Wait, why can't we see that over your hair? I guess your hair is just that glorious. Most of these dwarves have never killed a thing. Yep, you just kind of have to hope for large gems. Turns out large gems are actually kind of a really shitty one to get, but because there's no way to guaranteed get it, you just kind of have to hope that they make them eventually, which kind of sucks. Well, I think I will be more confident in believing that if we get a spike when the next major update comes out. Now, that's kind of where I'm at right now. That's if if I get a spike when the next major update comes out, I will be much more positive going forward, I think. It's still kind of jarring, like, woodcutters can still refuse to pick up an axe even with totally different squads menu to manage their equipment. I mean, it's still the same game. Like that's something that I've tried to, like, explain to people who, like, are sticking with the older versions because they're like, the UI is different. I'm like, well, it's still exactly the same game. Salty Tempest has been put to rest. Whoa. Huh. So that's either a bug or some really weird interaction. Because Salty just left the map and just, like, evaporated. Is no longer in the squad. I think that you can, like, force make large gems from stones, too. Yeah, I think you're right there. But, you don't need shells to do it. I'm pretty sure you can just do it with rocks, but I don't know. To me, that feels like cheating. Yeah, no, there's no job for it. Under Craftsdwarfs? Ah, I see. Large shell gem. Yeah, well, anyway, I don't have any shellfish in this fort, so it's not useful. Your vassals are conquering Ireland? Damn right, somebody had to. The Baron of Attic Fins is visiting? I'm mostly just, like, completely enamored by this interaction with Salty. Yeah, no kidding. Sorry about that. I just undwarfed you. I mean, there's no option under that thing. Oh, look. Okay, no, you can do it. I'd swear those used to be underneath the other option. Why is that? Okay, so why does that not show up in the... what's it called? The manager screen. Maybe if I type in make large rock gem? Okay, so it works if I type in make large. Make large. I miss when the search functions was better in there. The older versions of the game did actually have a better search function. Nerev is throwing a tantrum. No! I guess I have to beat you now. Sorry, Nerev. I Nerev want to do this, but you leave me no choice. Make large! Nerev was out of jail for quite some time, yeah. I should have Nerev let you out. I'm pushing this one too far, eh? This was a questionable joke before I started telling it, and then I kept going, so... It's just a... It's not a phase, ma! Also, somebody went and broke my, my gem windows. The fuck? This isn't even my final form, ma. Yeah, I'm gonna become way bigger and stronger. You'll see one day, ma. You have a book of dad jokes, so you're cheating as a father? You're supposed to write the book on dad jokes. You shouldn't need to reference a how to be a dad guide. I'm not even a dad, and all this stuff's off the top of my dome. Come on. The heck, man? My voice always sounds like I have a lot of suppressed anger. Well, maybe I just have a resting bitch voice. Yeah, it happens, Paul. The kids got it for you for Father's Day? Well, shoutouts to the kids, I suppose. My mama says it's just a phase, but when I fill my days with mayonnaise, but I don't like mayonnaise. Mayonnaise is gross, man. I kind of wish I liked mayonnaise because mayonnaise is like infests so many foods that I like. And it's like a very fine balance between being totally fine with eating it and like wanting to throw up. I mean, in small amounts in sushi, it's pretty good, yeah. But like in large amounts, no. Stuff's distressing. For me, mayo is like, it's an ingredient. You know, it's like, would you eat raw eggs? No. But I also wouldn't eat raw mayo. I would eat mayo like in a dressing or mayo like in a dip or something. But like just straight mayo, ugh. Ugh. God. Oh, great. A force that is dark and vile has arrived. And all three of my squads have left the map pretty much. So how big is this a force of? Okay, so it seems to just be a Snatcher squad? Snatcher squad! Pull this lever right now! Let's also make sure everybody's in this. Hopefully lava spot time. The problem is, now's not a good time to leave the fort here, Dwarfy. But I guess you're not technically part of my fort, so there's nothing I can do about it. My squads are all leaving the map currently because they're trying to go raise this location. And I can't really cancel it, so they're still going to leave the map. I'm just hoping that somebody comes to pull this lever quick. Oh, there we go. You pulled the lever. Queen Consort pulled the lever. Good, good, good. My wife pulled the lever. Bang. Okay. Okay. Not a small siege. Also not the biggest siege. It's just some goblin dudes? Yeah, no, it's not so bad. Who even eats mayo by itself? A lot of Canadians. I'm gonna take a real quick piss break. I will be back momentarily. Who are we ripping? Did a dwarf just walk out the door? Snatcher, think of the children. Oh, hey, it's my last soldier. Well, this is interesting. How convenient. She's just gonna take on this entire army by herself. All right, that's one. Okay. Moves on. Two. Is she saying anything fun? Spear dwarf. Stabs the goblin. Okay, okay. Stabs another goblin. Okay, okay. Good, good, good. Oopsies. That's not what I wanted. Most recently stated, so easily broken. This does not scare me. Fights their way through the second goblin. Okay. Takes a nose off and a hand. It's a very handy dispatching of this goblin. Watch this dwarf just like turn around and go like get lunch or something. Okay. The final military dwarf that needs to leave the map to go siege the baddies. Now walking up and around with probably somebody of the Baroness of Rimquill. Just walks past this violent scene. All right, there goes another one. Shoutouts to this dwarf. This dwarf's doing work, man. It's all of this dwarf's kills. Satisfied upon improving fighting. Well, that's good. That's, you know, a sixth one or something? Nope, that's the fifth one. Hasn't been credited yet. And, pretty sure this dwarf is going to single-handedly win this siege for us. I like this dwarf. We should give this dwarf a nickname for this, chat. What do you think? What do you think we call her? Maybe just like Kodal the Late? God dang it. Put all the late. Because they were late. Good luck, Kodal. Get off the map, please. Sweet. Now we can go down here and we can stare at this. What are you? Look at this. Mastrod Ikgyler? The representative. It's a representative of the spattered cults and outcast group. Former lieutenant. Criminal of the musical council. Site government. You know, friendly local cave fish man. How are you not drowning? Shouldn't you be drowning? Can cave fish man go out of water? I thought that, like... Yeah, blind cave fish man, yeah. Felt satisfied upon improving shield. Must have gotten into a fight with somebody. That's, kind of nuts. We talking about the ingredients of mayo right now? Because, yeah, it's mostly eggs. But yeah, I would say that it's probably my least favorite format of eggs is mayo. Is that it started with pasta and potato salad? Is that really like I wonder when mayo was invented. My squads are returning. They must have been successful because we don't appear to have lost anybody. Well, they got quite a lot of stuff. So Profane Dredged. The Tufted Urns attacked the Painful Plagues, the Reclusive Ghoul, at Profane Dredged. Ryo's Shincat led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Goblin Osta. Tick Feint. Ryo's Shinkat's tactical planning was superior to the Goblins, and the defenders had a slight positional advantage in Profane Dredged. The helmed points led by the Dwarf Ryo Shincat clashed with 7 Goblins, slaying 4. Goblin Osli, Vision Owl, was taken down. The Goblin Toad's cheek was ripped out. Toad also then died shortly after. The Goblin Axmu was struck down. The Goblin Osta was struck down. The Goblin Kisanti was struck down. The Goblin Semetsu was struck down. The Dwarf Dishmab clashed with 3 Goblins, slaying 2. The Catan clashed with a single Goblin, slaying them. And they looted treasure, and the forces of the armored boots rampaged throughout Profane Dredged and destroyed Profane Dredged, according to this. And yep, looks like we actually did it. We destroyed Profane Dredged. There's no civilized population there now. Well done, dwarves. Well done. On to the next one. After we, deal with the siege. Of a French shift? Okay, so I know who to get mad at then. Okay, sweet. So that siege is over. Meaning I can just run around here and claim all this. Claim all this. Claim all this. And I can send the squads back out to go do that again. Let's go raise this next one down here that only has 20, which is also called Hex Ankle. I read that as Hexen K something, but no, it's Hex Ankle. All right, so that's that. And let's unforbid this. Jump up here, pop over here. Pull this lever. Open the front door back up. $1756 is kind of a long time ago. I would describe that as beginning to be a long time ago. I don't know about you. But to me, that's kind of a long time ago. Is there anything you can do to try and end an war with an enemy goblin site economically aligned with your fort, and for some reason now everyone is at war with you? Ooh, do you have DFHack installed? Because that's the only way. If you have DFHack installed, I think the command is end civil war or civil war fix or something. Oh shit, I got some human soldiers visiting. Where are you guys from? No groups? Interesting. Mercenary crew. Yeah, because civil wars are, once they're started, you're just kind of fucked. Quite literally. And to my knowledge, there is no way of fixing them. Once they're done, they're just kind of done. Okay, so also pro tip, chat. If you have an intelligent zombie in your fort right now, don't let them leave the map because they will become a ghost. Alright, I think I'm going to make a Rangers Guild. I was going to do more royalty stuff, but I think we're going to do a Rangers Guild instead. Rangers Guilds are pretty good. It's one of the only ways to train ambush. I mean, we make food that tastes good, not food that's efficient the majority of the time. This is kind of a known thing, you know? Does melee benefit from ambush? No, but attacking sites does. Tactics and ambush are the two main stats. Uh-oh. Tactics and ambush are the two main stats that go into... Uh-oh, okay. I don't think I can tell him to kill this guy, can I? Okay. Nope. Brilliant. This guy needs to leave the map, but also is fighting with some noble who can't actually deal with it. But yeah, so the two most important stats in Dwarf Fort for attacking something is tactics and ambush. And ambush is only trained by hunting. Oh, we've met with the human keeper of the seal. Did they skip us for trading? Yeah, it kind of seems like it. We must have been under siege when they arrived. Yeah, that's my assumption, is that we were under siege when they arrived. I think I may have broken this. Hold on. I wonder if I just screwed everything up or if they're just going to come back. Hold on, let's just try remaking this mission. I may have just screwed this up pretty bad. I might have to jump back to a save. Wonder if they'll come back. Kind of looks like they are. You start sweating at 50 plus dwarves? This is a pretty normal size fort. It's only 170. But how do I manage it? I have like 10,000 hours in this game. Yeah, I think I might jump back to the most recent save. We're in early summer in the 18th of Hematite, so I'm just going to click this button and jump back. That's a little wonky. Yeah, see, like, I have 780 hours on this version, but I've been playing Dwarf Fortress on and off since... I've been playing this game since, like, for over a decade now, on and off. If they die, oh well. I mean, I don't do that. Maybe you do that. Okay, yeah, no, I lost 17 days of in-game time. So basically nothing. Mickey saved your butt with this game? Yep. Okay, so this was after the raise of Profane Dredged. So I'm going to pause this. Jump over here and pull this lever. Let's do this a little cleaner. Or just remember that Dwarf Fortress is like... Dwarf Fortress is a colony management city builder game in Fortress mode. That's also halfway Lemmings. So if you treat the dwarves kind of like Lemmings, you'll have a much better time of it. If you treat the dwarves like Rimworld pawns, or you have to keep every single one alive individually, you will have a hell of a time. And my advice to anybody who's starting out with Dwarf War, if you're trying to figure out how to make it fun, don't worry about keeping every dwarf alive. Realize that, you know, in the Lord of the Rings, there's a lot of dwarves, but you only have like a handful of main characters. And your main characters are the important dwarves. So come up with some main characters, and then start building your narrative. So on the streams, I do this by naming people after chat, right? And reading their descriptions so that chat can develop their little own narratives out of their own dwarves. But when playing on your own time, start naming people. And a lot of dwarves are genuine idiots or broken and useless. And that's part of the dwarves' charm, is that they're imperfect little fuck-ups. And that's why we like them. Like your massively fat doctor. Yeah, no, totally. Who hates people. I'm pretty sure your doctor hates people. I don't think I'm making that up. Apparently I'm out of gold ore, which I find mildly disturbing. Or this goblin here who's more interested in killing this ostrich than, you know, me. And we get to watch this fight again. Kodal. The late. Good lord. I can't. Name people. There we go. Let's see if they can complete this a second time. Let's go, Kodal. Did the game crash? No, I jumped back to a save because I did some fuckery with the raising, and it kind of screwed some things up because I thought all the goblins were dead on the surface and they weren't. And rather than like running into potential issues, I just jumped back to the most recent autosave. I lost 10 days of time, basically. And before the late dies this time. Oh my god. Kodal, no. Kodal, no. Kodal, no! Kodal! Well, that's a shame. All right, well, let's pull this lever. Those just scared the crap out of me. Kodal! Too many to fight, yep. Too many. But it's fine. Means we get, you might want to get out of there. Oh, are they trying to leave? Those bastards! Oh, well, you ain't leaving today, hey? You killed Kodal. You're not going to escape that easily. It's time for the spicy bath. The late means something different. Yep. The late Kodal. Kodal's been found dead. Snatchers protect the children. Oh, pfft. Snatcher actually made it into the fort. The heck are you gonna do? Like, oh no, there's a goblin in the fort. Might as well just beat him to death. I'm sure that's going to do a thing or two to the dwarves' health. Uh-oh. Cog? Are you okay? You might want to get your... Well, I mean, Cog wasn't a member of my fort. So in my defense, that wasn't my fault. I think that was a suicide, actually. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call that a suicide. And when the police come knocking, tell them, like, you know, we tried, we called her name and it didn't come back. Did I deconstruct it a second time? Yay, we destroyed it a second time. Did it actually work? It worked! Woo! Anyway, let's go open the front door. That's awkward. That lava is terrifying pouring out of there. It kind of is, yeah. It looks so much cooler on the, also there's a top bit over here that comes over here and spills down here. It looks so much cooler with the obsidian floor, too. Oh, also because there's, like, moss here, they get fire, too. Oh, that's even worse. Oh, I actually feel kind of bad now. You don't go wandering into the lava channel? I mean, I would say it's entirely her own fault that she died there. Like, I don't disagree with that take. That's 100% her own fault. Human caravans arrived? Hey, and the gate was open. Bye-bye, goblins. All right, We tried. I mean, not really. But, you know, we pretended to put some effort in. I don't know what to sell. Let's just sell a weapon bin. Nerev's in prison. Is repentant. Theoretically, Nerev should, like, come around because Nerev is repentant, which is, like, the best mood they can possibly get from being in prison. Thanks for the clip pack. Well, goblins are donezo, so since the goblins are donezo, we can pop up here. We can pop up here and grab this. Unlock the front tunnel and drain it. It won't be as spectacular draining. It'll just be spectacular on this side, but... I mean, it's not a contest. We'll take multiple clips. That one might get short. Become a short on the YouTube, though. Mr. Chop GR? Is that the username? Hello, thank you for tuning in. What's up? Speaking of things that should be in a clip, might as well just do this to show everybody once again that, by the way, in the experimental build, you can zoom in and out in ASCII now. Uh-oh. I think I maybe found a problem. Don't zoom all the way out. That do bad thing, apparently. But. Hey, Gobsnack. But it works. Largely. Looks a little sketch when you zoom all the way in, but I'm assuming the filtering will help with that. Cheers, Chop. No problem, dude. But yeah, it's kind of wild, actually, how many people have seen those videos. So many people credit me with, like, just straight up teaching them this game to the point where, like, I actually genuinely wonder how many people bought the game because of me. And it might not even be an unrealistic thing to say that it's probably in, like, the 10s to 15,000s. Do you think ASCII versus sprites has an effect on performance? It 1000% does, because it's less graphical assets to load. Although in this branch, maybe not so much, because on the experimental branch, the Goblin's still on the map fighting with a camel. On the experimental branch, it's actually using graphics acceleration. So theoretically, it should just work. So I'm going to send out 2 squads, and we're going to go hit another one of these. Let's go rampage somewhere else. Oh, shit! The vampire! We found the spot for the vampire. Somebody must have told us in a rumor. Do you remember that vampire that I had in a squad by themselves? They weren't here before. They've popped back up. They can keep them, frankly. How's Toe Thief? I haven't even attacked it yet. It has 10,000 people in it. I'm terrified I'm going to attack it, and it's just going to kill all my dwarves. No, nothing. I mean, they're attacking stuff. They're attacking the humans at Toe Thief. Or they're attacking the surrounding human settlements. Will they immediately try to suck blood on return? Oh, damn right. Absolutely. In fact, I would say that vampire is probably better off in Goblin Society because murder is legal there, so. Murder is a personal matter, and you know, if you need to murder for lunch, then they're probably much more accepting of such things. Oh, no, I mean, you can do it with better squads, but my squads aren't maximum. Gear doesn't matter so much. It's more skill of the dwarves. Like, 40 legendary dwarves can take on one of those sites, but it depends on what they have at the site. If it's just trolls, goblins, and ogres, yeah, you can take it. If they have a demon, you might be able to take it. It might also just immediately annihilate them. I mean, just look at their ethics. They literally are. Origanto. If you go, if you type an exclamation point ethics, it'll give you the ethics page on the wiki. Yeah, literally, they're just libertarians. Like, that is what they are. Wait. Oh, Gobsnack? Oh, jeez. Sorry. Definitely 100% missed it. Gem cutter. Yes, you can absolutely have a gem cutter. I have BIM, 1 gem cutter. If you would like BIM, I can give you BIM. But that is my current only gem cutter. And BIM is carrying her child, Toulon, currently. BIM is perfect. God dang it. That is, like, honestly, my only issue with this experimental branch is that hotkeys still work sometimes when you're typing, and the game is unpaused. Gobsnack. Sorry for making you wait 10 minutes. She is a nervous wreck, and she is emotionally obsessive, forming lifelong attachments, even if they aren't reciprocated. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and she actively avoids crowds or exciting and stressful situations. She relies on the advice of others, and she is assertive. She is often cheerful after giving birth to a girl in 289. Aw. And she tends to not reveal personal information. She can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings and a turnaround after becoming a parent in 289, and she does not mind a little tumult and discord into the day-to-day living. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she likes to take it easy, and she isn't given to flights of fancy, and she isn't particularly curious about the world. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and she has a greedy streak. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and often bites her nails when she's trying to remember something. And when she scratches her ear when she's nervous. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill. Personally believes that it would be a fine thing if all time were leisure time. Views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and values hard work. She likes Anderite, Rose Gold, and Christophraise, and Scepters and Purple Amaranths for their striking color and the words of the poetic glosses, and when possible prefers to consume Peach-Faced Lovebird and Dwarven Beer, and Teff Flower, and absolutely distastes hamsters. Aesthetically, her ears are very splayed out, her teeth are crowded, her quite sparse hair is somewhat greasy, her medium-length hair is tied in a ponytail, and her head is extremely narrow. Her eyelashes are short, and her hair is flax, and her skin is burnt umber, and her eyes are bronze. Thumbs up. That'll be good. I don't ever think it's been worth the effort, and I do think that's still the case. If you want items to be maximally valuable, then it's worth the effort. I don't care, and it doesn't really affect the dwarves' like or dislike of it too much. So I never thought, I don't think I'll ever think it's worth the time or effort unless it gives dwarves specific thoughts, but they don't get specific happy thoughts from it, so I don't really see the point. If it's like, oh, I was happier because I saw a gem-encrusted thingy on this table instead of just seeing a table, like, did you mess up Trader? What do you mean, did you mess up Trader? Brought a male cat. It's like a mailman, but this one's a cat. No, I'm not missing Trader. It's fine. I was keeping an eye on the season. It's only early summer. We have until like midsummer before they leave. They stick around for a month and a half, or maybe it's 2 months. Something like that. You got time. Holy crap, that's a lot of parchment sheets. Well, I mean, Unknown Duel? I will love to read a copy of Unknown Duel. Sounds like a wonderful book. And also all of these books. And I'll take the sheets as well. I'll make quires. Trade. Got 16 sheets? Okay. Due to the sidetracking dwarf assignment. Frankly, if I missed the trading due to sidetracking dwarf assignment, it would be my own fault for not doing it initially. I mean, it's better than like the poetry lines where it's like the poetry is very, very bad, which is a line that you can get for poetry and songs. All right, chat. I've got an ad break rolling up here in 30 seconds. I'm hungry. My tummy's rumbling. I'm gonna go grab me my lunch. I'm gonna take like a minute and a half, 2-minute break, which is about how long the ad break is gonna be anyway. So if you get hit by an ad, you're not gonna miss anything. We'll just follow this dwarf around, Rovod, the Bone Doctor, and I will be back momentarily. If I could get a big round of beers, that'd be great. And if you could use sound commands, if you happen to have access to them to entertain the chat, that'd be great. And if I come back to a hype train, I don't know, you get bonus points maybe. BRB.
Five. 5 is the number of the counting.
All right, streamer returns with sandwich. Hi, hello. And True Freak, thank you very much for the 5th month and the first notification of money in 3 hours. I'm too lazy to set up 50 different commands for different words all related to the word wine. The actual important question here is, why are you whining about it? Because, like, for the beer one, right? You can type in the word beer, exclamation point, beer, the beer emote, like 50 different beer-related emotes. Including, like, Coke Carnage's beer emote and Quill 18's mug and a bunch of other things. As well as, like, the word beer in multiple languages. And frankly, I started doing it for Crypt Rocks, the whiskey emote, and then eventually just kind of gave up. I just kind of stopped at a point. No, try some different variants. I don't know how many languages you speak, but type in the word beer in a few different languages, chat, and see what we can find. My favorite room in this fort is actually this room. This is probably my favorite room in this fort. Don't use exclamation point. Just type in the word. I don't think I have the Greek word for it. If you don't satisfy the guild hall fails and then they get really pissed at you. Like it's a huge mood debuff. If you satisfy the guild hall, then the guild hall forms properly and then they teach lessons and teach their skills to other dwarves who want to walk into the guild hall. And if you don't allow other dwarves into the guild hall, then they just teach each other their own skills. So, long story short, you really want to satisfy guild halls. Because it's basically going to guarantee that you're going to have dwarves in those skills, like, immediately. Unless, like, you don't want dwarves with that particular skill, but... Like, as an example, if you, have a crafts dwarf guild hall, as dwarves go in there and they learn to make crafts, they get the same happy thoughts that they would. They get the same happy thought that they would if they were actually making an item. So the act of learning to make the item is just as good as the act of making the item. So if you have dwarves that want to make a craft, right? You make a crafts dwarves hall. They form a guild when they have 10 people with that skill. Then they'll teach the others that skill, and then they don't actually need to make crafts to satisfy the make craft need. It's kind of huge. And some people are like, man, they're so annoying. I'm just going to deny all these. It's like, yeah, but it's like literally the most important, like, useful asset you have to your fort. Like, why wouldn't you do that? No, range is extremely important. So is farming. You get better yields on your output. Range is extremely important because it teaches ambushing and tactics, which are two of the most important skills on getting your dwarves to go out and, you know, win stuff. Also, somebody died on that fight. Nobody does. I mean, anybody who watched my guild halls video on YouTube would know that, but assuming you retain that bit of information, I do talk pretty quickly in that video. Food is a great idea. You have a good night. We'll see you when we see you, Bobble. We'll be on tomorrow and the day after. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, Dwarf Fortress, like, is a good simulation, not because it's necessarily the deepest simulation ever created, but just because it's so convincing. Like, if... Like, I don't know. I guess this might be something that people who are used to playing RimWorld run into, but... Dwarf Fortress is literally like playing D&D with yourself, but you're the DM, and all the dwarves are your players. So if you like D&D, that's kind of what Dwarf Fortress is. Dominant Crafts have returned. All right. Let's see how that fight went. So we just went to go raise Hex Ankle. The Tufted Urns attacked the Amusing Fiend at the Reclusive Ghoul at Hex Ankle. Roshin Cat led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Goblin Nagozo. This tactical planning was superior, okay? And the defenders had a slight positional advantage. They have a better ambush skill, we have a better tactics skill. Oh, Tekid? Yeah, no, Tekid Tekkit is very good, but he unfortunately has been very bad about his like tutorial output since this version came out, which makes me real sad because his tutorials are phenomenal. Puts mine to fucking shame, but he's doing a very good job of just simply waiting until everybody forgets. Okay, well, who did we lose though? Because we did lose somebody. Pretty even fight so far. Devilish Potato just killed a goblin. Ryo Shinkat outwitted the goblin Nagozapo. Positional advantage, and we gained our position. We gained a positional advantage here, so now we have the positional advantage. We rampaged throughout, but we were unable to destroy it. So we rampaged throughout Hex and Ankle, but we didn't destroy it. And we got 9 beak dogs and an iron helm from that. Well, thank you. I do very good quick tutorials. I don't do very good in-depth tutorials. Which, you know, I think that currently this version of the game is lacking in in-depth stuff. We're going to put those beak dogs right here. Or something RPG. If you make your characters, you will make up a D&D style story. Yep. That's what Stalker's real good for that stuff too. Okay, I'm going to accept that Ranger Guild. Set this as the Rangers Guild. You, I'll just nuke those because I don't need those, and then you can become Guildhall. And this is one of those menus that desperately needs to be in alphabetical order instead of whatever the heck this is. There it is. Rangers. The Guild of Seas. That doesn't make any sense as a name, but we'll take it. You usually have a singular issue and you hate watching a long video for that. Yeah, fair enough. All right, we're going to send these dwarves back out. Where is Hex and Ankle? What was the name of that? So this is called Latex. Can we just agree to call this spot Latex, chat? Because it's latex. The English language is wonderful sometimes. Okay, well, they only have 20 people left. We're gonna attempt to raise once again. Although the funniest goblin location name I've ever seen, Toe Thief is up there, but it's not the funniest. The funniest I've ever seen is Bulbous Sore, because bulbous is a word in Dwarf and so's sore. So I got a Bulbasaur, which was kind of incredible. Wow, wow. Nerev's committed another crime already, going back to prison. Trying to think of the name of that movie about that British dude who just beats people up and causes violence just so that he can stay in prison because he likes being in prison. True story. Bronson? Maybe narrative is this fortress is Bronson. I think it was Bronson. Yeah, it's Bronson, right? That's the name of that movie. It's a weird movie. Good movie, but weird movie. Weird guy. Charles Bronson? But yeah, no, I'm starting to think that narrative might be that dwarf. Or that character for this fort. Because of how long they've been in prison. No. Unfortunately, Andrew Tate is a much different person. Also, I don't think he has a movie made out of him yet. But he is kind of an idiot. Well, that's an understatement. Understatement of the month. Who, Bronson? Because I'd agree with Bronson. You played a little DF today? How'd that go? Anything fun happen? Do you name every dwarf after yourself for all the dwarves that I've missed? I don't know. I wouldn't be so mean to goats like that. I think the goats deserve better. Welcome back, Bobtron. It's going pretty okay. And yourself? Just making a little spot for my lovely, lovely, lovely dwarves to go train. Ranger skills. See, the thing about Bronson, though, is like, well, what did he actually... He went to prison for, like, armed robbery with a sawed-off shotgun, but didn't hurt anybody. And the only reason he stayed in prison was because every time they put him in lighter security prison, he would just beat somebody up. And so they put him back into solitary. Like, I'm not saying the guy did nothing wrong. He certainly did plenty wrong, but it's just kind of hysterical that, like, he, like, really should have just gone to prison for, like, 6 months and been fine. People who idolize Tate are top-tier cringe. I don't understand the lack of brain capacity you have to think that anything that man says is right or intelligent. Like, every time I hear him talk, it just makes me kind of mad. Like, that genuinely, like, that's what I'm thinking of. Like, that's it. Your mom told you about this game where you were in 4th grade and you couldn't figure it out. Huh. So, what brings you here now? Are you able to figure it out these days? Will lava kill a non-flying entity? Non-flying entity? Lava will kill anything it touches, pretty much. Except for, like, some lava-resistant, like, titans and demons. They're mostly literal children. You know, that actually wouldn't surprise me if, like, most of his fan base is just, like, edgy 13-year-olds. And then just the occasional super-duper concerning adult. Still a noob, though? To be fair, I'm still kind of a noob in some ways, and I've played this game for 10,000 plus hours. So, don't worry, you're not alone. That is the movie I'm describing. Yeah, he robbed the post office. Ended up spending 3 decades in solitary confinement. Yeah, no, like, that's exactly what I'm talking about. 1974, a hot-headed 19-year-old named Michael Peterson decided he wanted to make a name for himself, so he went with a homemade sawed-off shotgun and his head full of dreams and attempted to rob a post office. Swiftly apprehended and originally sentenced to 7 years in jail, Peterson has subsequently been behind bars for 34 years, 30 of which has been spent in solitary confinement. During that time, Michael Peterson, the boy, faded away, and Charles Bronson, the superstar alter ego, took stage. Inside the mind of Bronson, a scathing indictment of celebrity culture. Yes, that's the plot summary of that movie. And also a true story. You like watching and hearing stories about this game? It's so cool. Well, find your own. This makes it even better. I mean, this is a legendary fortress that defeats its foes using the power of a volcano. Come on. We're robbing a post office with a homemade sawed-off shotgun. I mean, what exactly you're going to get by robbing a post office? I don't know. Well, 1974, it's not even like there's Amazon packages there. Gotta get those stamps, I guess. It was like nothing that he actually made it out with, too. Money orders and stamps. Well, yeah. It's not exactly the most common thing to rob, though. But yeah, for the time, I guess it would just be money orders and stamps. This is 1974 we're talking about here. You don't think FedEx existed yet? Yeah, no, at the time, money orders were just cash. Yeah. Debit was a pipe dream. I mean, it still kind of is sometimes, depending on where you go. Like, it's really funny when I go to Quebec, because I do that occasionally. And, like, I go there and I try and use my debit card somewhere, immediately gets locked, phone my bank and say, hey, I'm traveling, could you please unlock my debit card? And they go, where are you? I'm like, oh, I'm in Quebec. And they're like, ah, yes, that makes sense. Because, like, my bank's debit cards just straight up don't work in most of Quebec half the time. I mean, universities had computers in the 70s. My parents went to university in the 70s, and they got to use computers. Very early computers, but still. Okay. Squads are still out. The guild hall has been satisfied. They are now happy. Those golden statues go a long way towards satisfying the dwarves. Yeah, I guess there's a pretty hefty difference between 74 and 77. You had those in high school? I mean, I have a record player from 1979, which was the year my parents got married. But it was that exact record player. The record player I have in the other room is my parents. Or belonged to my parents before they gave it to me. I mean, I have no personal knowledge, so you guys, I'm just assuming everything you guys say is correct, and I'm completely wrong. I'm just bullshitting because that's what I do professionally. I'm not going to pretend that everything I say is factual, intelligent, or correct. That would be a stupid thing to assume. Also, hey, Felsner, how's things? Yeah, I just always assumed the computers were mid-70s. Or home computers started being a thing in, like, the 80s, really. But computers, at the very least, on, like, an industrial scale or, like, in universities and whatnot. I'm still so confused. Why did that other dwarf get a ghost? Not factual, intelligent, or correct most of the time. TM. Hey, see, here's the thing. I'm just getting out ahead of it, so if I accidentally spread false information, you can't blame me. Also, I dream in ASCII sometimes. Commodore PET was 1977. What year was the first at-home Macintosh? Because I had a black and white Mac growing up. I need bucklers and beds. Large gems and bucket. And what was the last thing? Buckets. You ran a BBS on your C64 when you were 12? There's nothing against my parents, but it might kind of sound like I'm being mean to my parents. Look at these beak dogs. Aw, that one's seriously injured. We should eat it. But my parents really wanted me to get into like internet security or programming or something. And all that they did was they wouldn't let me on the internet. And at least not much. And they gave me a copy of Programming for Dummies, which was like 6 years out of date at the time. I'm gonna put this cat in here for a second and then release it once it's in here. So we are now starting up a beak dog breeding program because I have a bunch of beak dogs now. $1984 was the first at-home Mac. Man, the most recent memory I have of that commercial is the fucking Fortnite parody. How times change, eh? To be fair, the Fortnite parody of that commercial is pretty good, too. That's a very injured beak dog. He has no sense of vengeance or retribution, enjoys being in crowds, and is prone to strong feelings of lust. He has a greedy streak, and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He's trusting. Generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and rarely feels discouraged. Quick to anger. Likes being outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Ability to stand lost? What happened to you? His right floating ribs are mangled beyond recognition. His right paw is mangled beyond recognition. Or beaky. Dogs, cats, and donkeys in real life or Dwarf Fort? Okay, I was gonna say that's quite the like that's got to be a full-time job. Okay, my dwarves are back. Let's see how this fight went. The armored boots looted treasure and seized livestock from Hexankle, and we rampaged throughout Hexankle. The amusing fiend fled Hexankle, and we destroyed Hexankle. Confirming. We have destroyed the dark pits of Hexankle. Okay, sweet. Destruction of locations seems to be way more consistent now, which is good. Just kind of want to hit all of like these support pits first. Like classic trenches. It's a good name for a book, too. Let's go hit this one. I'll wait for them all to get back first. You don't need another full-time job? No, I getcha. Technically, I'm an Amazon contractor. Which is a little weird, but... Your stomach is being very angry. You're gonna go lay down? Almost, I mean, your stomach is just trying to be like your dwarf in this fort. I hope that you feel better, dude. Take care. We're gonna have to pretty up this hallway down here now, eh? I love that this is going to get forbidden because there's a cat standing right there. But yeah, I certainly don't envy the working for Amazon gig. I certainly don't envy that. Yep, we just kidnapped a whole bunch of them. Or liberated them? Rescued them? I don't know the word to use there, but we just rescued a bunch of beak dogs. Oh, yes, we have assimilated them into the fold. That's a good way to put that. Chat, can we get a round of beers for True Freak's grandfather? Rest in peace. That's horrible. Hope he had a good life. Did good things. Sasta Heaven Styles. What are you? Human poet. No, I'm good. Don't need no human. Somebody help out Tyler with those ads, chat. Jazz, thank you very much for chucking a sub at DTylerX. Ad-free viewing for the next 30 days, courtesy of a very generous individual. Did I get them all in here? I don't think I did. Oh, no, wow, it certainly did not. That's a lot of beak dogs. I have way more beak dogs than I realized. Oh, did I just go get more? Oh, that might be it. Yep. Just got 9 more. Well. Let's go get more. We support via Patreon. It's all good. Beak dog get it? Yeah. Certainly just a mess of beak dogs. Oh, also, D. Tyler, if you type in exclamation point annoy me, you have access to some sound commands, by the way.
6 months.
Because of your
my
tier.
sub next month, Crypt Metal.
Hell yeah, Wanderlust. You've made it to the 6th month. God damn, time's flown so fast. We're gonna attempt to raise Menace Soul. Chat, can I get a round of beers for that resub? Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for a 6th month. Welcome back, Wanderlust. We are acquiring a small party of beak dogs. The pot can only do so many things at once. Yeah, there you go. So all of those will make different sounds, just like screenshot the command or something. Or just type it in whenever you need to know. Although one of them doesn't work. Created a masterpiece large bed. Nobles are mostly happy. Okay, I'm gonna try and get this Baroness happy. That's what we're gonna do now. So I kind of like this area down here. Making rock blocks, that's good to see. So the Baroness needs a throne room. I think we'll put a small throne room right here. Should work. I think a murder of dogs. I think a group of beak dogs would be a murder.
Time flies with fun.
Adorable is another word we could use. Goat Swarm, thanks for the Prime sub for the 4th month. We're just, 100 bits or another resub off of a hype train. That would actually be the first of the day, I think. Pretty sure that would be the first of the day. Oh yeah, it's probably a pack, actually. Although they're closer to, like, tremors than anything. Fight attack, I'm sorry, your dwarf is one of the saddest in the fort, but hasn't died yet, so... Thanks for the $1. A gaggle. Pounding? Dogma, thanks for continuing that gift sub from Jerry Gordon. An ass blast? A peck? Instead of like a pack, a peck? Peck of beak dogs? Kind of sounds odd. It doesn't roll off the tongue well. Yeah, I get it. I've only ever seen the first Tremors, and I kind of have no intention in seeing any of the others. It's like, I know they made more of them, but A Bork? Thanks, Jazz. Means a lot, dude.
LVL2.
Thanks for the $10. Appreciate you, man. Banana Scent, what kind of dwarf would you like? There's like 7. Isn't there also a TV show? Like... most of them are like just direct-to-video, too. Okay, so it did have a TV show. I didn't make that up. Good to know. I feel slightly better about myself knowing that I didn't, in fact, make that up. Honestly, I feel like beak dogs probably have more in common with goats than anything.
Isn't that interesting?
Any male will do? All right. How about the broker? Yeah. It's annoying. The hotkey issue only seems to happen when you're unpaused. What's up, Gremlin Court? You need a high-end PC to run this game? This game will run on anything, but it won't run well on anything. Like, it honestly, like, you can run this on, like, a PC from the mid-2000s, and it'll run. It might not run as well as you want it to, but it'll run. You might have to, like, play on smaller maps with smaller population limits. But, yeah, if you have a toaster, it'll be fine. Toaster Plus. Yeah, I mean, like, you don't want to try and run this on, like, a like laptop from 2001, but like, you know, if you have a computer that's been built in the last 15 years, it'll probably run. But if you're concerned about how well it'll run, download the free version from Bay12's website and try that first. The only caveat is it looks like this. So keep that in mind. Although fortunately, at least in this version, you can zoom now, which is really nice. Do I have hardware now? Do I have hardware? Are you asking if I have a computer? What do you mean by do I have hardware? Also, Gremlin Court, your name's great. Gremlin for mayor is a running joke here. Vote Gremlin, chat. Oh, that was to Gremlin Court. I was like, I was just perplexed by the question is all. It read like it was directed at me, so I was confused. But yeah, as long as you have something that's been built in the last 10 years, it'll probably run. No problem. Just because Gremlins are on the brain right now, I'd like to remind everybody that I have a pretty rad t-shirt for sale over on my merch store. It's like a dungeon master, but it's a gremlin. And he's even pondering an orb. So if you want to be the necromancer gremlin master of the universe, you too can, I don't know, purchase this when it has a shirt on it. I also sell it in sticker format. If you want a sticker. Also got that. Sold like 3 of these.
Cheese
for everyone.
Everyone.
All right. Let's bring in the mica. How good of a computer do we reasonably need to run Doom inside a Dwarf Fortress? Doom, I don't know. But Space Invaders, it's already been done. Oh, I didn't read your dwarf line. You are correct. I got distracted by a question. No, I'm just looking for the dwarf. Where are you? There you are. All right, personality-wise. He always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his consideration, never acts without prolonged deliberation, sometimes even to his own detriment, and the harm of those around him. And he is always in love with somebody, and easily develops positive feelings, and he is slow to trust others, and he is often cheerful. He likes a little excitement now and then, and he is conflicted by this because he considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually. He often feels envious of others and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He has an active sense of humor and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, believes that it would be a fine thing if all time were leisure time. He finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled, believes that peace is always preferable to war and is taking a very strange route to construct this building. And he dreams of creating a great work of art. Aspiring artist. I love it. He likes brimstone, gold, and rock crystal, and amber. And thank you very much for the hype train chat. The $11.04 subs. He prefers to consume glass eye, purple amaranth beer, one-humped camel's milk, and absolutely hates snails. He has what was once a thin frame, now bearing enormous thick layers of fat. He has a square chin, and his teeth are crowded. His ears are splayed out, and his very long beard is neatly combed. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His hair is clean-shaven, and his eyelashes are short. His amethyst eyes are wide-set, and his dark brown skin is wrinkled. His hair is dark taupe with a touch of gray. Random piece of Dwarf Fortress factoids, for those of you who may not have realized. The aesthetics of them is a combination of the way their parents looked. So they usually will take the haircut that their dad has or their mom has, depending on like whether or not they're a boy or a girl, and they have a combination of the way their parents look. So if you play enough of a particular world, you'll start to figure out what dwarf is from what faction based on like skin tone and like hair color, which is kind of cool. And very soon, TM Dwarf Fortress will also run on like Mac and Linux again. Very soon. But yeah, fix that problem, Banana Synth. Sorry about that. I mean, Dwarf Fortress has its recommended specs, but like, you just need to remember that at the end of the day, Dwarf Fortress is like, how do I explain this? Dwarf Fortress is just one of those games that will run well on any, or won't run great on anything, but it'll run on anything. So, as long as you're kind of okay with it, you know, not running great on anything, but will run on anything, you can run Dwarf Fortress on almost anything. Very soon, as in like it's in the beta branch right now. Very soon. It'll slowly develop. No, that makes it sound like it has a memory leak. That's not totally true. Tyler, the confident tangle of fingers, has a such a funny name. The confident tangle of fingers. It's like that's the weirdest. Imagine somebody calling you a confident tangle of fingers. It's like, oh, you're such a confident tangle of fingers. It's like, what? Like, just what? No, it only crashes every 35 years. Thanks, I think? I've definitely had compliments like that in my life where it's like, is that a bird? I don't know. It's like being told I have a long neck, which is a compliment I got once. Which I'm still not sure is a compliment, but the person insisted it was a compliment, so. Reminds me of that meme that you were reading to make you hold your hands. Yes. All right, well, I'm going to accept this dwarf. Let's do that. Around the top of this. Here. Smooth this. This is going to be throne room 4. That noble that I just have hanging out. Who is the Baron of Mistlands, Dumat. That's what happens when you just have bajillions of gold, is you just make tons of statues and just put them everywhere. Which is why I have statues and why they are everywhere. Also, how many books are we up to? 25? Hey, that's good. Hi, new to Dwarf Fortress. I'm blind. Now that I've, like, done the arbitrary mean joke, I'll actually read your line of text. One of your dwarves went mad and you can't figure out how to give him items and you want tips. Okay, so if you have a dwarf... Uh-oh, I got one that's doing that right now. If you have a dwarf that claims a thing, right? If you click on the workshop, it'll say what they need. So this dwarf needs bars of metal, skeletons, a quarry, and this is usually why they're going mad, if they go mad. So if they ask for all these items and they don't have access to all these items, they will go insane and then the dwarf is dead. Once they've gone mad or gone melancholic or berserk or whatever, there's no saving them. They're done. They're gone. So essentially, I can tell you right now that this dwarf needs skeletons because I'm automatically disposing of all my skeletons. So I'm just going to go over to pets and livestock and I'm going to slaughter 2 beak dogs. And that should be enough. And then we just wait. Follow the dwarf. And they will go and grab stuff. Caused 3 others to go mad, so you went back to a previously saved one to try and save them. Yeah, so what you want to do is you want to, if they've claimed a workshop, if it says that they have a strange mood, see what they're sketching. And you need to make sure you have one of all of those items. But also, welcome to Dwarf Fort. And if you need help with anything Dwarf Fort related, my Discord's quite quick at answering questions in the questions room, and also when I'm live, chat's very helpful. Fights frame by frame thing, are you just pausing and unpausing? I think it's bound to period by default. I don't know what the default binding is these days, but I have it bound to plus and minus. It's a key binding. It's I think called something tick. It's like basically you move the game up by 1 in-game clock tick. Because Dwarf Fortress is technically a real-time turn-based game. Everything is moving in turns. But yeah, you I think it's 3 months that you have to get all of the artifacts, all the stuff that they need for the artifact. If you can't get all the stuff that they need in 3 months, then they just die. You've been using your dwarf mug literally all day. Looks like serotonin is back on the menu. Hell yeah. I don't know what a mug full of serotonin would taste like. Probably not great. But hey. The concept of plank time. I hate that, but not really. I mean, it's just using, clock ticks, just like any other roguelike or any other real roguelike, I suppose. Yeah, that's when the dwarves escape into the internet, that's when we're truly fucked. Dwarf here. I love the fact that the hammerer is making an artifact. It says cloth. You've tried every piece of cloth. There's one right next to him. So just to confirm, you have in your fortress you have plant cloth, silk, and yarn, which is like animal cloth, right? Yeah. So to be clear, you would have like sheep's wool or alpaca yarn or something, as well as plant cloth. Because if you have pigtail cloth or like Remy fabric or I think linen. Okay, you're grabbing what now? Tetrahedrite? I was hoping you'd go for gold. I agree with Keith right here. But still, I don't know. All right, game saving. Coffee is always a thing that you should BRB for, yes. Although I feel like it's getting kind of late in the day, at least for me, for coffee. It's really interesting when, I'm not going to name any names here, but it's really interesting when you have a successful charity event, which many of you guys are probably aware that we just did one and we've done many others as a, or at least me and my team have hosted many others in the past. You start getting like the most random charities reaching out. They're like, hey, would you be interested in working with us? To which we usually respond politely, no. It's always like super interesting. Like the amount of reach that these events have. It's like the RimWorld Hot Potato. Last year, I think total netted something like 4 million views over the weekend, which is crazy. That's a lot of eyeballs. I think the reason that you went mad is because you took so long to give him the new clothes. Okay, you didn't know you had to do that as you were starting. Okay, I know that'll make Dwarves go mad. You're super stressing when your crops for pigtails and you think that you messed something up. What I would recommend when starting out is just don't worry too much about dwarves going nuts. Like you're going to lose dwarves. You're going to have dwarves that are going to go insane. You're going to have dwarves that are like you're going to lose dwarves. You got to break some dwarves to build a fort. It's kind of how this game works. Like it's a city builder, but it's also kind of lemmings in a way. And they're lemmings with personality, so you feel bad when they explode, but they're still going to do the lemmings thing and go wander off a cliff. Bill sucked you dry this month. It's all good, though. Don't bankrupt yourself with resubbing. Take care of yourself. But I kind of feel you there. I've had to budget intelligently this month as well because I'm I donated like fucking $500 of my own money by the end of the event. I got two more. Another Baroness is visiting. Man, we are like Grand Central Station for Dwarven Nobles. Crazy. It's very important, though. Also, speaking of drinks, I have 6. I gotta sort that out. Are you? What do you still need? Grey Forest Skeletons. Rough gems. Mining bars of metal. I think it's rough gems that you need. Okay, let's go mine out some rough gems. There's some up there, but gotta be some more convenient ones. There's quartz. Also, Menaced Soul fight seems to be done. After Ern's attacked, Ryo Shinkat led the attack. Our tactical planning was superior to the Goblin Matos, and the defenders had a slight positional advantage. I'm almost out of coffee, but I can drink it. Uh-oh. The Dwarf Christen's left ear was torn off by a goblin. Don't lose your ears. You need those to hears. We looted treasure and rampaged throughout, but didn't destroy it. No, you. We stole a lignite crown, copper breastplate, a lead table. Well, that table's led us astray. Van, go to bed. I don't know. All right. I've thrown it. I'm gonna say this again. We're going to attack the goblin pits of latex. Sounds like latex, but it's late hex. Dwarf Tyson? We're going to attempt to raise and destroy. Seek and destroy, dwarves. Seek and destroy. All right, let's jump back down to that dwarf in the strange mood. I'm just gonna toss these creepy buggers into the lava. It's late hex, yes. Ways the god. Thanks, Celesty. It's late hex. Like Fight Attack just said it, but I mean, say late hex 5 times fast without saying latex. It's like impossible. Yeah, also what Anander said. That's also a way to get around having to worry so much about growing clothes. There's also like the fun detail of like just harvest everything on the surface and something will be able to be made into clothes. Work secretly. Okay, what all did you end up grabbing? Quartz, rough quartz, stray beak dog bone, almond wood logs, tower cap logs, 2 pieces of tetrahedrite, beak dog bone, and aluminum. Fancy. We already got an aluminum mace, and this is also this. So we made an aluminum mace, and now the hammerer is making a new aluminum something. They are a novice weaponsmith. If they make an aluminum hammer, I'm just giving it to the hammerer. Like, she can just have it if she makes a hammer. Just go bonk people with a hammer made of aluminum. I mean, you know, honestly, I know it doesn't sound as bad as some of the other things, but... Oh, that's not one you see very often. The ghost Katal the Late. Remember the late, chat? The late Kadal casts a spell and dizzies Toulon the Hunter. Did you know that ghosts could cast spells? I didn't. When did ghosts get magic? You've seen that one? I haven't. Baseball bat with a big thick thing at the end, yeah. But in Dwarf Fortress, damage is like, for hammers is calculated by weight, not speed at which they can hit. So, also, I only just realized I've got a statue of a guinea pig right here. That's kind of wonderful. Yeah, it causes a spell of dizziness. That's magic. Like you can call it whatever you want. I'm gonna call it I'm gonna call it magic. All right. Well, anyway, we gotta get that dwarf memorialized. God, friggin' tits. Not a hamster? I mean, I got nothing against hamsters. Hamsters are adorable. And I feel like dwarves should be able to like hamsters for their ability to consume alcohol, because hamsters can consume more booze than any other creature on Earth. No. Wrong. Yeah, it needs to be Dumat. Not Edom. Where's Dumat? There you are. There we go. I guess I could have also given it to Edom, but got to do one for Edom right next door. You missed the last couple of streams? So everything in the UI is super goddamn smooth. Like super goddamn smooth, man. Like so goddamn smooth. That's it. That's really it. For me, like the frame rate boosts that I've gotten are kind of minimal. And like, I think that that's largely to do with the fact that I don't actually use a large monitor, and most of these frame rate increases are coming from are for people who have large monitors. Like if you're playing on a 4K monitor, you might just quadruple your frame rate. But because I'm not playing on a large monitor, I don't really have that as a boost. But yeah, it runs so much better. And I only had crashing issues on the first day. Since then I haven't had any issues, which has been lovely. Caravan from the dwarves has arrived. And we are attacking latex. I mean, late hex. People keep knocking my statues over. Can you fucking stop? Like, actually, can we fucking stop, please? Dear dwarves who keep tantruming, please stop. It's really quite annoying having to replace all my statues constantly. Yeah, we also learned today that if you send an undead dwarf on a mission, they appear as a ghost and then don't come back. A statue of limitations. Wow. I'm just gonna sell all these gold statues. We'll just do that. We'll make more. There's a human beast hunting necromancer hanging out? That's kind of cool. Okay. Swedish, the Hammerer has created Almostax Lukotin, an aluminum animal trap, and offers it to the armored boots. I mean, if you insist. I guess you made that. Good for you. It's one of my most valuable artifacts, and this is an aluminum animal trap. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with tower cap and encircled with bands of beak dog bone and cushioned tetrahedrite cabochons. The subject is adorned with hanging rings of rose quartz and menaces with spikes of aluminum and tetrahedrite. On the item is an image of high wood and almond wood. On the item is an image of nether caps and beak dog bone. Yeah, they're cavies. Cavy sow or cavy pup. Those are guinea pigs. So this is a image of a cavy. On the item is a well-designed image of a cavy and microcline by a shady necromancer. Who isn't shady nor a necromancer. He's also not slim, so he's a dwarf. Naturally. Animal trap. Put that there. Oh, speaking of the fort, also suited giraffe. We have a new pet project. Also looks like the military back. How the trade depot works, it asked you a few times to pick the items to trade, and it didn't actually want all your 200 muscles. You have to make them into crafts. You basically, you need to assign a dwarf as a broker, unless you just want to let anybody trade, but then you won't get set prices. You click move goods to and from depot, you select what you want to sell them. So let's just say iron anvil. We'll sell all of our iron anvils, all 17 of them, because I don't actually need them. They then bring the items there, and then when the dwarf is there and available to trade, I will shut my camera off so you can see. You click this, and then you do the trading, but they're not finished unloading yet. My items aren't here, so there's no point. But also, yes, I have a video on trading. If it exists, I've probably made a video for it. It's also kind of crazy looking at those videos because it's like, that video has 40,000 views. My God. I put up a tutorial now and it gets like... How to explain that? I don't know, about 2,000, 3,000 on a good day. How to deal with trash. that could mean so many things. Your broker's the one that went mad? It wasn't a broker then, he was a broken. I'm very funny. Yeah, it makes things disappear. Yeah, it unexists stuff. And sometimes you just need to unexist things. A devilish potato has been elected to the position of the holy virtue of the honest sect. Well, I know that that's a religion. I'm gonna screenshot that. Yeah, no, I need to make clothes, to be honest. I mean, I'm just going to select a random dwarf, one of mine. I mean, they're actually fine. So what does that actually mean for you, a devilish potato? Hold on a second. Do you lose your name when that happened? Fathraiser, your last name. I'm sorry, Nani the fuck? Chat, am I seeing things? What the hell? Didn't that dwarf die? No, that dwarf was an intelligent undead and got memorialized in a slab and is still alive in my fort, apparently. No, that's not a ghost. That's just a dwarf in my fort, dude. Is a formal militia? Yeah, this is that dwarf. They left the map as an intelligent undead, came back as a ghost, I memorialized them, and there's the dwarf. Something's broken. $37. She just pulled a Jesus. What? I'm gonna send Putnam a DM. Hold up. Yeah, let me send a Dev a DM. Yeah, no kidding. So Dishmab Crowded Handles is like their actual name. Like, let's go find the slab, because I know I engraved that frickin' slab. Dishmab. Cattle, Servish, Dishmab. This is their frickin' memorial. Struck down by the dwarf dark hunter Zon, the old slayer of the forgotten beast, devoted mother and wife. Like, what? But no, she's not undead though. She's thinking. She's got thoughts and emotions, and she's upset at the lack of chairs. What the? She slayed multiple forgotten beasts. That's wild. How the fuck did I manage that? This is the full-blown Matrix for Dwarf Fort. What would happen if I looked at Legends? I mean, Ah, man, I don't know if I want to do that right now. What do you say to the god of death? Thank you. Okay, so apparently that's a known bug. According to Putnam, it's a known bug. But, interesting. So, we managed to completely resurrect a dwarf. That's hysterical, man. Okay, I've done dresses twice. What? I have a cloak, trousers, dress, sock, shoe. I don't even know, man. I'm assuming... Okay, so, yeah, no, I'm too curious. How do I do this? Save and continue playing, or... Let... I can type. Were you automatically put back in the squad? No. You're currently a former militia dwarf. Maxillian, what's up? I'm gonna go look at Legends. What? I need to fucking... Wow. Well, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Cheers. Apparently, Anander, not intentionally. Do I have a milk command? What would that do? The weirdest thing I've seen, Obscura, was I had a dwarf leave, die out on a siege, and then come back as a ghost, wielding a sword and armor. Well, not wielding it, but carrying it. And went and trained like a normal dwarf, went and slept in their bed like a normal dwarf, and then went and left on the next siege and then didn't come back. That is the weirdest thing I've ever had happen. But no, I have not seen this bug before. That's the weirdest one. That one was kind of cool, though. That's officially weirder than the resurrected dwarf. I don't know. It was, although, actually, no. I don't think this was a bug. I think this was actually mechanics working as intended. There was one time when Transfem had a dwarf under their old name. In Long Death, that dwarf was murdered, and then I forgot to memorialize the body. And a year later, they came back as a ghost, possessed their murderer, and then confessed to the murder with the murderer that they were possessing. That was weirder. I'm now going to retire the fortress for the time being. Yes. Save world and return to title. Yep. Save to a new timeline. Legends. It's saving. There we go. How long do I play in the same world? Until it stops functioning, usually. Or until I get tired of it. You did come back, not as a ghost though, or a zombie. You're just a completely living dwarf, Salty. So, the thing is, you came back as the living dwarf. You didn't come back with the squad. I don't know when you came back, but no, very rarely. I mean, Dwarf Fortress had save compatibility from 2014 all the way up to the release of Premium. So, and apparently there was only one change in Premium, which is this version, that actually made the saves not compatible, and it was something to do with trees. So it's very rare. Unless they do major map coding rewrites, which doesn't happen very often, or like huge building placement rewrites. Then yeah, you don't run into that kind of stuff. No, we managed to fully resurrect you, Salty, so. The slabbing removed you from the squad somehow? Maybe, but no, the thing was when you left with the squad, you became a ghost. So I'm wondering if you leaving with the squad, you becoming a ghost, me slabbing it, removed the ghost, made you undead yourself. Sentence? All right, so now the problem is, does anybody know Salty's last name? Because I just realized I haven't screenshotted it. Because I obviously can't search by Salty. I think it was Dishmab. No, the fort didn't fall over. I'm just checking something. Also, export XML is a thing now. Might as well click that button, because that's new. Died in 99. No, none of these are the right dish map. They need to die in 280 something. Like born in 134. That's probably it. Nope. It's about the right. No, that's the wrong year. Died in 264. Died in 280. I know what year that dwarf was born, so I'm just looking for the right year. That could be it. Female dwarf, so... Yeah, there it is. So... She fought in all these sieges. Okay, so... Remember the creators... Settled in Heatstone, became a member of the Tufted Urns, fought, settled in Heatstone, fought in the Stormy Siege, was struck down by the Forgotten Beast. The Pulpy. No? Wrong dish map. Maybe. Yeah, no, wrong dish map. Wasn't that dish map? You weren't struck down by the Pulpy. You struck down the Pulpy. I really should have looked up the name of this dwarf first. Oh, no, there it is. The Fateful Line. This was it. Wrong dish map. Yeah, okay, so settled in Heatstone. Fought in all these sieges. Became a member of the Guild of Good, the member of the Autumnal Hall. The Goblin Monster Sailor corrupted Dishmab in order to have an agent in Heatstone. Plotted to steal a pristine vessel under the influence of the Goblin. Fought in the onslaught against Heatstone. Was struck down the Forgotten Beast, the Pulpy, in Heatstone. Okay. Fought in the onslaught of Growling. Dishmab struck down the Zon a billion times, and then was struck down by the dwarf. Okay, I love how kills Zon 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 times. Kills this dwarf 15 times, then was struck down by them, died, came back from the dead in Heatstone, was struck down, came back from the dead, was struck down, blah, 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 repeat a whole bunch of times, and then came back from the dead in Heatstone, struck down a bunch of more hunters, and also the evil humans that were there that were attacking us. That was a necromancer that became a zombie afterwards, struck them down a few more times, rejoined their guilds, created a masterful copper crutch, fought in the Dented Siege, became a clother, became a member of the Company of Gates, made a masterful gold statue, fought in the Assault of Quakes, the Lances of Raking clashed, the Curses of Prestige, okay, so went and attacked that. Fought in the Siege while Ladder escaped unscathed. Came back from the dead as a ruthless haunt, as a ghost, was put to rest, and then just kept fighting. And then settled in Heatstone in 294. Like, just doesn't care. It's like, died a billion times. This dwarf has more lives than a cat. This dwarf has more lives than a cat. The hell? All right, I will wait until the ads are done, and then we'll reread things. But I just put a marker in the chat. I'm going to absolutely turn that all into a highlight, I think. What, just weird shit happening? No, literally, like, look how many times this dwarf died in, like, a year. This is all this dwarf, like, okay, this dwarf striking down this one guy a billion times, and then getting struck down a billion times. Look at, okay, so this dwarf, hold on. How many times did you die? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It's like fighting them back and forth. 17, 18, 19. Okay, never mind. Not all these. Okay, how many times did you get struck down? Got struck down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Came back from the dead, naturally. 7, 8. Has died 9 times. And is now just completely resurrected. How does he revives? Necromancy. God, that's incredible. More lives than a cat? Yep. All right, well. So here's the thing, right? Now let's do it again. I mean, I will say that is the first. These aren't my necromancers. These are enemy necromancers attacking me. Like for those of you who watch those highlight videos that I put up, that video of the necromancer raid, where like the single necromancer is just dying repeatedly. That is this. Anyway, I can put them back in the military now. They can rejoin the military. I mean, just because you pulled a Jesus doesn't mean I can't put you back in the military. That is crazy, man. Did you also... No, you kept the Fateful line in your full title. There has to be a way to duplicate bodies to make a whole fort out of bone. No, you can't. Dwarves can't butcher or do anything with bodies. Dwarves respect the dead. They're very respectful creatures towards the dead. Oh, hold on. Maybe I don't want them in the military. I mean, like, cannot breathe. Ability to stand and grasp lost. Her fourth finger on her left hand is gone. I mean, her brain used to be mangled beyond recognition, so I guess maybe that's a improvement? I throw them into a volcano. What do you do with them? That's incredible. Now that I just have this perma-winded, cannot breathe dwarf. What, do you think that you're just gonna suddenly keel over and die? You leave them scattered through your fortress? I mean, that's one way to deal with it.
Enigma 7.
Sup, Dr. Phineas? Hope you've been alright. Good to see you, dude. An eternal enigma. Don't see his emotes very often. Good dude. Feels pleasure near a tastefully arranged gem window. Can I duplicate this? I mean, I would need I guess in order to duplicate this bug, you need an intelligent undead dwarf. And you'd need them to be in the military. I mean, you wouldn't want to do this. Because, like, this dwarf came back unable to breathe and unable to walk. Which sucks. So you don't actually want to replicate this. No, I mean, this dwarf's not going to die. I mean, they've been wandering around my fort for a while, at least. I'm just hoping I can get them clothing. Maybe I'll just make them into a tavern keeper or something. Or a bard, which is funny because they can't breathe. I mean, she... assuming she can even eat. I mean, right now she just needs to drink, right? Yes, dropping to gasp for air, exactly. Constantly just like, are you going for the... What are you going for? Are you going for water in the well? Why? Wow, you are. You're not drinking in the well, are you? I mean... Somebody get this dwarf a wheelbarrow. Like... Shaken, reliving the suffering a major injury. I have a feeling we're just, like, scarring this dwarf for life. She can't grasp. Can she get clothing? We don't know that she can't grasp. Entirely. She could probably get clothing. I would think that she could. I've seen dwarves that have no arms get clothes. She should also be able to drink from barrels, technically. But yeah, maybe you're right. That is crazy. I mean, it's very modest for somebody who was dead. At least her guts aren't everywhere. This would be significantly better if, like, her entrails were just hanging out, you know? Like, if like, she just should be dead of infection or something. Wow. You know, this is getting a highlight video, I think. It's gonna take a bit of editing, but that's crazy. Now I'm curious where this dwarf's bed is. I think it's like just north of here. I think it's one of these apartments right here. Yeah, it is. Might be the center one. Like, even her bed's still assigned. That's crazy. I guess I can give you some statues. Here, have an aluminum statue. You get a fancy statue. When does adventure mode release? Why do people call it adventure mod? It's adventure mode. It's a mode. M-O-D-E, not mod, M-O-D. But I would say give it a year. But we don't know exactly. It'll be out when it's out. When it's done. When it's ready. It doesn't have a release date, so. Oh, it's fine. It's just, I see a lot of people saying that, even like people who are fluent in English. Well, they only started working on it on the 1st. The 1st of the year, or the 1st of this month was when they started working on, what's it called? Adventure mode. That was the first meeting they had about, well, like with the artists to start work on it. So they had their first meeting for adventure mode on the 1st. So time isn't as relative as it's been in the past, but time is certainly relative. It'll be out when it's out, really. And there ain't much more I can say to that. Okay, so I guess just, yeah, inability to grasp. As they keep on trying to store their own items and canceling them. Foul G, what kind of dwarf would you like? Wait, yaks aren't shearable? I thought yaks were shearable. Maybe they've been sheared too recently? Like 99% certain yaks are shearable in Dwarfort. Why do you keep this dead dwarf? I don't know how to explain it to you. Bearded Cook? If you haven't been able to follow what's been happening in the last 30 minutes that you've been here, I don't know how to explain it to you. Do I even have a cook? I don't have anybody with the cooking profession. I got a brewer. 2 of them. Would you like a brewer? Not according to the wiki? Well, then I would believe the wiki. No, that's fair, Max. But if you're not able to follow what... Like, I've never seen this happen before, and we've encountered a strange bug. And if you're not able to follow what's going on, then I don't know how else to explain it. The bald one? This guy? He's kind of pissed, but okay. Foul... Oh, that's 4. Right? G. Foul G is currently hauling an aluminum statue. He very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. He is slow to anger and often feels lustful. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he is assertive and often acts with compassion. He is he can sometimes act without deliberation, and he has little interest in joking around. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he likes to brawl. He is disturbed by this since he values quiet, so at least in the abstract, and he laughs in a unique way whenever he's annoyed. He mutters under his breath when he's trying to remember something, and commonly winks as a form of greeting. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday in this dream was realized, and personally has the highest regard for loyalty. Is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. He views tranquility as one of the highest ideals and values peace over war. Finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort and does not care about fairness. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. He likes pudding stone, zinc, and fire agate, green glass, and amber, and bucklers, and gloves, and traction benches, and earrings, and goblets, and the words of the saber of sieging, and the sound of the meandering mother, and when possible, and the sight of the glimmer of glistening, and when possible, prefers to consume whip wine, and absolutely hates leeches. His medium-length beard is braided, and his sideburns are clean-shaven. His very long mustache is clean-shaven. He has an angular chin, and his bronze eyes are narrow. His bronze eyes are narrow. Interesting. His hair is russet, and his skin is dark peach. His right upper leg bears a very short, straight scar. All right, chat. I think I'm going to call it a little early tonight because I'm going to go edit that into a video. So I think now is a good time to call it. One of my beak dogs died of something or another. Sure what. But, you know, this fort continues to get weirder, I guess. Is resurrection valid in Legends? No, there was no resurrection line. It was just died, was memorialized, and then kept doing things. So it was like they never died in Legends. But we're going to save and return to the main menu now. So, before you guys all run off, we are going to raid somebody else who's playing Dwarf Forts, so stick around. Whoa! Thanks for 10 bucks!
What a story.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of editing for this one, because I'm going to have to go back to the beginning of the VOD when we sent those squads out. That was a whack situation. Stream tomorrow, same time, 9 a.m. Pacific, for, 9 or 10 hours, maybe 12. Tekken's got 12. I was going to go hit Ghostbat, because I haven't actually had the opportunity to raid Ghostbat, but we could raid Tekken. Ghostbat will probably raid Tekken afterwards, because they're playing a Succession Fort together. But, I was gonna go hit, Ghostbat. But, yeah, no, this is has been a stream. This is a fun one. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Thanks for spending time here. Thanks for watching the streams. If you want to support the stuff I do directly, you can do that either via Twitch